Welcome, dear viewers. I have the greatest of pleasure of welcoming you to the LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. My name is Renars, and alongside with me today here is Chris.
It is brilliant to be your wingman once again. No better host in the business. Very happy to be back on the desk, and we have some truly epic Baltic Rocket League action ahead of us here. I think we're about to put on a show for the next 2 days. This is going to be great.
I'm not going to argue with that there. Considering how many teams are participating this time around, it is going to be incredibly intense action throughout the day. So last year around this time, we had the LG OLED FIFA Baltic Cup, and this time around, it's the electrifying action of Rocket League.
Absolutely. And look, I think we have 6 teams now finally coming from the 3 Baltic states, countries that are being represented here: Estonian, Latvia, Lithuania.
Yep.
And they do have something to show the world here. And when we think, we're going to see it in a moment, over 200 teams participated from the 3 countries in the qualifiers. So they got a lot to prove here.
Yeah, and a lot is riding, of course, on this. There's national pride on the line. There's also incredibly great prizes from our sponsor, LG. Namely, the first place gets those 3 brand new LG C1 TVs. More about that later on. We're going to delve deep into that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a brand new competition format, which we will explain in greater detail as we transition into the roadmap here. So, obviously, it all began with 2 open qualifiers for each Baltic state country, and kicking things off, Estonia with 50, that's 50 teams participating.
Which is incredibly impressive. Of course, it's the GOATs and the bad dudes who are going to be the 2 Estonian teams progressing here to represent their nation. 2 very, very good teams. And I would say, based on the form guide, potentially the favorites. That's kind of what we're hearing here.
Yeah, especially I'm a huge fan of the GOATs logo design there. Would want to put that on a t-shirt any type of day. Then we had Latvia with 81 teams participating, so 31 more team here.
Wait, which was already, really impressive. And the Moonshiners and Baltics GG coming out of the Latvian qualifiers here to represent their nation. And again, awesome logos.
Yeah. And, of course, last but not least, definitely Lithuania with a whopping 104 teams.
Yeah.
14 teams, excuse me.
That just blew my mind that there are 114 qualifying teams there participating, and it's WEI and GDO who are going to be the 2 Lithuanian teams. And you would think out of such a massive pool, a lot to prove.
Definitely. Well, I mean, they already have proven, because in total we have 6 teams from the 3 Baltic state countries.
That's right. So competition's going to begin with a nations-based group stage here, where basically both teams from each nation are trying to rack up as many points/wins as possible for their nation's group.
Yeah, so every team is going to play against every other team except the team from their own nation in a 5-game series in this group stage, and that means that all 5 games will be played, Chris.
Yeah, and we're showing you just an example of that here, a fictional example. So teams are going to be able to earn 1 point from 1 game. So 1 win equals 1 point, which means every game counts, which is exactly how we want it.
Yeah, and as mentioned in the group stage here on the example, you can see as well the GOATs, for example, wouldn't play against the bad dudes in the group stage. After the group stage, though, we will have 3 teams that will proceed then into the playoffs to find out, of course, eventually who is going to be the grand champion of all things. So the first place from the first nation goes straight to the best of 7 grand final. The second place from the first nation and the first place from the second nation go through the best of 5 semi-final.
That's right. So in this example scenario we have on the screen here, Estonia is the best nation group. So the bad dudes go straight to the grand final, while the Estonian runners-up, the GOATs, go to the semis, where they play the top Latvian team, Baltics GG. But this is just an example to show you the format, folks at home. Do not worry. It hasn't already happened. Purely an example scenario right here.
Yeah, and of course we'll cover all the changes as we progress here throughout the day. Now, we touched briefly beforehand on the prizes. So, of course, the grand prize, everything that these teams are fighting for, apart from that national pride on the line, are those LG C1 next generation gaming TV. So these are actually optimized for gaming, Chris.
Yeah, they're really, really awesome. It has to be said, of course, I love the fact that they are optimized for gaming. gaming, which means they come with, presets when it comes to role-playing game. It could be RPG, could be RTS, or first-person shooter as well. 120 hertz, 0.1 millisecond.
One millisecond response time and
Insane.
up to 4K resolution, 120 frames per second. That's like the smoothest Rocket League experience, or any other game on that matter, that you might experience. Now, the second and third place are obviously not going to leave empty-handed, okay? We have some special prizes from LG prepared as well. The second place does get this LG X Boom PL7 Bluetooth speaker, as you can see here, and Chris has the PL5 for the third position. So these players are going to definitely, if they're not going to have the chance of, seeing their game on a brand new level, they'll definitely be able to hear it on a different plane. We
couldn't fit, all three televisions on the desk right here, but I love that each member of the winning team is going to get one of those 48-inch, oh my God, fantastic TVs. So I know where I'm probably going to be going over to play video games anyway.
Just to visit the winning team and obviously see how that pans out. All right, well, look, ladies and gentlemen, that is what is up for grabs for the teams participating. Of course, showboating as well is something they'll be able to brag afterwards. But first, let's have a look at the schedule here and see how this day will pan out, as we do have that this first day is going to be filled with group stage games, and the games will happen one after the other.
Yeah, that's right. So let's have a look here. Remember, these are 5-game series. Every game gets played because every game is literally a chance to get your team and your group, I should say, 1 point. So it's going to be the Moonshiners versus the Goats to begin with, then the Goats versus Weite, then the Bad Dudes versus GDL, Weite versus Baltic's GG, Moonshiners versus the Bad Dudes, and then finishing up with GDL versus Baltic's GG, and that is just today's action. We're back tomorrow as well. But again, 5-game series. Every single game will be played and a chance to get 1 point.
And I feel like just the fact alone that we will play the full 5-game series already is something different that these teams perhaps are not entirely used to, which also always brings opportunities for unexpected twists. Every win does equal a single point in the overall standings as well, and a lot can change due to the format here, so that makes it even the more interesting to look at. So, ladies and gentlemen, really, I mean, that is the plan of the day. You can watch us on YouTube or on Twitch, whatever platform you prefer, because obviously both platforms have their benefits there. Now, I have a request, if I may, towards the crowd at home, as we always ask. Make sure that you do give our mods a hard time in the chat in terms of just being incredibly vocal with your choices of favorites. Of course, you need to represent your country. Show some support. The players are definitely also going to be checking into chat periodically whenever the time allows them to do so, to just make sure that, there are people rooting for them.
Exactly.
And obviously, as well, make sure that you spam away just emojis in general. Give some energy in the chat. It allows for a better viewer experience overall.
Yeah.
And I'm just a huge fan of overall just, hearing from the crowd themselves what they really have to speak about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we give you full permission to really put our mods to the test there. So spam, I want to see lots of goats, okay? Lots of moons as well, you know, in the chat here in this first game that's going to be coming up. And what I love about the actual format here is that we have 5 games consecutively. There's going to be very little talking from us in between, rest assured. Just action-packed stream right here. But one thing you mentioned there, it isn't just 3 and you're done. You have to concentrate. Yeah, concentrate. I feel like we're really asking a lot of these fine young players. They're going to have to concentrate 5 really action-packed games in a row here. Attention span, the intensity is going to be pretty massive.
Well, there's a reason these teams have gone through the qualifiers, so let's see the first matchup screen and see how they match up against each other. On the Moonshiners slide for the Latvian country representing team, you're going to see Arch, Flying M, and Mex, and all the 3 players here are from Riga, so unity already at the core.
Yeah, definitely. And then the GOATs from Estonia, we've got Bloom, Jossie, and Cass, probably one of the younger teams in the entire tournament here, 18, 17, 16, respectively, all from the capital, all from Tallinn. So again, we talk about that unity. They arguably have the the cutest team logo and mascot. It has to be said.
As I said, whoever made that logo, definitely huge props to him, because it just looks so natural, and it's fun to look at overall. So graphics department for the GOATs definitely have done an amazing job. Obviously, now the big question is, will the players be able to, represent that to the fullest? As obviously, all the players here are relatively young. You know, you have 16, 17, 18-year-olds. On the opposite end, you do have a 28-year-old in the mix on the Latvian squad, and I feel like that might be an advantage in certain situations. Perhaps if you find yourself down a few points, you know, you will have that more life experience person on the side that's going to be able to say, like, listen, guys, let's just take a breather. Let's take a few deep breaths so we can still come back into this and so on. And that's a lot that life really teaches you, or just overall general experience. Now, both teams are definitely not lacking in experience here.
Right.
But, you know, a few years above everyone else does add a certain twist.
What? We have our game. We're rearing and ready to go. We promise you not too much banter.
Oh, we're straight into it.
Here we go. First 7 seconds, and we have a goal immediately here for the GOATs, living up to their name. Oh, this is phenomenal stuff right here.
The 16-year-old Cass able to put up that first goal. Nice touch, a great redirect towards the very end there into the empty bottom right-hand side corner. And very early on, the GOATs taking the lead in this one. 10 seconds only passed.
10 seconds. We nearly missed it, too. You know, shout out to our production team for getting us in there so quick. Now, to let everybody know, because it's the first time we're mentioning it, you're seeing the players live from their homes. They obviously are playing from home. It is summer here in the Baltics. It is very hot. So, you know, some of them will be scantily clad, to say the least, but we don't blame them at all, because, you know, 30 degrees Celsius most parts today, right? And as we see another goal from Jossie here.
Beautiful play here. Great as well. You saw that Jossie was expecting for that one to come through. Bloom just centers it, and Jossie with the boost to finish things off. The balloons go off as well. And it was a fast hit as well. There was no way how you can really avoid that from going through here. So 2-0 so far. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock as Cass with another approach. But Flying M does manage to find the opportunity to get the ball into corner. Not cleared out just yet, and that's a weak clear. Doesn't even get through the midfield line there.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're saying, that was across and off the roof, as we see great work there from Arch, just playing the ball off the line. Last second, but we got a third goal here. It's been relentless. It has to be said that the GOATs have been relentless here. 3 goals in 1 minute 7 seconds.
Yeah, you could see even a smile on Mex's face there as he's watching the replay. Now, the problem there was that Mex was the only one with the boost available, and he was already in his own goal, obviously trying to defend as much as he can, but the teammates didn't have any boost left, so they couldn't really intervene, and, you know, that really set up GOATs for yet another successful goal here. Let's see what they can do again as Moonshiners are scrambling to get up points on their own.
Yeah, and as we see a kind of pinch there, and a good dribble, just losing control though. Flying through as we've got.
Oh, no, wait, I really thought that's going to miss.
Yep, no, that did just find its way in. Yeah, looking like it was going for that right post right there.
Yeah,
there
so
it goes.
Mex has his face on as he's thinking, all right, well, I really feel like he just admits that, we mistimed that on the defensive part there.
Yeah, definitely. And look, you also...
the demo is there.
Oh, there's our first demo, okay, as we get another demo right there. So taking no prisoners here as we see goal number 5. What a long-range shot. Nobody there on defense here, and the Moonshiners, it has to be said, shell-shocked right now.
Yeah, on the GOAT side, though, you can see Cass on the bottom right-hand side corner in your screens. I finally saw the first smile on their face, and that's when they're 5 up. You can really see how focused the GOATs are on the game. Bloom not even blinking at times, it feels like, because it's just straight up in the game itself. Nice approach there, but slightly mistimed on that one. Jossie tries to see if he can change something about it. Gets the defensive steal on the full boost as well. So that's going to be a problem for Moonshiners because they don't have almost any boost available. Everything is spent. But the clear is there. Mex tries to follow up with some sort of a play. Can't really see it through to the very end. Right-hand side, intercept here. No, Bloom almost carries it through. And now Cass had the chance of going through, but it needs to rotate back defensively here. Good rotations overall on the GOAT side, I would say. And there we go. That's Mex finding that first chance he was looking for.
Very nice. Finally on the board, showing what they can do. It has quite literally just been, you know, a complete blitz here from the GOATs, though, going up 5-1 so quickly. But every goal really is going to count.
Hey, it's the first game in this 5-game series, right? You also need to get those jitters out of the way. You do know that for the Latvian squad, for example, right there.
We see another goal here.
Yeah, just to finish on that thought, you know, the Moonshiners is one of the 2 teams out of the 81 that did sign up for the qualifiers, so they made it through, and it's probably just slightly nerves on their department right now that's not allowing them to play to the fullest of their plans, but at the same time we can start to see some slithers of hope here and there, and I really feel like they'll find their pace soon enough here. FM with the play.
Definitely. That was a gorgeous goal as well, passing it to himself off the backboard and then just nudging it in. Really phenomenal stuff. All right, so now what can they do? Tracking back on defense here. Cass flying through, though, was FM.
Yeah.
And, trying to work something here.
The demo is there, so they do have a chance to regain possession of the ball and even see if they can transition it further with it, but not unless Bloom has something to say about it. Great control. Even it's the second touch for himself as well there. Cass now. Is that a pass? Jossie nearby, Bloom as well, but they need to be careful of a long clear out of the Moonshiners right now. You can very quickly turn around on them.
You bet, and they are. I tell you what, considering they're up 6-1 as well, they're not taking it easy at all here, the GOATs. They are defending incredibly well. It just feels as though, you know, and we'll get to this during interview stage, how much homework has been done, how much, you know, studying the tape, as they say, of your opponent and their tendencies. Right now, it just looks like the GOATs are a little better prepared.
Oh, does he get the second touch? He does, off the backboard. Bloom, beautiful plays. Now, that's high-level individual performance. You can see this again in the replay. Against the second touch there, just behind. I believe that was Mex in the goal there. And, yeah, once again, couldn't do anything about it. And an early Brazil on the board.
Right, absolutely. An early Brazil and also early potential candidate for goal of the tournament right there, because that was a thing of beauty. So what I like about this is, as we see another goal here, it's 8-1. There's not a lot of defense being played right here by the Moonshiners.
Yeah, you know, look, the GOATs definitely do excel so far from what we can judge in aerial control overall. So their aerials seem to be on point, as well as the air dribble. Just continuously able to put those follow-ups.
A little bit of a whiff right there from FM as well. He's got to do slightly better than that. But that is, like, exactly, it's good to have something to focus on, right?
Yeah.
In between matches, when you only have, what, a few minutes, if that, to talk tactic, talk shop, as they say. And then it'll be on to the next game where you don't want to be hemorrhaging, you know, if you can anyway, 8 goals per game. So they've got to get that sorted out. But early days yet, an early impressive performance. And so far, the form guide spot on. The Estonian team dominating.
Bloom with a long-distance goal. The defense couldn't make it in time back. You saw the attempt was there, but yeah, you know, it was way too far. Arch, you could see, just couldn't make it in time, and Bloom can definitely be happy about that one. These are the goals I think that really hurt more than just, like, you know, losing a goal off of a pure individual play. Just because you feel like you could have done something more about it. Got the flip reset there as well, but was unable to follow up. I think slightly messed up on the boost management there.
There we go. That was a long-range goal just in off the post there. Much better defense from Mex and the lads this time around. And our final 5 seconds of game 1. And they are into double-digit goals. Jossie hammering it home. It's not been pretty. 10-1 here.
It is what it is. I was just about to say there's no other way how to put this. 10-1 with 3 seconds to spare. The first game is going to fall in the pockets of the GOATs, and that's surely going to be a confidence booster and a half with that scoreline. And they'll be able to secure their first point as soon as the ball touches the ground here. Mex tries to do something about it, but can't do it. The GOATs are going to be the ones securing that first game. So yeah, you know, getting that first goal probably was something that disrupted the Moonshiners. You know, being able to score within the first 10 seconds always feels like, oh, okay, we need to wake up, you know.
I was about to say, I think we cut to the game 3 seconds in, and the goal came around 13. So within, 10 seconds of us arriving, there was the first goal, and then it was just, it was relentless. They averaged 2 goals a minute for the entire match, basically 10 to 1. But as we've said, you know, don't want to heap it on them or kick them when they're down at all.
No, absolutely not.
A lot to focus on for Moonshiners, and that's if you can fix that that leaky ship. You know, if you can actually get back there and play some defense, then you can be right in it. Because when they did go on the offensive there, their goal actually looked just as easy. It's just a case of, like, I guess, controlling from the back. I think you touched upon it, the air control in particular.
Yeah, well, that's
really nice.
Something that I wanted to say, right? The aerials in general tend to be a bit better on the GOATS side right now. So obviously that's something that the Moonshiners can focus a bit more on, but I also would like to see those longer rotations as well defensively for Moonshiners, just to happen slightly earlier on. Now, I didn't see it exactly, but I feel like this could be off the back of his as well, that the GOATS were able to steal a few defensive full boosts on the Moonshiners side. So obviously, if you are defending and you have no boost, it's really difficult. So let's see how it pans out in the second game of this series.
Game number 2. We promise not too much chit-chat in between the matches. This is exactly what we want. Can the Moonshiners come back here after going down 10-1 in game number 1? It is a 5-game series. All 5 get played because every win is 1 point for your team and your country's group.
Yeah, and in the group stage, you know rightly so that every single point can have actually devastating consequences in the long run. So you really want to fight for every single position if you can. Great demo there defensively for FM as he's able to almost clear the ball, but Jossie was able to come through, and Bloom.
The way they lined that up was a thing of beauty right there, B. That was phenomenal work here. Jossie down to Bloom. Look at the precision, the control, and actually the defensive angle taken by the Moonshiners there wasn't terrible at all. That's just superior offensive execution right there.
Yeah, you know, Blue was set up for that and was just waiting for that timing yet again. Able to follow through. Jossie with a freebie. Can he follow up? No, off the backboard, close enough.
Really great defensive effort there, it has to be said. I think they got the memo. The defense is better as we see one come back off the post, off the backboard.
Oh, beautiful fake out of Bloom. And does he get the follow-up? The double touch was there, but the angle is just slightly off.
Couldn't quite flick it in there. Really nice, though. Really great skills. The stop and go was phenomenal.
Arch now still keeps the ball on the offensive. Off the backboard, that's in the hands of Cast right now. Bloom as well. Open goal. Of course, he's not going to miss these. And yeah, as you can see, just a fast clear very quickly turns into a clean goal. No defensive player in sight.
Yeah. No one home right there. Listen, if you're just tuning in, it's LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. Game 2 between the Moonshiners and the GOATS. The GOATS took game 1 10-1. They're up 2-0 here. Moonshiners, something to prove. Let's see if they've got that true grit.
Max together with Arch on the offensive. Arch, great job of keeping the ball here. He has no boost to follow up with this. Max tries to direct the ball towards the goal. Can't really do so, as Arch was slightly late there. But, as you just mentioned beforehand, right defensively, the Moonshiners are in position to hopefully get a clear here soon enough. Not unless Cass has something to say about it. Almost goes through between these two.
That would have been unlucky. That was great. That was much better defense that we're seeing here from Moonshiners, but you can't keep a good thing down for too long right there. Oh, what a fantastic effort here. Lining it up.
Look at the ball speed, 119 kilometers per hour. That means that thing is zooming by you. No chance that you're going to pick that one up. The kickoff falls in favor of Moonshiners, though, now.
That's pilot-esque control right there and reactions. Phenomenal stuff right there. I'm far too much of a boomer to be able to pull that off. So I'm impressed. This is really great work here. However, a marked improvement defensively from Moonshiners. You get the feeling at least it's kind of trending in the right direction for them as they go on the offensive here. So look at the tracking back. There's a whiff. He did get a bump, though, so it kind of...
Yeah, you got just Jossie out of the way, making sure he can't follow up on that. FM able to pick up the full boost here as well in the corner. Ooh, does he get the dribble around?
Oh, he played that well, though. That was nice positioning.
See. Oh, Bloom lets it go through. Oh, wow. No. You can see the reactions from him as well. Yeah. He's frustrated with that one. Obviously, smiles on the face, but yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, there's a big whiff right there.
That's a whiff for Reno 1-2.
Well, there you go. So, listen, based on purely game one, performance, this is already really much better here from the Moonshiners, and that's what we want. We want to see a bit tighter of a contest than 10-1, but just like that, the GOATs, you're most vulnerable to concede a goal after you've just scored one. Age-old fortune cookie wisdom.
Yeah, and it was none other than Bloom to follow through, right? So... redeems himself there very quickly, and he's just like, okay, yeah, I can disregard that goal previously. Beautiful job out of both teams overall, I would say. I love the fact that Moonshiners are quite relentless on their offensive despite the result currently, as there are still 2 minutes left to play in this second game of the series. And, so far, yes, GOATs look on par to grab another point, but... you always have these slithers of hope for Moonshiners as the opportunities start to present themselves more and more, and that's a positive trend. Now they need to be careful. Bloom, what is that? Is that some kind of an insane arch shot? That was a far, far away. Look at this from his own backboard.
Yeah, that is the skills to pay the bills right there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was nasty. I'm here for it, B. That was.
It's that shot that gives you that false sense of security, right? Where you feel like, yeah, the ball is going slow, it's arched, like I could easily pick this one up, and it just flies past you.
Right. Impressive stuff. And now, how can they answer here, though, Moonshiners? This is where you gotta dig deep, and see if you can't at least string together a couple of good plays. They're actually not entirely out of this. 4 goals
not at all.
And 115 is really definitely doable at this high level as well. But they've got to get moving very quickly.
I would like to see closer short rotations on the offensive from Moonshiners. Perhaps that's something that could help them a bit more, because so far it looks like they're going really for just more natural opportunities that present themselves rather than just actually making plays. And speaking about making plays here, Bloom... oh, they can't get the finisher. Mex is there to clear things up for Moonshiners. Good dribble, good control. Pass over to FM. Can't pick it up because defensively the GOATs are just unstoppable right now. Not too sure which of the players was that. I think it was Bloom who managed to clear things away. But Moonshiners on the offensive again, arched together with Mex. The duo.
Trying to work some
they bump into each other.
Yeah. And that's when you just know it's not your day. I mean, good defense from Mex there to at least avert 100% disaster. That's off the backboard, but there's the follow-up from Bloom. That was relentless, though, wasn't it, really, from the GOATs?
Yeah, I really felt like that second shot already should have. This one should have gone through. But Bloom, ever present as always to finish things off here. 6-1, 18 seconds remaining. Can we see another Brazil in the second game? Yes, no?
Already. I mean, we were talking pre-production, and we weren't quite sure were we ever going to get to mention, Brazil at all. But here we are. We've already had one, maybe a second.
Well, 5 seconds to go for us to show. Cass, can he pick up the ball off the ground here? It is there, but as it touches, the second game falls into the hands of the GOATs, and that is their second point in this cup in the group stage currently. Obviously, now they start to feel comfortable. Right now, you can start to expect also a bit more of individual plays, as if they are lacking in those. But still, you can allow yourself a few risks here and there if the situation does request it. But I want to talk slightly more about the Moonshiners. What's the problem here?
Honestly, at the moment, it looks as though Plan A isn't working.
Yeah.
And so now we find out whether they have a Plan B. But to I guess right on the coattails of your point right there, if it's about to open up and become a little bit more freestyle here from these fine young GOATs from Estonia, then, Plan B might not work either. And it literally might it might come down to stick skill, and that could get really ugly really quickly as well. It was a marked improvement. 6-1, is better than 10-1. And honestly, a couple of those goals were just freakish right there from
so
the
you're
Goats.
saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance, okay? You know, definitely Dumb and Dumber references for the win here because there is a chance. And I would like to see them fight down the stretch here. One thing we touched upon is it isn't a best-of-5 series.
Yes.
We play all 5 games. So let's see, can they bounce back here? Can they switch on? And what can the Goats do?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see the kickoff between these two and how it's going to pan out with another 5 minutes on the clock. Moonshiners lose the kickoff here. Cass in the right-hand side corner. Jossie there to help out as well. And FM to get the clear.
An ugly demo right there. If you are just joining us, you're watching LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. Game 3 between the Moonshiners from Latvia and the Goats from Estonia, who are currently up 2-0. They've won 2 games in a row here to 16-2 goal count as well. It's been one-way traffic for these very cute-looking Goats right here, it has to be said. Great.
Oh, Arch!
Oh!
He misses the ball. The ball bounces off the top board there, and Jossie, of course, able to see that through. You can see that is unfortunate defensively. Arch even got the touch, I feel like, there, but Jossie with the redirect straight into the goal. Can't really do anything about it. And that was, I would say that was just in general more unfortunate.
It was just not enough junk in the trunk right there. You know, if he had the big boot, it would have stopped it. He's just unlucky. Great placement, though, it has to be said. But the attack is relentless as Bloom taps in another here.
You know what I love to see? Despite whatever is happening right now score-wise, the Moonshiners, there's still smiles on their face. They're like, I mean, look, it is what it is.
Okay, so in order to make it to this knockout stage of the tournament right here, 81 teams participated nationally.
Yeah.
In Latvia, you know, 114 in Lithuania, 50 in Estonia, where right now I guess we're seeing, you know, quality over quantity, it has to be said, but at the same time, they've earned the right to smile and enjoy themselves.
Bloom, double touch reset with the follow-up.
Oh!
That's a freestyle and a half. If I've seen one, Bloom swagging on him. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Look at this control. Phenomenal. And the lads were there for the stop, but they just couldn't do anything.
And everyone's forced to watch the replay. Really letting that sink in.
Absolutely. 3 goals to zip right here. That might be the goal of the tournament so far.
Definitely. Well, FM with the clear defensively. Happy days there, but Jossie always ready to pick it up mid-air. Almost a pinch.
Yeah.
50 Cass, 50 win from Cass.
You can see, you know, the crosses have been absolutely spot on. There's always a teammate ready to nudge it in as well. I mean, they're on the same page here. They have their strat, and it's working so far to perfection.
Mex can't really see the play through as well. The net is empty for a second, but Arch is already in position to take this one on. Oh, Bloom, dangerous follow-up from him. Doesn't get the steal on the boost, so that's happy days yet again for Moonshiners as they're able to finally clear the ball. A side relief, 2-3 full boosts instantly.
Hey!
Shot on goal, and that's FM scoring here, opening things up for Moonshiners in the 3rd game.
So, touching upon something we said after game 1, when they do get the ball in an attacking position, you know, the Moonshiners, they make it look easy.
Yeah, and these centered plays seem to be the name of the game for Moonshiners right now, at least.
All of their goals basically have come from those, and so far, look, 3-1 is a marked improvement. As we come down here, under 3 minutes left in game 3. LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. I hope you're enjoying the show here. We are definitely, and this might be the biggest lull. This might be the biggest time between goals that we've seen here, V. Interesting. Next goal could be vital as well.
You can see Bloom is really eager to go for it, but can't follow through as his boost runs out. Jossie there. Looking for Bloom, finds him.
Great
but
work.
That's a steal.
Yep, great work from Mex there. Mex just making, you know, a nuisance of himself as it is. Good stuff here from FM, playing it forward dangerously. Great work from Arch here.
Mex has to shoot. Oh, no.
Just couldn't quite control that. As we see a nice demo right there. That man has a family. All right. Once again, this is good stuff. This is much better for Moonshiners. This is a lot tighter now, as we're roughly a minute without a goal at either end, which we haven't seen so far. Is this the tipping point in the series? You know, concentration for 5 games is difficult, apparently 3 as well.
Yeah, it seems like the Goats have been slightly thrown off track with that goal. Now Cass is willing to try and set something up, but Jossie can't follow through. Already all 3 Moonshiners players were on the ball.
Yep.
Bloom now with another attempt. Needs to be careful. Jossie is mid-center. That was narrow.
That was, wasn't it? Just kind of, I guess, with the defensive redirect. Yeah, there we go. Phenomenal work.
Arch now. Mex is kind of expecting the pass here. Can't really get it past Jossie. Arch, nice chance. FM can't really see it through. Too big of a risk to open your defensive long zone like that if you're going to go for that shot. Cass now.
Great work there from Cass. That was really nicely done. This next goal, it's getting tense here, V.
Mex not really successful with the pinch, and off the back of that, another attempt from the Goats here.
Oh my word. Great effort there from FM. This is it.
This has to be it, right? Yep. You can feel it coming. Cass off the back wall. Bloom misses the ball there. The little whip happening, but Jossie still presenting opportunities, and that's the redirect Bloom was looking for.
Yep.
You really could have felt that one setting up. Like, the plan was quite clear. It was 2 or even 3 attempts off the backboard to follow through. Couldn't really line it up in time, but eventually the opportunity did present itself, and Bloom, of course, yet again able to follow through.
2.5 minutes between goals there. That was really exciting stuff. Hats off to Moonshiners. Listen, if Ted Lasso taught us anything, it's the hope that kills you. They were close at 3-1. That's probably going to be all she wrote here in game number 3. And another point coming the way of the Goats as the Estonians just look too good. There it is.
Yeah.
The Estonians just look too good right now. Exciting match right there, though. That was really great. Game 3.
Hey, look, we called for a freestyle. We saw one coming. So what do you think is going to happen next now that Moonshiners are still trying to find that pace that's really going to pay off defensively? Because admittedly, though, in my opinion, this game number 3 did look better defensively overall, not just off the back that we have a lower score from the Goats, but just in general, there was more control involved. They were more mindful of the fact of how quickly tides can change, and well, hopefully that will continue for them.
Well, as we've kind of said so far, the Goats nearly averaging 2 goals a minute in standard play across games 1 and 2. Game 3, they're held to 4 goals. And Moonshiners had their chances. I mean, some heroics there from the Goats, clearing their lines, as it were. It was 3-1 for 2.5 minutes there. And had it gone to 3-2, you just get the feeling that the momentum was with the Moonshiners. I'm fascinated to see what's going to happen here in game number 4.
Yeah, I really feel like the thing that's really missing for Moonshiners is for them to be the ones that score first, so they can, you know, really follow through and work on that momentum that you get from playing here as well. Because you know, momentum also decides a lot of things. So let's see if that's going to be the case, because we do have the next game on our hands.
Game 4 action here from our first 5 series of games. The LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. And it's the Goats versus the Moonshiners here. Ultimately, it's Estonia versus Latvia. And so far, the Estonians up 3-0.
Yeah, if you're speaking of flags, that is the case. But look at FM here together with Arch, able to stop the play. Jossie, though, with a dangerous follow-through. Bloom as well. As soon as you see Bloom in the air, this time it's going to be Cass. But I wanted to say, you know, that as soon as you see Bloom in the air, you feel like something's bound to happen. And it was Cass to finish things off the back of that assist from Bloom.
I'm so impressed with the way that they just seem to be able to swap roles like that as well.
You find, and look, the name of the game is actually winning, right? At the end of the day, you want to win the whole thing. And if you find that there is a play that your opponent can't really play against defensively, well, there's no shame in using that as many times as you like. And that's exactly what the Goats are doing here, right? They try to get these off the backboard goals as much as possible, high up in the air as well, trying to use the fact that they do love that aerial control so much. And you can see that the Moonshiners, well, you know, there's no sugarcoating it at this point in time. They're really having problems with this. FM almost scoring.
Almost get FM almost with the OG right there.
Getting that yikes moment.
Hey, there's another dangerous cross. Nobody there. One of the first times we've seen, you know, across this. We see a nice demo right here. And here comes FM. Oh, big swing, no ding right there, though.
Well, that's the problem. They get the demo. They're almost able to follow through because you still need to gain momentum. Once you respawn back here, almost.
Oh, no.
Rattles home there, but...
Oh, great defense from Cass there, just denying FM the goal already.
So mindful of where the ball is.
Yeah.
The positioning is just incredible from the GOATs right now. Bloom as well in the corner, just keeping things interesting. And as you can see, look at Moonshiners. There's no boost available for them. A few small pads being picked up, but that's just about it, just to get this sort of weak clear. But Bloom instantly comes back with it. And Jossie now loses the 50 to Arch, I believe, there. Couldn't really get the redirect. Cass with a dangerous touch. Just doesn't follow through.
Flinging themselves in front of goal right there. And it works, though, as we see, not quite off the backboard, but dangerous.
No boost. You can see FM can't even reach the ball right now. Finally, they pick up a few of those. Bloom runs out of his and is forced to retreat as Jossie will pick up the ball now.
Just trying to work their magic. As you said, these crosses kind of tried, true, tested successfully. As here comes FM. Oh, nice. Just trying to fight their way back into the lowest scoring game we've had between these two teams right here as well. So this is as tight as we've had it right here. And, you know, they could win the next two games right here. They could win and actually be, you know, sitting pretty. 3-2. You know, three points. As we see Bloom fly through, though. Can't keep a good man down, and there he goes.
Yeah, well, the smiles have been wiped off of Moonshiners' faces. You know, it was all good fun, but when in Game 4 the situation still hasn't changed, that's really where it starts to sort of get to you. Now, I don't want to downplay these guys by any means, but so far it seems that the GOATs haven't answered to everything that Moonshiners are able to put up, apart from those censored plays. And Cass with a fast, yet another goal for the GOATs. The fast follow-up, there we go. That's the words I was looking for. As, you know, keep up the pace, keep up the pressure, not allow Moonshiners to position themselves offensively or defensively for that matter, as you just saw. And it's all down to these kickoffs and winning those 50s.
Yeah, and look, that's a concentration goal right there. And again, right now they're just heaping it on the GOATs. Like that's down to concentration. It's hard to lock in for such extended periods of time against such brutally accurate, fantastically skilled opponents like the GOATs right here.
Yeah,
so
and look,
they're doing their best.
It's hard to play against the GOATs because, for example, Cass, right, he has already won a few Baltic Rocket League tournaments on different occasions, right? So he has plenty of experience of dealing with these sort of situations where it is a high-stakes game, and the fact alone that you have so much experience behind your belt despite your age definitely is a factor here, as Jossie finds yet another opportunity that are going to take use of, and Arch just unable to clear the ball there defensively.
And looked like Max had a bit of a whiff right there as well. So, yeah, look, you could see the jam has been squeezed from their proverbial jelly donut over there, Moonshiners, but they've got one more game after this and one more chance to grab a point out of this 5-game series. And you never know how tight this can end up being. So they've got to lock in here, you know, for game number 5.
Yeah, well, overall, this does, the performance from Moonshiner also impacts Latvia in the long run as well, just as a nation, because if your nation is not going to have the maximum amount of points available, there's no way that you're moving straight into the grand finals, at least one of your teams, right? But so this does have some consequences, so we will have to see later on how the other Latvian squad performs. But here, 5-0 so far. What started was a super quiet game, 2.5 minutes spent with only a single gore scold, and then very quickly the GOATs were able to follow up on their own success. Now they get the defensive demo here, that is the Moonshiners, but they can't really get the follow through. And Arch, you know, it seemed like he tried to go for a clear, but wrong direction, my friend.
Yep, right. I mean, there's been some good effort here. You know, Mex flew in on the end of a cross, but there was just the defense was too strong from the GOATs. They're not just these kind of offensive juggernauts. Their defensive positioning has just been really superior. It has to be said as well. And here,
it's that combined team experience participating in these Rocket League tournaments on the Baltics level that really feel like is the edge here for the GOATs, because obviously the more you participate in events like this, the more you're going to play against opponents that have different kind of styles, different gameplays, different strengths and different weaknesses. Here, as we mentioned before, you know, the GOATs have definitely a strength in the fact that they're able to control their aerials to such an extent that they're able to continuously put up goals off the backboard and overall control of the ball, overall possession. And there's a lot riding on this, of course, for the Moonshiners. So far, not really that successful, but I am not discounting and disregarding anyone here. I want to see Moonshiners coming back into this next game, maximum pace. And, you know, right now, everything is already almost out the window, so there's not a lot to lose here in this first match. Might as well just go out all-out aggression and see how that works for you. Try to disrupt the defensive positioning of the GOATs.
Exactly. Plan A didn't work. That was games 1 and 2, okay? Games 3 and 4, we saw Plan B, and it was looking a little nicer. Try Plan C now. You know, maybe they're thinking ahead to their next matchup. Maybe want to sandbag, you know, their tactics and not show the hand. But every game is a chance, basically, to grab 1 point. So right now, we played 4 out of the 5-game series. The GOATs have won every game. They have 4 points here. Moonshiners now, as we go to our 5th and final game in this series, have a chance to grab 1 point.
The last game in this series between Moonshiners and the GOATs, Latvia versus Estonia. Kickoff in favor of the Latvian squad. Moonshiners, but already lost the ball. FM needs to clear here. They bump into each other with Mex, and that leaves Jossi wide open to drive it close to the net. Almost they get the clear here, but Cass comes flying in, remains in possession. Jossi with the setup can't follow through.
The way they're rotating here is just superb there. You saw Jossi, I should say, you know, take that initial shot, miss wide, then just reposition himself to come for that cross. He knew it was coming. Really great teamwork and good strat as well here. As we're going to see an opportunity, though, here. Bloom having to get back and play a little bit of defense. There's that aerial control. Oh, phenomenal stuff. Now, can the Moonshiners, as you touched upon it before Game 4, can they get the opener? Can they make, you know, the GOATs, this younger team, feel uncomfortable? Better defense there. FM flying across the goal. Arch trying to work this. Just a little bit of a lack of control right there.
Yeah, you know, FM tried to go for a steal in that instance beforehand, but couldn't really see it through, as Bloom will stop the ball on midfield line. Cass couldn't position himself in a way he wanted. A demo is there, and that leads to a 3-on-2 situation, but Arch was so far back defensively, the Moonshiners couldn't really see it through. Another demo happens, this time in the favor of the GOATs. Jossi has put the ball in a favorable position. Cass almost sees it through. Bloom as well with the follow-up, and these long offensive positional rotations from the GOATs is really what allows them to continue with their bombardment towards the net.
You bet, but still 2 minutes down, no goal here. This is arguably the best chance we've seen, as there's a clearing off the line there from Cass. Great defense. This is the best chance we've seen for the Moonshiners, though. They are right in the thick of it in this game right here.
And Arch, wide open goal.
Right there.
That is the first opener that we wanted to see. Let's see how things change for them. There's a huge smile on Mex's face. Definitely happy about that one. And that's that confidence booster as well for the Moonshiners, opening things up, being the first to score. Let's see if they can get a follow-up here.
Right. Now we see what happens. And then, you know, this is going to put the pressure on the GOATs. They've already won 4 in a row. Okay, so they know they are arguably the better team. You're only as good as your last show, though. And so now, really aggressive, really throwing themselves forward. Bloom working his magic. Oh, so close.
Indeed.
There it is.
Jossi finds the redirect in the nick of time. A goal and assist to his name already. Still 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in play. A beautiful look at that timing as well.
Yeah.
Just flies past everyone. And that is because of those longer rotations. You have time to go supersonic, able to really max out your speed, zoom by. And yeah, that's the result for you. So the GOAT's able to respond quite quickly here. But the follow-up is what we're looking for from either side here.
Beautifully just tried to flick it to himself right there. Ultimately lost control, but we're seeing the skills on display here as
what a save from Mex.
Great work. Great work
that
from Mex.
Was on the line.
Heroic stuff right there from the Latvian team. It's tied up 1 apiece. This is definitely the tightest match out of the 5-game series so far. You're tuned in to LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action, our first series of 5 games. So far, the GOATs have won 4 in a row. But now, can the Moonshiners in this final 90 seconds snatch a win?
Look, if they can't do it in 90 seconds, they have to take it to overtime and see if they can do it there. And then, obviously, the GOATs are going to try and do everything they can to prevent that from happening. 3 goalies at a moment's notice for the Moonshiners as the ball off the backboard is going to fall into FM hands. The demo with the follow-up. Cass is going to steal this one away, but next tries to change the trajectory of the ball. Bloom now is in a dangerous position. He could have centered that for Jossi as well. Tries to be in the face of Moonshiners as much as possible. Tries to bump them out of the way.
A long build-up here. Under 45 seconds left as we see another phenomenal effort. It was Arch and Mex both together. I didn't see who actually got the clearance, but really, really great work here. They're parking the bus.
They're parking the bus, but there's no boost available to park the bus. They've been able to pick a few of those up defensively. We should see a clear anytime soon. Dangerous save. That is Mex, ever present. Eyes peeled wide open. Arch with the dribble. He gets the demo. Doesn't get the ball over, though. And Cass off the aerial. Might have just done it now in this final game with 10 seconds to spare. The GOATs are able to secure that second goal and potentially their 5th point in this series.
And another whiff there. It's a cruel and indifferent game at times. Mex nearly the hero. 10 seconds. Can someone stand up for the Moonshiners here and send this to overtime? Or are we seeing our first clean sweep of the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup?
Yeah, the ball is going to touch the ground anytime soon, and that's it. That's the GOATs allowing it to do so, stopping the game there, and then 2-1 in this last game, but 5-0 in the series.
Really, really impressive stuff from the young Estonian team right there. I also, though, do want to commend the Moonshiners. That was the best game. They saved their best till last that we saw from them there. Now, look, they do suffer the embarrassment of a clean sweep, okay? Nothing like embarrassment to bring the best out of an esport player, okay? Or a team right there. However, they will be back. The tournament is not over. But listen, so far, the form guide has been spot on. That young team, the GOATs, right there from Estonia, they look dominant. I mean, 10-1 in game 1. Yeah, then 6-1 in game 2.
Well, I think that was the name of the game for them here, right? You want to start off strong either way, right? But it also serves as a warning to everyone else that's going to challenge them, and that's going to happen sooner or later here, and we're going to be witnessing that as well, that you can't really mess with them, and you can't really toy with them as well. They're too good in terms of regaining control of the ball quickly, redirecting it in ways where, you're not going to expect that to happen. As we saw in, that was, I believe, game number 3, they're also able to freestyle the opportunity presented itself, and that's a whole nother level of getting under your opponent's skin.
100%.
And, you know, in a 5-game series, that really goes a long way. These small, what might seem small plays to some are really crucial points in time that work beneficial in terms of confidence for your team as well as in your benefit for the opposing team. And, look, I want to see those jitters out the window now whenever we go into the next matchup. But for anyone watching just now, I really think the name of the game here is more focus on your boost management. First of all, defensively, because we've seen a lot of lost goals because of it. And second, just like offensive rotations, there's a lot that people can learn from the GOATs. As I said, as soon as one takes a shot, he instantly goes around to rotate for a possible follow-up, and that's what's been happening. The three of them just continuously able to put up goals.
Yeah, and look, I'm sure absolutely all of the other teams are kind of taking note, sitting up, taking note. You're absolutely right there. What I really loved about the GOATs was how they were effectively interchangeable.
Yes.
Any one of the three team members could perform any one of the roles that was being asked of them, whether they were making the cross or nudging it in or getting back defensively as well. That was the other thing. Their defense was something to be kind of, I guess, awe-inspiring, I guess, is what comes to mind right there.
Well, yeah.
And the ability to turn defense into attack so quickly, whereas you saw Moonshiners were on the ropes, whiffed on a lot, I would say, a lot of goals as well. What I do like about the Moonshiners and their chances, though, like pretty simple kind of bullet points to go away and talk about as a team and work on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, don't whiff in front of goal, right? Rotate back a little bit. It's that simple. And when they did get the ball and when they were attacking,
those center plays were great.
They were pushing the GOATs right to the last.
And that's kind of like also a textbook initial play that you want to go for, right? As long as you can center it and go for a follow-up shot or just a touch at times, that might be all that is needed. And those were exactly the goals the Moonshiners were able to put up. So, yeah, a lot to note here, but I think the guys are going to have their talk behind the scenes. They're going to calm themselves down. They're going to go through quickly what happened. Probably are going to note on those things that we already mentioned here. And most importantly, they still have their eyes on that grand prize.
They do. And a small kind of point of note right there. To take maximum points from your first 5 series, I mean, the max points that any team can get is 20. Okay.
In the group stage,
In the group stages, and they already have 5, so a quarter of the way there. It'll be interesting to see can the GOATs maintain that level of intensity going into their next matches as well.
Yeah.
That was one thing we did see them wane a little bit in Game 3, but then they got over the hump. Just like a Wednesday, right? And then they were sliding to the weekend, sliding down through games 4 and 5. It was tighter as well, but they just didn't look like losing.
Yeah, look, just to note on your Wednesday comment, my view on weeks has been changed forever. Finally, I can have a different perspective. But speaking about different perspectives, let's have a look at the group stage standings. This the overall nations view here. So as you can see, for Estonia, they've, off the back of that amazing performance from the GOATs, they've have 5 wins to their name. Bad Dudes are yet to play on the Latvian squads. It is Moonshiners with 0 points so far, and on the Lithuanian side as well, they have yet to play a game here. So group stage games as well, the competition table, as you can see, we will start to do a bit of theory and crafting later on in the future. Just looking at this table, obviously we have had a single game so far, but as more and more games progress, this is going to become more interesting to follow through, just in terms of how many points each country will be able to rack up. But in terms of reading the table, Chris, if you could elaborate.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here that the Moonshiners have 0 points, and they've played against the GOATs. So you basically read kind of
horizontally. If you are interested in how many points Moonshiners have gotten, you just look horizontally, find Moonshiners. You can see there's a 0 against the GOATs, and any other game is not played just yet. So that's pretty much how you should read this one. But don't worry, that's why you also have us here to try and explain that. We'll quickly also have a look at the schedule here. Anyone tuning in just now, be it on YouTube or Twitch, we have had just the first game, Moonshiners versus the GOAT, already took place, and the next game is going to be the GOATs versus WeAIT from the Lithuanian squad. Then we'll see Bad Dudes playing against GDL, WeAIT against the Baltic's GG squad, Moonshiners versus the Bad Dudes, and GDL versus Baltics. Thank you, production. There we go. That's the correct number.
Fabulous. And as you can see, the GOATs sweeping right there here in our first series of 5 at the LG OLED evo. Rocket League Baltic Cup. And now the GOATs will have to come back-to-back, and they're going to be taking on the Lithuanians. And so, you know, continuing their tour, if you like, of the Baltic opponents here.
Football fields, the Baltic fields,
right,
yeah.
Right, and it's an opportunity for them to really kind of assert their dominance here. For example, if we see another clean sweep, it's going to be really hard to imagine, you know, with 10 points already on the board here.
Well, yeah, at that stage, it's going to be hard for anyone to overthrow them, and they might make a statement very early on here for their pole position of getting into the grand finals. But this is really going theory crafting right now. There's still plenty of games in front. I am just very keen to see how we are going to pair up against the GOATs, just because, you know, we had so many teams participating from Lithuania, 114 teams. That's times 3. That's that many people. So that's like, what, 342 people participating in a tournament. And out of those, WeEye is one of the 2 teams that has been the better one. So top 2 teams out, and they're going to be challenged.
Yeah, absolutely. So from a player pool of 342, there we go, did the math right. It's going to be really impressive. Yeah, and really impressive to see how they come out and represent. I mean, you've come a long way for 114 team qualifiers right here. As we have a quick look now at the team.
Let's see the squads.
Yeah, the matchup screen right here. It's been impressive. You just saw the GOATs, a very young team. Bloom, Jossie, Cass, aged 18, 17, and 16 respectively, you know, put down their opponent 5-0 in the series. They won 5 games in a row, and now we have WeEye.
Yeah, let's see if WeEye, and that is represented by Chuas, Holofoil, and Mimphify, or Mimphify, or just Mimph, whatever you prefer, as he says on his own. 25, 16, and 20 years of age. So also a bit of a gap in the age here. But we've previously, it didn't seem like it made a difference. Let's see if that could be the case here. That's also something that we can potentially ask the players afterwards once we get to a few phone calls later on in the day. But overall, I would say looking good in terms of experience on the side of WeEye. You know, Holofoil hasn't really participated in any Rocket League tournaments, but both Chuas and Mimphify have previously participated in a few Baltic level tournaments, so they have some experience under their belt, and hopefully that is going to be enough for them to be able to recognize the plays that need to take place in order to overthrow the GOATs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they would have been studying the film right there. They, you know, no doubt were watching the opponent. It's going to be super interesting to see. Do the GOATs come out and perform exactly the same tactics? We don't have to wait too much longer. There's the kickoff. It is series number 2 here. WeEye from Lithuania versus the GOATs in the LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup.
And straight out the gates, Holofoil looking to see if he can follow through together with Chivas here. Over to Bloom. Bloom trying to get the clear, but can't really do it. Holofoil in their face. Chivas can't really get it through close to the net. The demo offensively is there, though. And this is a dangerous situation right now because the GOATs can very quickly follow through. Jossie, the rebound seems to benefit Bloom, but he can't reach the ball first. Loses that battle. Cass there to keep possession. Jossie misses that one. Great defensive work from WeEye.
Yeah, really nice. Really good stuff right here. Here comes Bloom. As we saw, he had just such masterful control, in particularly in the air in the first series there. And let's see, can he continue that right here? Already, you know, maybe taking a little longer to fill out the opponent here. Already a tighter game.
Yeah, Chuas, nice air dribble there, but can't really follow through alone. You really need the support of your team in that situation. Chuas with the defensive redirect, but Cass, that's a shot on goal. Excuse my volume, but I was taken by surprise there, same as the goalie probably.
Yeah. Great angle right there. It worked it really nicely. And you can see they're already trying to disrupt those crosses as well. In particular, you know, the crosses off, utilizing the roof, you know, utilizing the backboard. They're having none of it out there. WeEye.
needs to move out of that corner. Has no boost remaining as well, so can't really do much. Chivas there, but Cass with the defensive play gets it out. Jossie with the clear attempt almost makes it through. Chivas comes back into it. Bloom as well gives it over to Cass, loses the ball defensively. Two players from WeEye just relentless on their offensive. They don't want to allow the Goats to really follow through.
As we see a risky clearance off his own backboard, and Chuas actually works his magic once again off the line. The Goats asking the question here as we see a demo. This is probably their best opportunity right here, WeEye. Mimp. Great control. Cass, though, making a nuisance out of himself. Bloom. And our... Oh!
No, it's not happening. It's Holofoil to get the ball out of the net as quickly as possible. He saw that in a prime position, probably was scared as hell in that situation. Chus even gets the, the demo.
Yep. I could have sworn we had our first goal there, V.
No, it's not going to happen just yet. A minute and 45 seconds, still 0-0. And dare I say, might this even be an overtime early on here? Because both teams seem to be incredibly on par with each other. Chus into the left-hand side corner. Can't really do much anything anymore from that position. Mimp with the clear. But Cass to take it back.
Right, here we go. Good defensive rotation there. Trying to turn it into attack. Mimp, though, not allowing them to. Oh, great work there.
Yeah, really not allowing anyone to take any favorable position as much as they can.
Yep.
Paula tried to go for some sort of follow-up play, but the angle was just completely off for him, so he can't really do much in that instance. Bloom without boost just carries the ball out of his own zone. Cass now with the follow-up. Jossie, can he get the touch? No.
Chus flying through. In case the scoreline wasn't obvious enough, these are two very tightly matched teams, though, it has to be said. It's not as though, one team is getting unlucky or withstanding the storm. They're so evenly matched right here.
Yeah, even the styles of play seem to be incredibly close for both of these teams. The rotations seem to be on par. The passing department is not lacking. Boost management as well seems all right, and it's more down to just winning these side field fights, getting those 50s in your favor. Jossie, nice attempt, but again, the defense is there from WeEye, and with 12 seconds to spare, this might just be an overtime, or is it going to be a 0-second goal? No time, 3 seconds to go. Ball is in the air, but this goes to overtime right now. Between these two, the very first game in the series, already such a close affair. Our
first overtime of the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. This is pretty exciting stuff. I'm here for it, I gotta tell you, V. I'm amped. First OT. Who is gonna get this win? So far, they've won 5 in a row, the Goats.
Got scared there, but Chus in the nick of time was able to return.
Again, as Chus has been the hero in goal, it has to be said, for WeEye, hailing from Lithuania.
Let's see what they can set up. Oh, that's a whiff!
And
that might have devastating consequences, but in the nick of time, Holofoil able to return. Mimp as well over to Chus. Left-hand side play right now.
Great teamwork.
Picks up the defensive full boost.
Great work. Cass flying through his... Oh, my word. Holla just making a nuisance of himself at the last second there.
Bloom lingering close by, looking for that thief opportunity. The demo is there from Cass.
Skadoosh. He's gone. And here, I can't believe this. A minute in and we still don't have our goal.
Now this is an absolute nail-biter right now between these two. Mimp off over to Chus, off air. Off the backboard, and Holofoil. Oh no, it's too easy for Jossie. Goes straight into his front bumper.
Yeah, no way he's missing that, Jossie. Great defense, Chus again. As we see more terrific positioning from Bloom here. Oh my word.
It's a backwards and forwards affair between these two, but it does seem like I do have a slight upper hand just in terms of their offensive position so far. Now it might be a slightly different story as Bloom comes in together with Jossie. Ken misses the redirect in the way how we intended it to be, but Holofoil over to Chew Us, goes into the right-hand side corner, no pinch just yet, just Jossie tries to clear it, can't do it. Holofoil, did he arch it the way he needed? No!
Another one off the backboard, twice now. 3, but Bloom helping the ball that time.
Third time the charm was not the case here. Mimp still doesn't allow for the clear to go through, even gets the second touch. Holofoil as well. Sort of gets the touch in place, but can't really play off of it. Oh my God! Is that
another one?
That was
another one off the post, off the backboard.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
This is absolutely for Bloom with great control, trying to take it in all on himself.
Look, we're playing 2 full games nearly now. Almost 3 full minutes have passed in the overtime, and still no score. Jossie, Bloom as well. Into the corner. Cass still holds onto the ball, tries to get his teammates to rotate, making sure Bloom is there defensively as well. Off the backboard, can anyone follow through with this? Bloom is not in the area where you usually would see him in this situation. He's in the right-hand side corner, can't get the follow through. Jossie misses his shot attempt as well, but it's Cass to take it home, and that's the GOAT scoring the first goal and the first point for them in this game series. This was intense.
That was absolutely
that 4 minutes in overtime.
That was a camping trip, intense, and they got the goal using the exact same tactic that worked to perfection. It was literally a carbon copy cross right there, which they had such success with in their first series. Phenomenal stuff. As you said, we nearly went through 2 games there. You and I both gripping and thinking that winning goal had gone in a couple of times right there.
Look, I mean, for I cannot say anything bad really about their offensive play. Just like everything was there. It was just the defense from the GOATs was they're so present on their defensive end that it's just crazy. You can't get the ball passed through them.
There was a barrage there. There really was a sustained minute of non-stop goal attempts just bouncing either off the post or the backboard there. Chew Us, though, probably my MVP of that game there in goal and keeping a near clean sheet for I mean, that was phenomenal stuff. But the GOATs, they got pushed all the way there. 3 minutes of overtime after taking their first series, 5 games in a row. They've won 6 in a row now. But I think we really were banging the table there for the Lithuanian group. That was impressive.
And the thing that I want to find out, and we will find out as we jump into the next game, is, you know, does this shake the confidence of the GOATs is coming through into the next game instantly after that first confident win? Now being such a close affair, such a long overtime as well, very uncharacteristic for Rocket League in general. And yeah, you know, as you can see, the plays themselves as well. Who's in possession right now? It's WeI.
Yep. An early demo as well. Holla trying to make a nuisance of himself, though. Bloom and Cass. Oh, there goes Bloom.
Yeah, unfortunately, the ball was not going the other way. That could have been a super dangerous situation early on for WeI. Luckily for them, they're able to reset, and now the ball is in their favor. This is a dangerous position to be in, but Bloom in the nick of time was able to save their team.
We really are seeing that interchangeability in their lineup, though, right? Like any one of the GOATs players can step in to any of the other shoes and basically perform the task required, whether it's defense or offense. Really, this phenomenal match of skill, it has to be said.
Yeah, Chew Us manages to steal one defensive full boost from the GOATs as well. And that is going to ruin their day, because that means that WeI are able to get more time in position, more shots on goal, and hopefully one of those will follow through for them, as well as Mimph now tries to return the ball back into the GOATs' defensive zone, and that's a shot on goal from Holofoil. Jesus, Bloom was there at the last second.
He really was, and he had to be. I've been massively impressed with Chew Us's defensive plays. It has to be said, Holla as well Holla just gets around the pitch. You know, his off-the-ball movement, he's hustling really, really well. Obviously, all 6 players doing a phenomenal job, but they're so impressive.
Bloom now over to Jossie. Can Jossie take this any further? Holofoil, great management on his boost. Off the backboard, there we go. That even went in from Bloom's bumper, but obviously, you know, he tried to get the ball out yet again in the last second. This time around, it is WeEye who opened things up, and not even in overtime. So we still have 3 minutes to play, and WeEye being 1 goal up right now.
Just getting some serious airtime there, hanging around, phenomenal control. Great defense again from the Goats. But now as we see a second goal, Mimp comes out of nowhere. And just like that, well, you feel like the dam has just burst here. WeEye with 2 quick goals here. And the Goats, maybe the concentration required to win 6 games in a row at such a high level. Game number 7 just a bridge too far.
I mean, they already have done a lot. So a few 1 games will do here as well. And obviously, WeEye are looking to do everything they can to get all the remaining games and points in their favor. And there we go. That's Jossie, quick to respond. Spots the defensive error there. Nobody in goal to us.
Look at that. Just
he overstepped.
That's ultimately an interception, and just like nobody home at all.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff, though.
You're absolutely correct. You need to be very good with predictions if you want to score like this, and that's exactly what happens here for WeEye, which is great news for them. Gets the reset Myth here as well, but the ball was already so close to the ground, he couldn't really follow through with a flick of his own. Us needs to save the day as Jossie was close by to follow up. Cast with another attempt, and there we go. Very quickly, the Goats even things out off the back of that Cast's play.
So, you know, as a commentator, a caster, we are very flexible. We get our feet in our mouths all the time. And as I say, the dam breaks. Boom! The Goats come back and slot in 2 goals of their own here.
It's that famous caster's curse, right? Whenever you're going to say something opposite is bound to happen.
Unfortunately, we're required to say things frequently. So, you know, it's the risk we play. Listen, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. Game number 2 here in our 5-game series between the Goats and WeEye. Are we heading to a second overtime? I don't think my heart can take this, B.
I'm going to predict no. I really feel like here that WeEye might actually take the game because it's so far, the Goats seem to be put in a position where they constantly have to respond. They can't really dictate the pace of the game as much as they would like or as much as they had the opportunity to do so against playing the Moonshiners team from Latvia previously. So far,
Jossie sneaks in. How did he get this
my friend,
angle?
that was Holofoil taking it. Oh no, it was actually Jossie who touched the ball. From my perspective, there for a second, it really seemed like that it was a doink off of Holofoil's roof. But yeah,
listen,
well, look,
you know,
surprised.
He pickpocketed him right there. That was absolutely animal. It has to be said. Wow. Okay, and here we go. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here. The Goats go down 2-0. We're sitting here thinking, okay, WeEye are probably going to be running away with this. Curse of the commentator for you as well, B, as now it's 4 unanswered goals. What is going on? WeEye, they fell asleep at the wheel, no pun intended.
Okay. Well, look. It's 1 minute and 2 seconds for WeEye to still come back into this game. It's nothing unreal, considering the amounts of pressure they're able to put up. But at the same time, they might just not have enough time to do so here, especially if they lose the kickoff like that and are forced to start off of their defensive zone very quickly, though. Holofoil. There we go. That's the 3rd goal they were looking for. And now there's enough time to take this to OT.
And Holla has just stepped up and really grabbed this game, you know, by the scruff of the neck and just said, listen, I'm scoring some goals here in this one, and he's made it look easy. Really impressive stuff right here. Everything to play for in this final minute. The concentration levels, I do not envy them. It's it's intense enough trying to commentate on this right here. The players themselves are locked in. Fantastic. You're seeing the player cams right there as we get a shot off the post.
Oh, straight into the corner. That really saved WeIte. And with 24 seconds remaining, shot on goal, and he gets it. He evens out the score, 4-4, 22 seconds remaining. Now either a score for WeIte or taking it to OT is needed because they're able to take this one, and they really need that point.
Definitely our most exciting match. Goals galore so far here, and it has opened up. Phenomenal work. Oh. Mimp trying to work his magic here.
The ball is in prime position. Mimp, can he see it through?
Oh.
He gets it. He carries it home. 8 seconds remaining. Can even the GOATs do anything about this one, or will it be the first point for
Bloom? Bloom just with the whip right there. I felt such a cruel and
well, look, I'm gonna go ahead and say it was all foil there.
Yeah.
Really doing an amazing job. Great control. 1 second remaining. Even gets the steal here just out of the GOAT's hands, and I would just dunk it to the ground if there we go. If I just stop the game and play and really not leave any opportunities for the GOATs come back into this, but they were able to come back from a 42-point deficit very quickly, scoring within 1 minute twice, and even that third time on top. Just like a cherry on top of the cake, and getting their first point here must feel good.
Oh, so impressive. That was arguably the most entertaining match we've had so far. I mean, they shoot out to that 2-0 lead right there, WeIte. Then the GOATs score 4 unanswered, okay? Both of us with the curse of the commentator right there. Then WeIte come back with 3 straight goals, you know, stealing it at the last under 30 seconds. But Holla, wow. The control in the air, a massive whiff. Okay, but again, a lot easier said than done. But finally, the GOATs drop their first game, and we have a win and a point in the tournament to a team that isn't called the GOATs, isn't from Estonia. It's the Lithuanians. WeIte feeling pretty good right now.
I'm really happy to see that, we still have 3 games to watch between these two, because I really feel like it's going to be a super close affair all along the way. I'm also very happy about the fact that we've seen already the first overtime of the day as well between these two, and that was a long one as well. And we do have the next game on our hands, so let's see if WeIte can overtake the lead in the overall series run between these two, or will it be the GOATs coming back into this? Because as I said, one thing to note, it still feels like that WeIte are the ones that are dictating the pace of the game so far.
Yeah, definitely. I'd agree with you. Without a doubt. Welcome back, or if you're just tuning in, welcome to the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. It's game number 3 here between the GOATs and WeIte, and the series is tied 1 apiece right here. It's been impressive stuff. Of course, the champions, the winning team, each of them will be receiving an absolutely phenomenal prize. That is the LG OLED C1 TV, 48 inches of incredible gaming pleasure, 120 hertz display, 1 millisecond response time, 4K 120 FPS, and the gaming optimized for genres such as FPS, RPG, RTS.
Oh, get out of town. What else you can ask for?
Sign me up, please. I hope I get invited over to one of the winners' houses.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an incredible prize, and I really feel like Rocket League on that TV might be the next big thing. But speaking about the next big things, we are still waiting for that first big goal from either side, as WeIte looks to be in a solid position to go for an offensive play. Myth keeps it off in the offensive. Us is going to miss the goal. And Cass now with the conversion, even gets the follow through demo as well, and that forces Bloom to go come in flying off of Jossie into the hands of Chuvas.
I mean, we go 90 seconds without a goal, and it feels a little bit like a rom-com, and then out of nowhere a demo, and we've got ourselves a Michael Bay movie, and here come WeIte trying to work some magic. Holoboy, who was so deadly in game number 2, in front of goal, but
Yeah, it's an awkward position to be in. Yes, he steals the full boost from defensively.
Jossie
Oh my God.
on the line. Absolutely phenomenal. Great save. More of a block than a save.
Off the backboard, Holla can't get the redirect. He was slightly off on the angle. Jossie as well, keeping close by. Let's see if he can get off the hands of Mimphy.
Shout out to our observers. I love that angle right there. He was going for top corner. It just missed. Jossie, the defense, but it is, again, it's sustained period of attack here for WeEye, and it's Fortress Goats as they get an attack of their own.
Yeah, we need something special out of Bloom here. Cass is in a position to pass over to him. Instead, it is Jossie that tried to go for that aerial finish play. Couldn't really see it through on his own. Bloom still has plenty of boost to direct this ball closer to the net, but slightly misses it. Of course, off the back of that little bump he got from the WeEye squad. And now Cass, the one to set up a play, but Chuvas comes in quickly with a steal. Holla foil, can he follow through? There was a demo in the net, and instead it is going to be Mimph to score for WeEye, the first goal of this game, number 3, and a very important goal because we knew what happened last time when WeEye scored first.
And that was a slow motion goal right there, and you're dead right about scoring first. I think it really plants a mental marker where you just run away with things, but you're never more vulnerable.
Oh, the face palm comes through for Cass as well. You can really feel for him, and yeah, you don't want to have these super quick follow-ups. That's a nuke in the net.
Yep. You're never more vulnerable, you know, either giving away or conceding a goal right after a score. It has to be said because, you know, there's always mental lapses right there. But it was WeEye really just grabbing the ball by the horns, going up 2-0. And now will we see, as we saw in game number 2, the hearts of champions here from the Goats. Will they answer? But it is more just sustained pressure from WeEye here as Cass doing what he can. Jossie.
Oh, they need to be careful here. Cass can very easily score. Jossie was close as well. Bloom, I mean, WeEye are not out of the woods just yet. They tried to get a clear here. Can't make it happen as Jossie loses to another steal. Cass defensively needs to get this one. Can't allow for Mimph to set up a pass over to Chuvas, and defensively Chuvas, that's a bit of a blunder. Okay. WeEye are still in control. Mimph,
off the backboard. Really, the post right there. Oh, cruelly denied a third goal. Under a minute here, a mountain to climb. It feels like if you're the Goats with the defense, you know, playing the way they are at the moment, WeEye. But what can they do as Mimph is trying to set up his teammate for a third goal? Bloom with the heroics, though. What a save.
Chuvas, a very good attempt from him, and even the follow-up attempt right now as he goes for the ball. Can't really see it through, and it is going to leave the defensive zone of the Goats. And Jossie now on the offensive, looking for his teammate. That's an awkward shot on goal, I would say. A few dribbles upwards and downwards. Couldn't really make it out who was the last to touch it even.
Final 10 seconds here. It looks as though WeEye are going to be getting 2 wins in a row. As Cass says, hold up a second. Hold up a second, Caster.
Look, in 3 seconds, WeEye were able to score. The question is, can the Goats do it now to take it to overtime and not allow WeEye to get the second point?
When the clock hits 0, the ball cannot touch the ground, okay? The floor is lava. What can they do here?
Oh, it's not going to be good enough, it seems. I see no way of the Goats carrying this one over. The nice dribble attempt. The Bloom. Oh, it's going to be given over to Cass, but again, shot on goal on the Goats side of things. And Holla foil, dunk it into the ground. Can't make it happen in time. Jossie still sees it through.
Oh, there it is. But a phenomenal effort, it has to be said, from the Goats. I thought we were about to get
Yeah,
a legendary moment. That was impressive stuff.
It got dicey for a second, but still pleasant to see that we are coming strong into this. Very dominant, I would say, even smothering to an extent offensive play out of them. It really feels like they're just continuously in your face. They're not allowing for the GOATs to position themselves defensively in a way where they can follow through off the back of their own plays. But what are your thoughts here? What's the thing that the GOATs should try and change?
It just feels as though we are at a dominating possession and dominating kind of time in front of goal, and you just can't defend, against that talent for quite so long. The GOATs, look, they're now, six wins, 2 losses, 2 in a row, it has to be said, against We Are on the entire tournament. Yeah, I think go back to your roots. Go back to your basics. You're able to score at will just about whenever you want, and even We Are have a hard time stopping you. Maybe just kind of work on a little bit more of a rotation from defense, to offense and controlling the ball there. It's really they're just missing that connection, to get the ball from defense, down the other end, and then they'll be fine.
From my perspective, defensively, I think that the GOATs could try to do a few more demos just defensively, just to alleviate the pressure off of them, reset the opponent, and allow yourself to clear a pathway that way. Because really, it's more about getting out of your defensive zone, not so much about trying to defend these goals. Just in terms of they have the capability to defend, it's more about just getting out of your defensive zone.
Exactly, and getting them out of their comfort zone a little bit as well. And so, I mean, look, right now, the GOATs, they opened the entire tournament. So that's, that's their 8th match in a row. They're about to play number 9, number 10. And then they get a breathe. It's really difficult to go up against just world-class talent over and over and over again and be locked in for that long. They've just got to dig deep, okay? A couple of sips of water, whatever it is they're drinking. I don't want to name any products here. However, just get focused and just for the next 2 games here, 10 more minutes potentially of gameplay. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, we're going to jump straight into game number 4 between these two. And it does seem that we are the one to technically win the kickoff here. Chuvas cannot really follow through, but Mimp is there. Wow. And Hall of Foil.
And Chuvas, not normally known for his defense, really helping out offensively here as Mimp works some magic. Oh, I can't believe that missed.
Yeah, that was just slightly off to the right-hand side, but Hall of Foil misses that shot, and this is going to be the GOATs now trying to clear the ball away. Bloom, beautiful shot. Can Cass follow through? There's a touch from Hall of Foil, but Jossie is there to pick it up. It seemed that it's going to go over Chuvas there, but he was able to boost up right in time. Hall of Foil needs to be careful here defensively. Bloom tries to get the ball and the steal out mid-air. Can't really make it happen, but...
Oh, just a slight mistiming there from Jossie. Rare for him. He's been just the perfect player so far here. But again, it's this kind of relentless pressure, it has to be said, from WeAre against the GOATs. And they're holding out pretty well, it has to be said. That first minute, they got through it right now. Jossie trying to work down in the attacking third. There is one of the demos that you were kind of looking for. It's an offensive demo, though. Great efforts, Chuvas again.
Good enough as well, but Mimp with the shot on goal. No defensive players in place. The GOATs were so focused on trying to use the opportunity that was presented. They didn't expect for Mimp to be so far forward. Even Holla there was able to follow through, so both of those guys probably... I didn't keep my eye on the boost manager. I presume they went supersonic just to make sure they're going to be able to see that goal through. And yet again, it's WeAre to open things up.
Yep, absolutely. I think, I think the potentially the fatigue, as we see another demo right here, the fatigue could be playing into it a little bit, V. This is game number 9 in a row here for the GOATs. They're still playing at a really high level as they nearly get a goal right there. Jossie, Mimp, just, sending it back the other way. When both teams are fresh, though, I don't know if I can pick a winner. We're going to get overtime, as we saw in game 1, right?
Well, it might as well be the case, but, for that to happen, there's still a long way to go here, and with full 3 minutes, seeing how these two play, from one perspective, you really feel like you know what to expect, and from another point of view, you really can't predict anything between these two, because the way how dangerous shots the GOATs are able to put up, the way how we so quickly transition from defense to offense, this really could go either way, despite the fact that we are currently one up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a long time between goals right here. If you're just tuning in, welcome back to the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. This is game number 4 and series number 2 on the day here. It is the GOATs from Estonia versus WeEye from Lithuania. And so far, WeEye up 1-0, coming up on 2 minutes left. Look, the positioning, the boost management, the gameplay, the skills, they've all been top-notch from both of these teams. There's not a lot to separate them.
Chuvas, good dribble, but cast there to intercept. Oh, gets the demo on top as well. This could be the golden chance, but the teammates are too far off. No one there to pick it up. Cass as well has to do a far rotation as Bloom tries to keep the ball in the offensive zone. Can't really see it through. Jossie now wins the 50.
Great work here. Jossie just making a nuisance of himself. But Mimp cleaning up as Bloom just wide there.
Good attempt.
Yep.
Just even in terms of just getting the goalie out of position for hopefully a teammate to be able to follow through.
Oh, what a shot.
Touches there?
Yeah, he did. That was gorgeous. I was about to say there was a fantastic cross right there, but look at the defense. Great from Mimp.
Boink.
But Bloom, spot on. Holla did a great job flying across goal trying to get there. We got a tied ball game right here. Are we going to see OT again?
Well, I would like to see OT. I feel like, there's something missing.
Yeah.
And that's more OTs.
That's it. Phenomenal stuff. We need OT like we need more cowbell. Here's we see another goal from Bloom. And the GOATs really playing out of their skin here. Phenomenal stuff.
Bloom, he was quiet for a while now with his aerial plays, and in 2 back-to-back instances, he's been very quickly able to change the tides now in favor of the GOATs, looking to see if within this last minute they can solidify their second point in this series, which would really put us on a nice edge here between these two, because obviously the GOATs already have created such a handicap for Estonia in general. In the overall nation's view, just the amount of points they've been able to secure for their country.
Definitely.
And they're looking to do it again.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Cass had a great opportunity there to score. 3-1 would have been hard to overcome. Final 30 seconds. We've seen him score a goal in 3 seconds. We know they can do this. But WeEye will not have the final say in this one as Bloom, well, he just exploded in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3 goals now from him. Chuvas forced to bring out the napkin to get the sweat off of his forehead because, look, like if you're losing goals like this, you are going to sweat. Trust me. 20 seconds remaining, and it is a incredibly close affair between these two, but the GOATs really have opened up some sort of a gateway to goaling in the past minute as Cast almost puts another one through. Bloom was there to go for the follow-up as well if the opportunity would present itself. But speaking about opportunities, Chuvas can't get to the ball in the last second there, and there you have it. The GOATs taking it back takes us to a 2-against-2 situation in the overall 5-game series that is between these two teams. And the question now remains who's going to be able to put up that final goal. And I think, we talk about a slight fatigue here as well.
Yeah.
I feel like those 2 games just now that the GOATs lost were them just taking a breather, just if we can judge off of how the Bloom has been playing.
Look, the fact that they were able to come back and be so dominant there in game number 4 of their second series in a row here, that's game number 9 in a row. As you see, we have very minimal banter between the games. We go straight to the next match. The intense concentration playing it, at a pro level here. Phenomenal work there. That's pretty impressive stuff right there, what we just witnessed from the GOATs. that was a statement game right there. That might have even been more of a statement game than the 10-1 win in game 1.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that was super impressive.
I love to see the fact that GOATS actually did start to put up more demos. I mean, we just spoke about it. It's as if they heard us because
I don't think they're listening, but you know, it was really good advice. And now we have game number 5 right here. Let's have a look. Are they going to continue?
Yeah, the kickoff is there. Another 5 minutes on the clock. The ball falls in the hands of Chuvas. He's going to be bumped way out of way and straight back to his net as Cass on the offensive. Very keen to see it through himself. Holofoil, though, able to follow up and try and get the clear here. Justy can't really change the direction of the ball as well. Bloom tries to transition into the offensive play, but the ball lingers in air and remains in the defensive zone of the GOATS.
Another cagey affair here just to begin this one. It's been...
yeah, it's a backwards and forwards affair between these two all series long. And, you know, as we said in the very beginning, I don't expect for that to change anytime soon. It seems to be a true brawl between these two.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff. Really, really tight games, closely fought affairs right here as we narrowly see an opportunity for Mimp there. Just a little wide as we see more demos coming our way. Cass trying to work his magic right there. Jossie, here we go. Great golden opportunity here for WeI. Jossie, what an angle! Oh, wow. Phenomenal from Holla just to keep that one out.
Yeah, Holofoil, good job on stopping the ball, but a dangerous position as Jossie there off the back of Cass's play was able to fall off, and that's just, you know, no other way about it. That's just ramming it home. There's no chance that you're defending this one.
Oh,
Holofoil,
Holla did well.
You know, another third of a second, I would say, he would maybe make it, but even at that, would be a 50% chance the ball would go through. Now
that was the superhero, you know, diving for the ledge there and missing it, unfortunately. So,
so if history has taught us anything in this matchup, the one to open things up is most likely the one to close things. Score-wise, so the GOATS opening things up are definitely have a little sigh of relief as well. You know, just to have that one goal in your pocket. Holofoil here as well without boost can't really get a sharp flick to the net. Mimp is going to give it over to his teammate, and as I say that, though, Mimp with the minimal redirect, but a sharp one at that, able to put it in the corner. Bam!
And Cass did really well there, but you know, Mimp,
left with his pants down when the ball redirects like that. You just might as well not jump for it.
It's embarrassing, I know, but bottom right, rattling home, 1-1 here. It's game number 5. If you're just tuning in, the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup between the GOATS from Estonia, WeI from Lithuania. The series is tied at 2-2. And here in game number 5, the score is tied at 1-1. We're coming up on 2.5 minutes left here.
Dangerous position for the ball to be in. I really felt like Chuvas was able to go for a shot on goal. Bloom as well having a bit of a problem of regaining the possession of the ball and control as Holofoil continuously in his face. Now finally a clear comes through. Chuvas is going to stop the ball. Bloom tried to see if he can follow through himself. Already has a save and a shot on goal to his name. So incredibly impactful player, and it's something you would expect from a player of his caliber as well. You know, he's been playing football for 12 years. He's playing for the Estonian FC Flora U21 team. That is the second best. That's a team in the second best league in Estonia. So the man knows his football, all right?
He does, absolutely. And meanwhile, Chuvas turns defense into attack right here. Chuvas out here with more saves than a lifeguard, B. I mean, he has really been phenomenal out there. Trying to work their magic.
Yeah, I can't really replicate the smothering offensive plays that they had beforehand, right? Yes, they're still technically in possession of the ball. Now on the offensive, I think that was intended over to Mimp, but a bit of a miscommunication might have happened in that moment. And Cass now.
Who else? Chuvas getting back, obviously, to make the save right there. But yeah, the ball was camped out in front of the Goats' goal right there, as we see just a
Jossie won the defensive 50 and really was able to clear it off of the goal, but not far enough.
Just nudging it away. And here we go, another demo. Here's Jossie. This is what they're phenomenal at. The aerial control, Cass going for the cross, couldn't quite get there.
Bloom.
Yeah, Chuvas read it really well as Bloom works his magic once again.
He was there to try and pick it up, but they really needed a reset defensively now. Holla picking up that boost as well, looking to see if he can utilize it off the get-go. Can't really find that opportunity. The ball lingers in the air for a moment, and is it Holla foil to take it to the corner. Cass now.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Arguably, one of the best offensive weapons we've seen. Bloom
10 seconds.
Going right up against Chuvas here.
Yeah, no time to
there
wait.
It is.
And it's Holla foil. Oh, that is definitely a defensive mistake on the Goats' part.
Oh, Cass, look at the effort as well.
Feels bad moment, man. 5 seconds to go, and WeEye are looking to really run away with a win overall in this series. They're going to be taking that 3rd point. Chuvas making sure that the Goats can't get to the ball. They have managed to find their way, but can they keep it in the air long enough to even transition into a goal? No way, as WeEye takes it back into the ground, solidifies their win here. 3-2 in this affair, and it's WeEye to grab the win off the hands of the Goats, who previously went on a 5-0 warm-up run.
Well, look, the Goats there at the end, they did get caught, with their hand in the cookie jar a little bit there. But again, they were backing themselves, going for the win.
Yeah.
They didn't want to play for OT. That said, they've played a total of 10 games now, and from a possible 10 points, they've taken 7, and they've just had to play 10 games back-to-back against really, really good opponents, and a little bit just 10 in a row, and a little bit like, a well-designed video game. The opponents got harder the further you got along right there, it has to be said. Their matches against WeEye very similarly matched as well. Very similar play styles.
I was just about to mention the styles are so similar. I think that might be also the part of the problem for the Goats here. Theoretically, it should kind of make sense that it's easier for you to play like this, but off of the back of my experience in a lot of different esports in general, when you play against the same style, a lot of the times it's a lot harder because the answer just feels like the answer keeps evading you, and you can't really pinpoint what the opponent is doing to an extent where what really is the problem on your end. But I love the fact that we are just going full throttle in the games. They're very keen on scoring first and very keen on scoring first early. So they really want to go for that aggressive play out of the gates, really put the opponent on their back foot, forced to play them a lot defensively, force them to use their boost so much so that they cannot convert offensively. And as long as the boost management is there for WeEye, I really feel like they do have the upper hand in this one.
Totally. And, I do think that the 10 games in a row played into it a little bit there. But all WeEye can do is show up, play their games, and they did that to perfection right there. Chuvas, it has to be said, probably, the defensive performance in that 5-game series of the tournament so far, and Bloom exploding there in Game 4. God, just single-handedly really kind of, I know it's a team effort, but he performed superbly.
Yeah, as I said, he again showed us why we were talking about the aerials, why we were talking about the freestyles during that first game, and this time around, he again just showing that you can never discount him, you can never forget about the fact that Bloom can definitely come in and clear things up. So far so good, I would say, for the first games of the day, and an incredibly close affair during this second game series. Now the question is, what will the third one bring? But before that, though, we will need to have a look at the group stage standings just to clear things up for anyone that's tuning in just now, so we can show where we really are at right now.
Yeah.
Take it away, Chris.
And so now that we finally have a loss for the Estonians, I guess is the best way to put it. Right now, you can see that it is, in fact, the Estonian group that has the most wins, and we're the grand final. I should say we're the semifinals and grand final to be played right now. It would be the Goats as the first place team from the First Nation group going straight through to the grand final, and then the Bad Dudes will be going through to the semis, where they'll be playing WEI. Now, obviously, we haven't seen a point yet for a Latvian team.
Yeah.
And that is because the Moonshiners were swept in their series. 1 win equals 1 point. They were swept in their series there against the Goats, 5-0. And then now we've seen WEI go in their series, all 5 games there. They won 3, dropped 2, and the Goats, with their 2 from there, I guess adds to their 5 from the first series, and that's how you have your scoreline right now. So we're yet to see, Bad Dudes, GDL, Baltic's GG take the field. That could be really, really interesting. I think early on we were saying that the Estonians probably the favorites coming in the form guide, the opinions of a lot of people in the Rocket League community here in the Baltics in North.
Well, that's just based on results that have happened in any historious event on the Rocket League scene on the Baltics level. Because yes, technically the Estonian squads, excuse me, nearly.
The Estonian squads, they have been historically. The Estonian squads have been fairly dominant in Baltic competitions between
the Estonians.
These 3
heard
nations.
me talking about them. I choked. There we go. I'm back. But yeah, they have the upper hand here. So technically, on paper, in reality, every new tournament is a new event to rewrite history. Looking at the group stage games here as well, we can not just entirely yet. You can see the games that have taken place so far, but we'll very soon we'll be able to see and draw some conclusions as to what might potentially happen and how this might turn out. Obviously, the slightly worrying part here is that for the Latvian teams, only 1 game has taken place, so we haven't seen any points just yet.
Yeah.
And this really, I think, puts a lot of pressure on Baltic's GG shoulders, because they're not now, slightly later on today, is going to be their first game. And, whenever that comes around, a lot is going to be riding on them, because national pride is on the line. Mm-hmm. A lot of Latvians are watching this one as well, because the Latvian community in Rocket League clearly do have supporters off the back of those 81 teams that did participate in the open qualifiers. So there's a lot of people interested in this result. And so far, Latvia is still looking to put up points here. Again, very impressed with WEI. Definitely a super close affair coming out straight out of the gates. The Goats definitely staying true to their name, trying to represent and being the greatest of all times.
More than just a cute mascot.
More than a logo. More than a logo.
Also the cutest logo, it could be said. However, look, they've taken 7 points out of a possible 10. That's impressive.
Looking at the schedule here as well, we kick things open with Moonshiners versus the Goats, as we said before. Then we saw that back-to-back game from Goats against WEI. Now it is Bad Dudes going up against GDL. And in between the games of Bad Dudes GDL versus WEI and Baltic's GG squad, we're also going to have a bit of an intermission, so everyone can have a bit of a breather. But beforehand, we'll get to see if either, who out of the two, either the Lithuanian or Estonian countries, are able to put up more points to their name on the overall in the overall standing situation, right? But I think you have a bit of an announcement.
Yeah,
to make,
we
Chris.
do have a tiny bit of an update just coming through here that the GDL player OG Ragus is having problems. So it might be a 2v3.
It's internet problem.
Yeah.
Probably.
And
I
look,
always say this. Look, listen, if anyone has internet problems, all you need to go to your router, stare at it for a few seconds, threaten to unplug the thing, and it'll fix it.
Yeah, exactly. But this is, look, you have esport athletes here, e-athletes representing their teams, national pride on the line. Massive Rocket League tournament. The LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup is as big as it gets here in Northeastern Europe. We hope he can join back. Look, the rules are simple.
Yeah.
It's 2v3 that will be played.
If it comes to it, yeah.
If it comes to it. But then, obviously, in between every game, he'll have a chance to hopefully rejoin.
Yeah, exactly. So he will have chances to rejoin. Hopefully, he can be there from the get-go, just making sure that we do give him enough time to get into the game. Obviously, that's not really how GDL would like to start here, especially considering what's on the line. You know, it might seem like, oh, it's just group stages, you know, you lose a few points here and there, but those losses very quickly rack up in the overall standings, and you find yourself very quickly in a position that you really don't want to be in. But every game, it's the online era of things, and when in the online era, everyone has experienced this in one form or the other. Technical problems like this might arise, but still, good news is that, well, still 2 out of 3 players are able to show up for sure, no problem. And who knows, that might just be enough. Definitely. It might be a crazy duo of who's that, Skiff and Crown, that's going to be representing GDL.
Yeah, absolutely. It could definitely be the case. I believe I speak for the entire world when stating the obvious that I hope the world returns to normalcy as quickly as possible so that we can have in-studio finals or, you know, as they say, LAN finals. That would be absolutely beautiful. Yes, you touched on something there. Every game is important.
Yes.
Hopefully he can get rejoined, come out like full fighting force strength right there for GDL. Because, these 5-game series, the reason we don't just play a best of 5 and we play all 5 is every game is a chance to get a win, get 1 point for your team, but also for your country's group right there. Really, it is only the top 2 country groups that are going to be going through then to the semis and the grand final. So it is pretty important. I believe we have the matchups. So
yeah, let's see the lineups. Who's representing whom on either side? So for the bad dudes, you have Dr. Zoom, you have Halum, and you have Prime A.
Yeah, that's right. And then for GDL, we've got Crowned, OG Ragus, and Skiff right there. It is OG who is having like just a tiny bit of connection difficulties. So, our hearts go out to you right there.
And Skip.
And Skip, though, 15, if I'm not mistaken, the youngest of the actual participating players here as well.
Yeah.
Which is really impressive. And I love to see that. I love to see an international tournament where you've got a 15-year-old on the sticks. He doesn't look 15.
I have another fun fact for you. If you have a keen eye or a sharp eye, you will notice that on the bad dudes, both Dr. Zool and Halum are actually brothers.
Yep, absolutely.
And they apparently have been playing together and have been teamed up since the very first days of Rocket League. So they've been playing since the first days, and they should have that insane synergy. And technically speaking, like there's... already off the back of that, I would give an upper hand to bad dudes in that instance.
And I would say their parents are, thank God that it's a team sport.
So we have the first game on our hands, and as you can see, well, it is a 2v3 situation right now for GDL, and off the back of that kickoff, Dr. Zool within the first 5 seconds is going to take advantage of that fact, and probably expect a bit more of plays like this because, being a man up will present you with a lot of opportunities, and this will force Crown and Skiff to really sweat defensively because, they're going to have their work cut out for them right now. Hull looking to see if he can direct the ball closer to the net here. Prime A as well. Oh, that is a miss, but Dr. Zool with the follow-up into the bottom right-hand side corner very quickly converts to a second goal within the first 20 seconds. And
floodgates are open right here. Dr. Zool making a house call. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. IRL. He's a research scientist at the University College of London, and they are, they are researching both
research.
Cancer and antibiotic resistance. So ultimately, more than just a pretty face and a phenomenal Rocket League player, he's also pretty much saving humankind. So I love it.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you ask for from a human being apart from the fact that he was able also to put up a 3rd goal whilst we were talking, and still half a minute only has passed in this first game in this 5-game series. So out from the gate, Bad Dudes are in it to win it. And Dr. Zul looking for his third goal of the game, but Skiff.
Great control right there. Well, to a point anyway. And shout out, though, to the lads from GDL who are fighting on here. 2v3. Phenomenal stuff right there. Skiff trying to work his magic.
3v2, you mean? That is a Bad Dudes with the man advantage here. Prime A gives it over to his teammate and tries to give it back to him. Can't really see it through there. Skiff even now with the chance to go for a follow-up score. Now, they obviously just need to be mindful of the fact that, okay, they can take like mid-range shots on goal, but then they need to instantly rotate back. Crown now tries to clear the ball. Skiff can't really follow up with the pass, but the bump from Crown will move Prime A out of the way. That gives a sigh of relief for GDL.
Well, it's been a minute since we've seen a goal, so they're doing a great job. It's all hands on deck right here for GDL. They've defended brilliantly here. Hard to keep him out indefinitely, though, as Hull bangs one home. Fourth goal here.
It's just pure manpower right now on the side of the Bad Dudes, and the fact that Crown lost a defensive full boost in the previous instance as well didn't really help defensively. You know, when you can't boost up, you kind of have to hope for weak shots on goal from your opponent. And speaking about shots on goal, that was straight off the kickoff.
Yep. A big old oof right there as we see a demo and a goal.
All right, well, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hope Ragis is going to be able to join back in for the next next game. And I do hear that the production team do hear the player able to connect, so it is going to be a 3v3 affair in the next. So Bad Dudes can enjoy themselves for now. The question is what the tale will tell in the long run in this 5-game series for GDL.
I mean, they are...
almost lost the goal. It is Skip to follow up.
So, look, they are the darlings of the tournament already. Look, and I'm glad they're smiling. Ragis will be joining for game number 2, we fully expect. And now they have to be motivated. Not only have they got a goal, 3v2, they've got a goal, outnumbered, but also they have to be a little bit motivated by the fact that the opponent has run up the score on them here 5-1. So, I mean, in case you needed some more motivation.
And for the Bad Dudes as well, you know, being 5-1 up in this first game, 2.5 minutes remaining, playing 3v2, realistically, they don't really need to put much more effort here. If I would be in their position, I would just keep on continuously clearing the ball until the very end of the game and just really not, overdo it on the offensive part, because you just need to score. You just need to keep the score. Okay. And we do have a 3v3 on our hands.
We have, so he's able to connect mid-game, which is brilliant. How awesome is Rocket League? We don't have his camera feed just at the moment. That might be...
That's secondary at the moment.
Exactly.
His performance is what's needed.
Yep, definitely. 3v3 action right here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. Exciting stuff. This is our third series of the day. It's the Bad Dudes from Estonia versus GDL from Lithuania. The first time we're seeing both of these teams in the tournament as well. And the scoreline, look, it was run up while it was 3-2. As one of the members of GDL, Ragis, was actually having connection issues there. So it's been a lot tighter ever since. Now Pride is on the line in this one, but in game 2, we're expecting fireworks.
Absolutely. I would expect nothing less, and surely GDL are going to be out for revenge off the back of the start that they were forced to experience here. Prime A, though, shot on goal, and who was that in the goal there defensively? It was just way too deep. Couldn't do anything about it. Couldn't get the ball out as well. That was Ragis himself. You could see even touched, and the redirect was sort of there, but the momentum was just too much from the ball, and inevitably a point was scored here. So 6-1, 55 seconds remaining for GDL to see if they can perhaps, in what would be an incredibly crazy turn of events, change the tides of the scoreline here. But it is more likely that the dudes will secure that first point.
Absolutely. And but it's been far more of an evenly matched game, it has to be said, since we saw the return of their full strength roster. 3 players, as we see it, just cleared there by Crown.
Yeah, I mean, look, Crown now tries to follow through himself. Skiff even comes in with another shot on goal, but too many defensive players in the net prevent the ball from going through. Crown tries to do everything he can to keep the ball there offensively. Skiff with a defensive play is just going to stop it in its tracks, as it is 6-1 Bad Dudes victory. But I can't really say too much about this game off the back. They were playing 3v2, I'll be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like,
I just want to see that, if the things that we saw is because of how one or the other team plays, not because of man count.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was a lot tighter in there. As soon as Ragus was back on the pitch,
yes,
3v3, the goals stopped flowing. Shout out to Skiff, though, managing to steal away a goal for GDL.
He's like, you know what? I don't need anyone else.
Yeah, exactly. You're literally 2 of you versus 3 on the opposing team, and he's able to pull it off. So that, for me, that won a lot of hearts and minds, no doubt, in chat as well. Make sure you're giving our mods a hard time. Spamming the emotes, spamming your country flag, whoever you would like to see get the dub, as it were. Early advantage, though. Bad Dudes living up to their name, hammering in the goals while their opponents were short.
I was not agreeing to that. Wait.
But listen, it had to be done. It was done, and now we're going to go on to game 2, where I'm fully expecting a much tighter affair.
Yeah, we do have the game on our hands, so let's see if GDL can respond with something here.
Phenomenal stuff here from the kickoff. Here we go. We're not expecting 3 goals in 10 seconds this time around, V.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be the case. Prime A stops the ball mid-air, but it is Skiff to get it over into their offensive zone, and Ragus saves the team from losing a goal. Oh, there's a demo, though. Yep. Dr. Zool comes in flying. Skiff.
You're getting the feeling it's a little bit of payback right here. You had us outnumbered. Our third amigo has shown up, and now they're absolutely dominating. Good stuff. The much tighter affair here. I'm loving the early demos. Setting the pace. Oh my word. Was that nearly an OG?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was the man himself.
Yeah, Ragus shows up and scores an own goal. Not the way to win, to get on the Christmas card list.
Not the way how to make a statement, at least a positive one. Dr. Zool defensively, though, able to get the ball.
Name of the tournament, Dr. Zool. I mean, that's very, very, very cool name. It has to be said. I could see that's up there with any comic book character.
Yeah, we just need an evil laugh from him to top things off. Well, Skiff redirects the ball away from the net, and another attempt from the Bad Dudes. I would say it was just more like a general shot towards the goal, not an actual attempt to score. Prime A, though, now doesn't get the second touch. It's Crowned to steal it away, and Skiff with the clear.
One observation I'm able to make here is, listen, it's nerves. It's only their second game. They've had to sit back and watch like 3 other teams play across 2 series. We're seeing a few instances of same place, same time for teammates, which really isn't what you want to see. You don't want to crowd at all. But what I think that is a little bit of nerves, a little bit of over-enthusiasm. Trust your process. Trust your rotations. We see a phenomenal save.
Really trusted Skiff to save the goal there. Even him to take it as far as the opposing net.
Skiff out here putting on a show.
Yeah, and the youngster of the team, 15 years old, definitely not lacking in the eagerness department. It might be just what GDL need right now to really amp up the pace, to push bad dudes out of position into unfavorable challenges towards the ball, and hopefully then GDL convert off the back of that ground. Great job offensively there, but two defensive players already in the net prevented the ball from scoring. Ragus tries to get a pass off the backboard, can't really make it happen. Skip as well, looking to see if he can follow it perhaps through. Crown loses the momentum, but the idea was there.
Yeah, Prime A with good defense. Skiff just throwing himself into that shot right there. Nice pass forward. Crowned with good control. Oh, we see a demo. Careful now. This has been a very tight affair. Under 2 minutes to play here. It's game number 2 in the series between the Bad Dudes and GDL. Look, Bad Dudes took game number 1, but this has been incredibly tight here. You're just tuning in the LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. And we are in series number 3 already. It's going quickly, B.
Yeah, it's really feels like in the blink of an eye, but it's just because these games tend to be also incredibly close.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's a lot of backwards and forwards affairs. Again, can't really name out either any one of these two to be super smothering on their offensive. It's more about just, you know, going for a set play.
Goal!
Just as like that, Dr. Zool comes up with a goal here for the Bad Dudes, opening things up with only a minute and 12 seconds remaining. And just to finish on my previous thought, you know, it's not like one team here is more dominant over the other. It is really, truly as well a close affair, and also quite a similar approach.
I mean, persistence paying off here for the Doc, but yeah, as you said, it just could go either way. It's a missed timing by a matter of a half a second, and you're giving up a goal. Zool, villain from the original Ghostbusters, I want to say. I don't know. That is a deep cut right there from Dr. Zool, one of the older participants here in the tournament. Gentlemen. But he's got the goals at the moment anyway. Definitely getting the golden boot at the moment for the Bad Dudes from Estonia. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Can GDL send this to overtime? Are the Bad Dudes about to take a 2-zip lead in the series as we see another demo? What do you think here, B? Are we going to see some last-minute heroics here?
Might be the case. Dr. Zool has an unbeneficial angle to him. Prime A, though, instantly draws the ball towards the goals of GDL, and I really feel like this might just have done it for the Bad Dudes. There's not a lot of time, and Crown, can he now take it across the field? No, he can't. It is the Bad Dudes to take the win here. 2-0 so far in their favor, and now really GDL need to start scoring those points.
Yeah,
they do. Estonia overall now have a lot of points gained, I mean, out of these group stage games.
After the series, we'll have a look at the table, but if my math serves me correctly, they do have 9 points overall as a country group. Look, GDL, considering the really tough hand that was dealt to them there in game number 1, having a player discoed.
I'm writing that game off. Okay, yes, the point goes to Bad Dudes, but I'm writing that.
But that game was a lot tighter. But as you said, they got to find a way to score. I think Skip is their go-to player.
It does seem like it, right? His eagerness and his timing seems to be just there to have those dangerous opportunities presenting themselves. And he's quite mindful of the fact of how the ball is going to rebound, so he's there for the follow-up as well on his own, which is always pleasant to see because
great instincts.
It allows for his teammates for more time to think about how to rotate and how to follow up in case Skip doesn't make it through the end.
Yeah, totally. But this is the thing. You just spoke about the teammates. They have to step up as well. So, you know, it is a team game. Skip can't do it all on his own, but he's proven if you put him in a position, he will bang home those goals for you, or he might have to do it himself, but we'll see. On the other hand, you know, the evil villain of the story, Dr. Zool, really...
The guy's literally saving the world in real life.
He is. But listen, who you going to call? Another Ghostbusters reference right there. If you're GDO, well, you got to call each other, got to call upon each other right there. I'm predicting the GDL do get it together in this next game. One absolute theme that we've seen across all of the series so far is game 3, the team with the upper hand does tend to lack a little bit of concentration. That's when it wanes a little bit.
Because you're being too up, right? You have that false sense of security. You're like, yeah, okay. Well.
So it's an opportunity, though, for the other team to just step in and take it, but you got to take it.
Well, let's see if they can take it, as we do have that third game on our hands here. And if our predictions are correct, the tides should change here. Skiff from the kickoff is going to give it over to Ragus. And Skiff himself to see it through. Prime A is going to deflect the ball away from the net, but Ragus instantly comes back in to see if he can give a pass off the backboard. Skiff now near the midfield line, returns back to his defensive zone. Let's see if he can get a clear here. Hull, excuse me, couldn't really follow through. Too many defensive plays happening right now from GDL. Doctor comes in and he actually scores. That rebounded in an unfortunate way for GDL. Let's have a look at the replay. You can see him touch it here. And it just bounces in.
Just using the goalpost to perfection.
Geometry, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Physics, you know, I can imagine all of the mathematics,
he's a scientist. Floating. It was calculated, okay? Let's just leave it at that. But yes, it's Bad Dudes to open things up yet again here within the first minute in their favor. 1-0 so far, and let's see if GDL can answer. Good trajectory of the ball as Dr. Zool intercepts it.
Prime nearly had a goal there. If he was able to just get down like James Brown and just get the angle down a little bit right there, it might have been another goal. GDL really have something to prove here, though. They can't possibly drop 3 in a row here. They've got to fight back. Really trying to work their magic here.
Everyone's stuck in the same corner, and you have to be, you really need to avoid that when you're playing defensively. It just leaves too many openings for the offensive side.
Yep. And you're robbing yourself as well of an ability to make an offensive rotation and get down there. And, you know, it's being a little bit too reactionary.
Yeah.
And so trust, have faith. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's game 3 now. You should be loosey-goosey and have a little bit of faith in your system and your tactic and just get to it.
I'm happy to see that overall the boost management seems to be an even Steven between these two. So it doesn't look like there are any too big of discrepancies, and that also might explain why we see so many offensive plays from either side as well as defensively. Just great positioning overall. You know, nobody not like losing a goal because somebody couldn't boost till the ball meets his front bumper or anything like that. So that always is a present sight to behold. And what a beautiful double touch from Crown as well. That was a flick there at the end. Couldn't really finish off in a favorable angle, but nonetheless, I love to see this enthusiasm and a beautiful aerial from Skiff. Nearly gets a highlight of his own here.
Absolutely. It's end-to-end stuff. I'm liking it. It's a cagey affair. It's very tight as we see some last-second heroics there from Ragus just getting over there. Here comes Skiff. He's asking the right questions. Prime A just having to really get back there, hustle like Russell, and get it done as we see a great shot. Oh, Skiff just couldn't quite get it down.
Yeah, the ball just rebounded slightly too high for the angle he was flying at, so he couldn't really follow through there. But Crown doing an amazing job keeping the ball in the defensive zone of Bad Dudes, not allowing for the ball to leave it there, keeping the pressure on, making the Bad Dudes to use up their boost as much as they can. They only have these small pads available. There is a full boost in the corner. Nobody seems to have picked that up. Only just now it was Prime A.
Nice work right here. And if you're just tuning in to the LG OLED Evo Rocket League Baltic Cup, welcome. We're down to the final 90 seconds in game number 3 of this 5-game series between the Bad Dudes and GDL. The winners ultimately of the overall tournament, each member of the winning team. As we see, how did this?
He just, you know, used the opportunity that presented itself.
Boom!
He didn't even have any boost to use. It was just a touch and the correct angle that really took it home from him. So an easy goal, I would say, for him. Really taking great advantage of the situation that presented itself.
Oh, they nearly got one back right there, GDL. Here we go, Skiff. Oh, Prime A with the heroics.
Yeah, that was nearly a turtle shot from Skiff. Always love to see those.
Oh, yeah.
At times might be a rare sight to see.
I want my turtle goal, okay? I need to see that, V. It has to happen. As I was just saying before the phenomenal goal from Aldo, they are playing for 3 LG OLED C1 TVs, 48 inches of awesome, awesome gaming TV. And, you know, I wish I had one.
You wish I had one. You know what Dr. Zul has one more?
Yeah.
It's a one more goal.
Another goal.
3-0 so far, and with 40 seconds to spare, GDL, I feel like the morale already at this point is not really there. They seem to be so gathered within the first 2 games, and now in this third one, it really feels like it starts to slip away from them. Skip, yes, definitely they are still with the attempts on goal, but it doesn't feel the same as it was initially.
It's dipping. It's waning a little bit. Crowned on both of those last 2 goals. Nearly got there.
But you can't give up.
Yes.
You cannot give up. Never give up. Especially in the group stage, because in group stages, that's where all the wildest upsets happen.
It's true. And there's still a ton to play for. I think, you know, the attitude here has got to be next game. Next man up. Let's go. Game 4. Let's get a dub here.
1 possession, 1 goal, 1 game at a time, and that's those baby steps that you need to take it all the way. And as the ball touches the ground, it is 3-0 so far, so the Bad Dudes able to see it through. And now the idea starts to come mind, are we going to see another 5-0?
Potentially.
Because that's like a crazy...
if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then that'll be 2 Estonian teams, the 2 Estonian teams, you know, sweeping series against opponents. That's a lot of points.
And probably a lot of Estonian flags in the chat
as
well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Talon is rocking right now, the capital, because they're putting on a little bit of a show. So, yeah, as you said, GDO, a man down due to internet connectivity issues there in game number 1. We have to write that off, right? But game number 2, pretty tight affair. But game 3, that was dominant from the Bad Dudes. That was absolutely dominant. So I'm fascinated to see. I would agree. The psychological victory also is residing with the Bad Dudes right now, and that is so massive in esports. It really, really is. So they've got to dig deep. They've got to give themselves a little bit of a pep talk right here, and find a way to just claw back 1 game at a time here. GDO. Get that first goal. You and I love that. We think that whoever scores first normally does go on to win the game in Rocket League. That's what they just got to throw everything into this.
Again, I want to see more demos coming out from GDL. We saw a few in the first and the second game, barely any, as far as I can remember, in this third. And, you know, really that should be the name of the game. Get that demo in, get that man advantage, and get that next goal to your name. As the game number 4 is on its way, the kickoff falls in favor of Skiff, and that means GDL are on the offensive right now. Straight off the backboard, gets the demo to follow up as well. Can Crown finish things off? No, it is going to be Prime A to deflect the ball away, and Crown boosting his way back to it.
There you go. You got some early demos the way you want it, B. We like our demolitions as Prime A though. Striking first here. That is a dagger right there. Fantastic stuff from Bad Dudes. GDL with an absolute mountain to climb right now.
You know what really is a dagger for me in that instance? Like that little smiley face that Prime A has next to his nickname. That little, yeah, I did it. You know, it's just like, yeah, okay, yeah. Anyways, Skip now on the offensive, playing against 2 defensive players. Manages even to get a flick towards the goal, but the momentum was just slightly lacking. Crown as well can't really follow through. Ragus stops the ball midfield. A demo goes through as well in favor of GDL. Hollum forced to fly very high to even stop the ball. And, well, luckily for him, his teammates are able to follow through here, not allowing GDL to continue their position. But as I say that, Ragus comes in with a beautiful attempt. Now needs to rotate quickly back, as it is only Crowned here defensively. Beautiful deflection.
I was going to say, look, it's pretty clear in terms of their roles that they've got assigned right here. You know, Skiff is their attack. Crowned is their defense. Aragus, has got to step up as Dr. Zool hammers home another goal. Ragus really is the missing link right now. And he's got to just step up and be that bridge between, you know, the offense and the defense, and really put Skip in a position to take advantage of his skills. If they can crack that, then they've now just got to approach the rest of this game. Plenty of time left with just a killer instinct.
Oh, I think you're right on that one, especially now with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time.
There's plenty of time to, you know, start trusting yourself a bit more, I would say, overall. Skip, though, with that save to his name, needs a shot there as well, and Heel's going to be A-okay, but Dr. Zool, again, you don't really want to see him so close, right? You want to bump him out of the way as soon as possible. Prime A fails to pick up that ball. The demo is there, and Crowned can't follow through as Hollum in the nick of time was able to save Bad Dude's net from the ball going through. But as I say, that Ragus, what a shot.
There he is, stepping up when his team needed him. That was gorgeous right there. Prime A, nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, look, he was in position.
He bent it like Beckham.
Exactly. Just a curveball really hits him.
Gorgeous stuff there from Ragus. As we called him out, I'm sorry, mate. You know, we said, like, we didn't really call him out. We just said, you know, he can be that link that gets his team going, and boom, he gets a goal. Good on you. You love to see it. And look, they're under intense pressure.
That's the joy of casting, I would say. Sometimes you really feel like you can even control these players.
Right, but we know we can't.
No.
The curse of the commentator is very, very real. As Skip trying to work some magic as we see another demo here. Here's Skip again, trying to single-handedly claw back an equalizer for GDL. Bad Dudes doing everything they can just to, it definitely feels like GDL have just grabbed this game by the scruff here and trying to work something. Great control again by Skip.
Yeah, only a single player with full boost defensively, and that is going to be used now. GDL have problems right now defensively, and you know,
what a goal from Prime A though.
Didn't even get to finish the sentence. I was just about to say, off the back of lacking those boosts.
Look at him.
Exactly that might happen.
Plays it off the wall to himself, follows through, nudges it home. Gorgeous.
He just couldn't reach the ball.
Yep, that was gorgeous.
So 3-1 so far, and Bad Dudes seem to be on track to get game number 4 as well. Dr. Zool just comes in flying huge.
It looks as though the nice guys are going to finish last. If I can grab some more fortune cookie wisdom right here as we see a good attempt right there.
Ragus
doing
stops
well.
the ball.
Yeah, look, I'm going to put that down as a miss for Prime, but again, really hard to master that air control right there. Working. It's just a little bit of a lull. Good work from Zool, but yeah, not for long. Here comes Skip. Plays it onto Ragus, who plays it back to the middle.
It's a wide open net for a brief moment, but Ragus cannot take advantage of that fact. Back over to Skip. Crowned his demo against the ball, goes through straight to the net. No, Skip.
Skip. What a hero. A hero, and again.
Not out of the woods just yet. Dr. Zool redirects the ball yet again closer into that corner. Prime A doesn't get the follow-up touch. That was a dangerous play from the Bad Dudes.
40 seconds is all that remains here in game number 4 between the Bad Dudes from Estonia, GDL from Lithuania. As we see another demolition, you're watching LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup action. My name is Chris. I'm with V here. This has been exciting stuff. We got one more game after this, though.
Absolutely. I really want to see how this closes out, because GDL yet to put up a point on the board for themselves, for Lithuania as well. national pride is also on the line, and that might be probably the biggest pressure factor for any one of these players playing, because you have that country's flag on your shoulders as well. The clock runs out. It's 3-1. It is 4-0 in the game series, in the 5-game series that is taking place between these two. And now the question is, can GDL at least get something going their way?
So, honestly, I hope they can, because as we saw there, WeEye, the other Lithuanian team, looked really good against the GOATs, okay? They were able to win 3 games right there. The GOATs, though, took 7 points from a total of potential 10, okay? We've now just seen Bad Dudes, also from Estonia, drop in 4 points. So that country group is sitting at 11 points, and there's a lot to play for. One win here for GDL could actually have massive ramifications down the stretch. So they're really... you know, they got to get on their horse.
And same for the Latvian teams watching the stream right now, right? They're watching and they're thinking, okay, like, we really need to perform, because if Lithuania overall has 3 points now as a nation here, then Latvia has 0. And that means Baltic's GG are going to be the ones that really need to fill up the big shoes. But I'm running ahead of myself.
We are a little bit.
We still have one more game between these two on our hands as the game is being prepared. The final pep talk is being passed around the board between these two. And really, you know, okay, we saw a bit more demos happening. We saw a bit more from Skip as well. So let's see if they can take it really all the way here and finally score a point in this final and 5th game against the Bad Dudes.
Yeah, and fingers crossed they can, because they desperately want to get some points on the board, as we see nearly slow-mo Crowned working his magic in goal yet again. He has been so close to saving a couple of goals that did manage to slip by. My heart goes out to him a little bit. But here we go as we see an early demo. First 30 seconds, pretty much a stalemate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a backwards and forwards affair. Hullum looking to, hey, is that a shot on goal?
It's in! Oh! Hull! With the follow-up, though. Oh, he deserved that. In fairness, I don't know how the first one missed. Look at this.
I really feel like both of our eyes are skewed. That was straight on into the corner, man. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, gets the follow-up. Probably felt a bit stressed as well on his own, you know.
Any optometrist watching, like these guys. But impressive stuff. Hull just following up his own shot there, as we're all taught to do, right? Impressive stuff, and it's Bad Dudes scoring first. Out of all the games played, the team that has scored first has won all but one of them. So literally 13 games the team has scored first so far today.
So you're saying we've cracked the secret of Rocket League.
To score first and then score more goals than your opponent. Yes, listen, I don't know how we cracked that. Phenomenal stuff.
I know, Sherlock Holmes in the building.
That's it.
Back to the game, though.
Yes.
Dr. Zul with the dangerous redirect, but luckily Skiff is there to pick up the ball. The demo is there, though, offensively, and Prime A looking for that teammate that can save the day for him. Can't really find him. Hullum, though, no boost available. What is that even? That's like...
What an amazing cross. He was just, he hesied him basically. That was phenomenal. Showing the stick work and the patience. It didn't quite pay off as we see another demolition. These people have families, okay?
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot of demo right there.
But look, you want to have those demos as much as possible, technically speaking, because it gives you, even though it's a brief window, an opportunity, it is still an opportunity to change the tides.
There it is.
Skip, and that was off the back of whom? Who tried to save the day there?
So it looks as though Prime was... It was
no, that's not Prime. That is Dr. Zul. There we go. He tried to get the ball out, but redirected it deeper in. It would have gone through either way, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, Skip, good job from him.
I mean,
GDL...
Talk about turning defense into offense there.
Exactly. So GDL able to respond as a team now, evening out the scoreline, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And Skip...
Easily their best game so far, GDL. So they are saving the best till last. You love to see it. You kind of want to see them get a dub at this stage, you know? Yeah. Like, you don't want to see another clean sweep for another Estonian team. Yowzers, right? And so far, so good. We're not playing favorites at all. It's just, you know, the underdog. Skip again. He's the MVP for GDL.
Yeah, he has to be at this point, and Dr. Zul comes through quickly. as he finds that goal.
Oh,
to
my
2.5 minutes, and again, GDL find themselves on the back foot. They're like, just. It feels like they don't even have enough time left to think about what's happening. It's just more just relentless chasing after goals.
It is. The crosses have been quality. You can see exactly like a very similar game style, actually, and play style and technique between the bad dudes and the goats, both the Estonian teams.
Yeah.
You know, so let's see what happens there as Crown making a nuisance of himself. He's been solid on defense. You know, maybe we need some more magic from Ragus here.
Might be the case. I mean, we have seen, actually, in comparison, very little from him, and we'd like to see a bit more presence. And as we say that, though, it is exactly him to drive the ball against the backboard of the goal of bad dudes. Can't really follow up just because of how it bounced back, but still a positive sight to see. And it's Ragus yet again to try and get that drive towards the other end of the field. Skiff
just banging on the brakes there. Yeah, he's a very instinctful player. You were mentioning that early. Great instincts from him. Great reflexes, right place, right time.
Really has a great feel for the game, and
oh
my!
Oh, look at Crowned though. He is their defensive stalwart. Fantastic stuff, but not good enough as Hull bangs home. Goal number 3 here for the bad dudes. The fat lady is warming up. She's getting the pipes ready to sing right here, V.
Absolutely, and look, 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining for GDL not to make this a dry affair from there, and in the scoring department, in the overall standings in the series, because I cannot stress this enough. Every single point really matters. It's not like they're not trying here as well. Okay, let's be honest. But, you know, the goals just simply seem to evade them, and the aerial follow-ups as well is something that they might be lacking, but this doesn't seem to be such an aerial game as it was initially in the first match that we saw today.
Yeah, look, on such things are matches won and lost, right? A couple of goals nearly saved by Crown. You can see his skill there in some of the earlier games, and maybe the series goes completely differently. Ragus with a goal, though. We've got 24 seconds to overtime glory here, V. Can GDL snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? What can they do?
Yeah, I think it's plenty of time to make something happen here. The question is, though, how the kickoff plays. Okay, that's not entirely terrible for GDL, as long as they're going to will be able to follow up here. Ground together with Ragus, good drive overall.
Yep.
Hallam there to see if they can clear it. They do, and that is actually Doctor there as well with the follow-up.
Ragus gets the demo there.
3 seconds. There's not enough time remaining. This has to go in from the air now.
Skip. Oh, and then Ragus, I thought he was under it.
We did manage to hold our breath for a brief moment. I really felt like Skiff is going to see it through till the very end, and we're going to have an overtime, but unfortunately for them, well, GDL forced to bow down. You know, the series started off with a slightly unfortunate event for GDL, as they did play about 2.5 minutes, 2v3, and only then Ragus was able to rejoin due to technical problems. So yeah, we wrote off that first game. The second game seemed to be more hopeful for GDL, but again, Dr. Zul just seems to find the opportunities in the craziest of times.
Yeah, and what's a little bit scary about the bad dudes, okay, who we're going to be interviewing a little in a little bit of time here, right? So we can ask them, is they didn't seem necessarily to be playing, dare I say, their best. I mean, as in they were following their strategy and kind of making it look easy, as it were, which kind of scares me a little bit, because if they have to take it up a level, look out everybody else. That said, though, the hero from GDL, let's give him some love, Skiff there, who we held our breath right at the end as he was hurtling himself towards the goal for the equalizer.
Yeah, Skiff really gave it all, but we do have an interview on the table from the bad dudes, so let's see if we can hear it from themselves. We have Dr. Zul on the the line. Hello, and can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you, yes.
All right, great. Well, listen, first of all, congratulations on that clean sweep in this game series. It definitely has to feel good, but we really also want to know, what does it mean for the Bad Dudes? What does it mean for you and for your brother, actually, as well, to represent Estonia?
Oh, I mean, this is, I mean, we are so happy to play for Estonia. I mean, every chance we get, we always, you know, we always come, we always show up, we always want to make Estonia proud. We always want to show that the other Baltic countries are terrible.
Okay.
They don't know how to play Rocket League.
Well, so far it looks like you're doing a pretty good job in that department, at least as we can judge from these games. Now, you know, we also would like to know slightly more about how did you prepare for this tournament, because a lot of unknown opponents that you're going up against. So what's really the process like?
Well, the real key for us was that as soon as the tournament was announced, we basically already, first day, we were like, okay, this is the team. Yeah. This is how we're going to train. This is like, we're going to like get in there, like analyze replays, understand how we can be playing better, how we can work together as a team. And this is really, I think, finally, you know, giving us the results. It was a bit difficult at first. You know, we lost in the qualifiers to the GOATs. And then this really, you know, knocked us back. But I think we're ready. We've trained a lot as a team since then, and then we're now ready to take the whole thing, basically.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, watching those replays and analyzing exactly what are the things that you need to improve upon is exactly the way how to win those important matches that are still in front of you guys. But Chris also has a few questions to ask.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to fall to me to maybe ask some of the more fun questions as well. Dr. Zool, can you give us and remember, this is a clean stream. Can you give us the origin story behind that name? I got some Ghostbusters vibes. I'm not quite sure though. Maybe.
Oh yeah, well that's the second half. Is that I was thinking of, you know, I should really change my username, and had literally just watched Ghostbusters like the day before, and I was like, you know, I had also just started my PhD, so I was working towards becoming a doctor, and I had just seen Ghostbusters, and then, you know, put 2 and 2 together, and Dr. Zool, there it is.
Well, look, that's awesome. I mean, your team name is the Bad Dudes, okay, but we were also singing your praises. We might have called you an evil villain once or twice, but only because your name was Zool and you were scoring so many goals. Look, we also would love to just give you an opportunity. Do you have any messages, any shout-outs you would like to give to the fans at home? As you said, you know, the Baltic nations, very competitive, always have been historically.
Always will be.
Maybe a message to any of the young Estonian Rocket League players who ultimately you guys are representing here at this international tournament. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I would like to shout out the streamer got here, and I want to let him know that I'm bringing the TV home. You know, I promised him half a TV if I win. Not sure how we're going to cut this TV in half, but we will make it happen. And awesome. Second of all, obviously, like whenever there are Rocket League tournaments, I want every single person with the game installed to come and show up and try hard. And I think this will bring it home for us. You know, like we really need to, because we're in a very small country, we need to like really get behind everything we're doing.
Absolutely.
So if you're out there playing Rocket League, come and you know, next time I want to see people beat me and beat our team.
I love it. And final question: you've got your brother, yes, playing on the team, younger brother. So tell me, did mom and dad make you play with him, or did that just happen naturally? Because I got the feeling that your parents were very grateful that it was a team game and not a head-to-head game necessarily to save any of the bickering amongst the brothers. But it must be fun to play with your brother anyway.
Well, I mean, this is how we started, right? Like the first, like the day one where the game came out, it was me, my brother on a PlayStation in split screen trying to beat like the AI players and like totally failing at it. So I really would say that, you know, me and my brother, we are the longest standing duo in Rocket League. I'm pretty sure. Like.
All right. Well, off the back of that, that is an inspirational message to any of you new viewers, any new players watching, anyone new trying to get into Rocket League, and definitely shows.
Especially any brothers as well.
Especially any brothers, yeah. So, look, we're not going to hold on to you too much. We're going to allow you to rest now for a bit. A huge thank you for joining this interview, and best of luck in the future games.
All right. Thanks. Go Estonia.
There we go. Managed to sneak that one in.
I love it.
All right. Well, yeah, look, that you heard from the man himself. First of all, props to you, Chris, okay? You managed to solve the riddle of his nickname already beforehand, and we just got a confirmation there at the end.
Right.
We got a clear on the evil villain Dr. Zul as well, so we're off the hook. Happy days. Now it's time to have a look at the group stage standings, though, and to see how this first half of the day has turned out.
Yeah.
And well, look at Estonia.
Yeah, this is pretty intimidating stuff there. So, as you can see, out of a total potential 15 points and 15 wins right here, it's the Estonian group that has 12 of them. WeEye did manage to get 3 wins. It has to be said in really strong fashion against the GOATs, who were probably the favorites. So, I mean, right now, WeEye and the GOATs looking like 2 very strong teams right there. GDL swept, though, 0-5, and the Moonshiners swept 0-5, which means, you know, there's a lot of pressure on WeEye to continue to represent Lithuania there.
A lot of big shoes that need to be filled for a lot of these teams here, because we're looking at the stage games as well, right? So as you can see here, a lot of the teams already have had their fair share of shining, and now it is going to be a matter of seeing what the Latvian squads are capable of doing further on down the line. I'm sure GDL will be able to bounce back as well, because they do have that upcoming game against Moonshiners and both Baltic's GG. So they're going to be like, yeah, you know, we're going to brush this one off. Again, Skiff still there. The man really has a lot of eagerness in him to follow through with what they have. For WeEye as well, they also have games coming up against Moonshiners and Baltic's GG, so very, very curious to see what they'll be able to put up, because, you know, we did take WeEye and the GOATs as sort of a high-level baseline to compare other teams against. So very keen to see how that pans out. Now, we did spoke slightly behind the scenes. We have seen how Baltic's GG do play, and we know they are very capable squad as well. So
much pressure. So much pressure on the Latvians now, though, to actually get on the board here, to get some wins under their belt. Let's see how that impacts their performance.
And let's see the schedule as well for anyone tuning in just now, just so you know what is coming up. So firstly, we started the day with Moonshiners going up against the GOATs. As we mentioned before, that's a 0-5 loss there for them. Then afterwards, a back-to-back game for GOATs against WeEye. 2-3 victory there for WeEye. Bad Dudes, 5-0 win over GDL. And now the next game that we're going to see after a brief intermission that's shortly going to follow here is going to be WeEye is going to play against Baltic's GG, then Moonshiners versus Bad Dudes, and a GDL to finish the day versus the Baltic's GG squad. So that is the plan of the day for you guys there. And again, firstly, huge thank you for joining us on YouTube and Twitch. Make sure that you drop us a message and let us know which team you are rooting for. The players are joining in as well, so you might even catch some of them in the chat. But in the meantime, we're going to go into a brief intermission, probably about 20 minutes or so, just so everyone can reset their minds and jump into the action straight in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty exciting so far. I'm loving the fact that every single game in these 5-game series, you know, is a chance to grab 1 point for your team, for your group, and every single game counts. And it's been good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltic Cup. My name is Renars, and I'm now joined by Linards. Linards, you already had a chance to see behind the scenes what's happening today. What are your thoughts and how are you feeling overall?
Well, I'm excited to be here on the caster desk now instead of behind the camera. They're waiting for my cue over here, right? So thanks, Chris, for being here. But again, we're here together, and you know, we had some exciting games. We had some really one-sided affairs. We had a little bit closer games. We had some beautiful goals, beautiful defense plays as well. So I cannot wait for get this party started again.
All right, well, that exactly is going to be the case. Firstly and foremost as well, thank you all viewers that are joining us on YouTube and Twitch. You can choose whichever platform you like. Both have chats available, so make sure you give our mods a hard time of keeping up with all the messages and all the fandom that's happening, because we know that the Baltics are very competitive amongst each other. We heard that back in the interview as well before the intermission from Dr. Zul himself. He says that Estonia definitely have the best Rocket League players, and we are here to find out if that is indeed the case. But before that, to any new viewers joining in, there are a few things that we need to elaborate on and a few explanations need to be given, especially around the format, that because this is custom crafted for this event, and we'll explain in greater detail as we transition into the roadmap here. So obviously the event started off with 2 open qualifiers for both countries that were participating, kicking things off with Estonia. For 50 teams were participating.
Yeah, and it is the GOATs and the Bad Dudes making into the final 2 here for Team Estonia. And, well, so far these 2 teams been definitely popping off. And, well, I do like the gameplay that they've been showing so far, but we'll see how it goes further into the tournament.
Yeah. The next country up is Latvia. Now, Latvia had even more teams participating. 81 teams signed up, and the top 2 teams are on your screens.
Yeah, it's Moonshiners in Baltic's GG. We've already seen Moonshiners play today before, but then again, Baltic's GG, seen them play before in a different, smaller type of tournaments, and I know what they are capable of, so I want to see if they can bring it today.
And, of course, Lithuania with 114 participating teams, the highest number of participants in the top 2 teams here as well.
Yeah, we have V8 and GDL bringing their yellow, green, red swag here in this tournament, and from 114 teams, that's a crazy amount.
Yeah, exactly. So in total, we have 6 teams here from all 3 Baltic state countries.
And the competition begins with the nations-based group stage, which basically means that both teams from each nation are trying to rack up as many points/wins as possible for their nations group.
Yeah, so every team plays against every other team in the group stage except the team from their own nation in a 5-game series. So all 5 games will be played here, Linards.
Yeah, and the teams that earn points for each game won. So if it is 1 win, it equals also 1 point. That's why all games matter.
Yeah, and as said in the beginning about the group stage, right? So teams don't play against the same team from their own nation. So, for example, here in the group stage, the GOATs are not playing against the Bad Dudes in the group stage things. Now, after the group stage, we have 3 teams that proceed into the playoffs. So the first place from the first nation goes straight to the best of 7 grand finals, whereas the second place from the first nation and the first place from the second nation go through to the best of 5 semi-final.
Yeah, in this example scenario, Estonia is the best nation group, so the Bad Dudes go straight to the grand final, while the Estonian runner-ups, the GOATs, go to the semis, where they will play against the top Latvian team. In this case, it is the Baltic's GG. But this is just a visual example, just to see the format. So don't worry, guys, no action missed. We have plenty to go today.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that. And, you know, so far we have seen some very interesting twists and turns of events, I would say, overall.
Yeah.
There is a lot of national pride on the line for everyone participating here, so everyone really is eager to represent their country. Now they're also fighting for prizes here. So that first place, of course, is fighting for those 3. That is 1, 2, 3 LG C1 TVs that are specifically made for gaming. That's 48 inches, 120 hertz screens, up to 120 frames per second, up to a 4K resolution with 1 millisecond response time. You know, that's probably is the top tier thing that you could have.
Yeah, the 48-inch, it's, well, for those who use centimeters, 121. So you can get those rulers out and decide, you know, if that would fit in your room. Yeah, because, you know, it is pretty big one.
Look,
so.
but second and third place are not going to leave empty-handed. They are getting these Bluetooth speakers. So the second place gets the PL7 model, and the third place gets the PL5, which is slightly smaller than the PL7, but more you can find out on the spec sheets of these models just to see what exact differences are. So very, very happy to see that so many valuable prizes are up for grabs for the players here. Again, I cannot remember anyone even like winning a TV of this caliber that's up for grabs in this event in any tournament. So definitely something to look forward here for both of these teams. Now, one more thing that we need to go through before we jump onto the next matches of the day. We also need to have a look at the games that already took place. So let's have a look at the group stage standings, the nation-based, and as we can see, the very first beginning of the day was between Moonshiners and the GOATs, where the GOATs were able to rack up a 5-0 win. And afterwards, the GOATs followed up with a close affair against WeEye, where WeEye did follow up with a 3-2 victory.
Yeah. And then, well, the Bad Dudes there with the GDL, that was 5-0. Well, 5 points for Bad Dudes here, but we have 3 more games here to go, so to say. WeEye against Baltic's GG. We'll see it in a moment, as well with the Moonshiners against the Bad Dudes. And to finish off the day, we have the GDL versus the Baltic's GG. And all, of course, those are 5-game series. All 5 games to be played out, just to rack up those points. Yep. And definitely want to see who will bring out those, well, the maximum here.
Yeah, so there are 3 Latvian games upcoming in this second part of the day, and that is going to be very interesting to see just from the perspective that we've so far seen only one, and on a nation level, yeah, they're still lacking in terms of points, as you can see here, right? There's still no points to their name, and Baltic's GG are surely going to feel pressure on their shoulders to change something about this, because, you know, we really need some points on the board here.
Yeah, that is Estonia has been showing up big time, though, from 15 possible points they could have well managed basically to get. They got 12. I'm not too sure how much percentage-wise that is, but that's a lot. That's a lot of points, right? From 15 to 12. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's almost what else can you ask for? Of course, there's going to be small errors here and there, but that's like 80% already covered on your part, and that is definitely plenty, as you can see in the group stage game screen here as well. So this is for the Latvian squads. As you can see, they only had a single that game against the GOATs, and that was a dry affair, a dry attempt. And hopefully we can change that, because, you know, I really love group stages just for the way how the narrative can very quickly change from one team perspective, grabbing it all to a different team, coming back into it and overtaking control in their own hands. So that's really something that I'm looking forward here. And also very keen to see how WeEye will perform against these Latvian squads with the upcoming games, because if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be it's not going to be back-to-back games for him. No, but anyways, WeEye definitely did put up a very strong performance against the GOATs. So, yeah, they're going to be coming up against Baltic's GG. And speaking about Baltic's GG, we're going to try and see if we can get a representative on the line as well, because I want to quickly hear behind the scenes what has been happening on the Latvian camp preparing for this event, what the plans are, obviously who they're afraid of, because, you know, we've seen a few teams now playing, and definitely can say that the GOATs look terrifying.
Yeah, the Estonians, actually even the both teams actually been performing really, really well. Yeah, the GOATs definitely, they stepped up, and yeah, they did show their, well, basically their horns, so to say, right? So, yeah. So they definitely been popping off.
All right, well, we do have a call on the line. Let's see if we can speak to Daniel here. Daniel, hello, and can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can.
All right, happy days. Daniel, please, firstly, best of luck with the upcoming game. I would like to know, what does it mean for you and for your team, of course, as well, to represent Latvia here on the international stage?
Of course, we want to do our best. Of course, we think we might be the one of the superior countries, because our fan base will support us. But of course, there are teams that are a bit tough, like the one we're gonna play now, and I hope we perform well.
Okay,
at least for ourselves, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to find out in just a few minutes. But looking at the teams that you still, well, technically could play against, right? Is there any one particular team that you don't want to play against? Like, is there a team that you're, well, not necessarily afraid of, but you know it's going to be difficult?
Well, I know that two series could be difficult, like against WeEye and the Goats.
Yeah,
I think we could take Bad Dudes. As like in the previous tournament, we were better than them. Like, well, we could win. I don't think that other Lithuanian team is going to be a big threat. And yeah.
All right, well, that's Dr. Zool probably listening from the Bad Dudes, being like, all right, you can take us on, whatever, right? But yeah, Leonard still also has a few questions to shoot your way.
It's a great honor to see you here in front of us, of course, to all the viewers there. But then again, how do you prepare for this sort of tournament? Do you scout the opponents out a little bit, or do you just focus on your own kind of team play? What's the preparation?
Well, for today, at least for WeEye, we watched some games against the Goats. Yeah, they performed really solidly, and I don't know how we can match it, but we've been playing together for a few months, I guess, on and off. Mostly when tourneys are coming up, we're just mainly just focusing on playing together, trying to improve ourselves. But it's all going to come down to consistency, to adrenaline. That's basically it's like both teams are really good, and it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, like always in any tournament, none of the teams that make it to the tournament are really bad, right? They're only the best teams, right? We had the qualifications, that's why we had that one in the first place, right? So obviously, some teams, right? Of course, there is this the banter, so to say, right? Throwing out a little bit left and right. But and if you have any last words or something before heading to the game, maybe to shout out some of the friends or family, maybe any kind of motivational speech.
I just want to shout out our fan base. I think they're gonna rule the chat.
Oh, the chat war begins.
So, indeed, the mods are probably like, oh my god, here we go again. All right, well, listen, Flake, we're not going to hold on to you too much. You have a game to prepare for, so give your words of encouragement for your teammates as well, and hopefully we get to see you in a few minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Well, there you go.
You heard from the man himself. WeEye is definitely one of the opponents they do consider to be the stronger ones. And look, I look at this as a coin flip, really, because if you go into an opponent straight up, that you ideally would, if there would be an opportunity to not play against them, not play, but where you have the chance of playing against them, as long as you can grab that early lead and really build your momentum off of it, I think the fact is more for the Baltic GG squad in terms of gaining confidence here and getting those thoughts of yes, they might be, that is, WeEye might be the stronger team here in this duel, really out of their heads and really focus on the team play that he said, really emphasize the fact how they play as a unit. He did say that they are playing together specifically before tournaments as much as possible, you know, to really get that riding the same wave sort of situation going on for them. So I hope that we're going to see more of that. They have plenty of LAN experience as well and previous tournament experience behind their back. So this is not like Baltic GG is an inexperienced squad, and I think you've seen them play as well.
Yeah. They participated in one of the smallest tournaments during the Easter, so I seen them play. Definitely, they have the skill, they have the level to play and participate in these sort of tournaments. So no wonder they made it so far here. So I'm not even surprised. But then again, yeah, like you mentioned before, so of course, if you want to be the best, you definitely have to be ready to play against anyone, really. So if you want to win the tournament, it doesn't matter who it is. Could it be one team or the other, bad or worse, is still you have to show that you are the better team and you are here to play.
Yeah, and again, you know, going into matchups like this, it's more about forgetting who you're playing against. Yeah. It's more like just watching what you're playing against. So how these teams play is going to be crucial. So let's have a look at these lineups as well on who is going to be representing whom. On the left-hand side, you're going to see the WeEye squad. You have Chuvas, Holofoil, and Memphipi.
And then on the right side here, we have Baltic's GG representing Latvia. We have Flake that we just had the interview with, Garsho, and KK.
All right, so both squads, definitely the average age evens out, even though it is slightly more on the WeEye side in terms of, you have Artemis there, the 25-year-old, who's probably the words of wisdom at times it needed. I keep ranting on about this, but you cannot disregard that as a factor here. Really curious to see what the approach truly is going to be from Baltic's GG, because they had that opportunity of seeing that live game today already, so they kind of already know what they're going up against. And as I think he just didn't want to tell us what they're going to do. He was being humble and just like, yeah, we don't know how we're going to win.
Maybe
but might not be the case. Might not be the case, as the players are joining up slowly. We'll get to find out in a moment's notice.
Yeah, maybe the plan is there. They just don't want to, spill the beans, so to say. They don't want to tell anyone what's going on behind the scenes, so to say. But I'm hearing the game is on.
Exactly. It's the first game in this 5-game series between WeEye and Baltic's GG. Latvia desperately needs to put up points for their nation, and WeEye are definitely a squad that can prevent them from doing so. And it's Mimfipai on the offensive here, but Fleck gets the steal. Oh, Garsho needs to deflect this one away. No clear imminent, and Mimfipai was in a position to score, really.
Now again, WeEye with the control. Still they're playing in the offense zone. Careful, Baltic GG trying to get that ball out of the goal there, out of their defense zone, but they cannot really do it. Now finally KK does it. And now WeEye has to start controlling the ball on their side.
Chuvas has a bit of a brawl there in the corner. Flake needs to come back in the nick of time. It is Garsho who saves Latvia's team from the imminent goal that was on its way. What a beautiful shot as well from the WeEye squad. And Flake now looking to clear together with KK. That is going to be Mimfipai. See if he can get the ball out of their defensive zone. Hala comes in as well, but Garsho close by with the steal. No one really to follow up with that ball center though.
Now KK again. Where's Hala? Hala wins this one. Garsho with a good attempt, but the angle was just not the right one to put that ball towards the net. So again here, Mimfipai line around, good attempt again, just trying to push the ball towards the Baltic's GG goal. Obviously, that's the safe play, rather than pushing to your own zone. Or trying maybe to find a pass, trying to position teammates and trying to get those boosts as well.
Yeah.
To have the speed and the momentum to catch the ball, maybe to catch the pass, to be in the position.
Yeah, especially if you're so long stuck in your defensive zone. Boost management is incredibly important, and so far it doesn't look like Baltic's GG squad is lacking in that department. Flake here as well, able to pick up that small pad, but that's not enough to get the ball across the midfield. Boy, that's a dangerous shot. Even Mimfipai for a second was kind of lost in the net there as well. Yeah, I think the intent was there for him to follow up if he has the chance. And now Holofoil can't pick up the ball, but Chubas comes in with the shot on goal. Garsho tries to clear it. Holofoil, what an intercept! And Flake yet again comes in with a steal.
Yeah, Holla read that play literally like in a book, like he was already ready and in position himself in that perfect spot just to kick out the ball.
And now it's Flake. He's going to be demoed against, so that is a defensive upper hand that the WeEye squad currently hold, but they can't seem to clear the ball. Flake! Shot on goal, beautiful steal, and what a conversion for the Baltic's GG squad, opening things up for themselves. 2 minutes and 13 seconds still on the clock, but that's one way to score, and definitely that is a statement goal.
Yeah, WeEye definitely not expect that really, because that was just out of nowhere. Just Baltic's GG scores a goal, and guess what? It's 1-0 for them now. It's 2 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock for this game one in a 5-game series.
Yeah, that's why fast rotations on the offensive are dangerous. It's so hard to keep, control and keep track of the ball in your eye as well as all the players at the same time, and it's exactly how you lose a goal like this. Now Flake, together with KK, will be able to clear the ball away over to Garsho in the right-hand side corner, off the backboard. Can he do it on his own? Can't. Did have the double touch, but the angle was not there. Flake as well. Ooh, that's a whiff.
The camera management has to be perfect for the players as well, just to see everybody and know where everyone is, just to, and instantly the play that you have to make at that specific moment to know what you have to do. It's also really important where to kick the ball. Do you see your teammate maybe free, give it a pass, or just to clear it out? And there's another demo in the back.
Yeah, that demo prevents for WeEye to follow up on that offensive play. So it really was a truly good play in terms of slowing down the play itself. But you can see here that WeEye are lingering in the Latvian squad defensive zone. So it is being a solid 15 to 20 seconds now on the offensive for them. And there we go. Baltic GG finally able to clear the ball away from their zone. Flake tries to make a follow-up play here. He's going to be bumped against, but it's Garshol. Oh, that's Chuvas. Over to Hala.
Chuvas. Well, again, there's a boom, and we see it in front of us. And now, again, 30 seconds left until the end of this game. So, WeEye definitely trying to score just to make it to the overtime, maybe, and have the potential to get that point over here. But it's only the first game. But definitely each game matters, and each point is, well, that's basically a ticket or not.
Yeah, great defensive shadowing there from Garsho as well, just anticipating the change of trajectory. And Garsho in the net, can he save them? Yes, he can. What a beast.
Well, Garsho, I believe that's his second big save of the game, and Baltic's GG with the, well, typical football score 1-0, finishing off the match, and I do believe that's not the first one today.
Well, definitely not the first one today, definitely not the last as well. But one thing to note is, for sure, the jitters are out the window for Baltic's GG. They were worried about going up against WeEye. They now see that they can win in a 1-0 fashion. It was a close affair indeed. I would say for WeEye, there were moments of brilliance. They sort of, the offensive plays fell apart with off the back a few demos, and just the fact that in general Garsho has been incredibly good on the defensive department, just with the reflections and changing the tide of the play itself, getting those long clears through as well. So I really love to see that.
Yeah, Garsho definitely been the big player here for Team Baltic's GG, saving those two, and even that final second save. It's just crazy how he knows where to be at and how to position his car, so it just reflects the ball out of the goal, so it's just cleared, and it's not a rebound or anything.
But we also know that WeEye are definitely a tough squad to go up against. I mean, again, the scoreline speaks itself. You know, 1-0 is not like a one-sided affair between these two. So what do you think is something that WeEye should focus on a bit more?
Well, trying to maybe they had their opportunities, but then again, a lot of the time they spent poking the ball, so to say, but not really making any kind of effort maybe to go forwards. Maybe even the Baltics GG, definitely played good in defense, but something they have to maybe change in the plan somehow to maybe go with the ball somehow, some way other, maybe go through the sort of one of the sides, maybe
so like a different
middle.
approach in general, is what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely like a different road to take.
Okay, well, I mean, they played a great aerial ball against the Goats, so perhaps that's something that they could try and bring back into it here, but it does look like the Baltics GG squad are well prepared to receive anything, so we'll just have to find out and see if that is going to be the case, because this is a 5-game series. All 5 games are going to be played. The first one already has taken place. The players are joining the game to follow through with the next one, and I'm incredibly keen to find out, can Latvia put up more points on the board here on a national level, or will it be indeed the Lithuanian squad that is going to start grabbing and racking up more and more points and potentially catching up with Estonia, even though to do that, the Lithuanian teams would need to have a beast of a run right now.
Yeah, that's been the case so far, and also we want to give a shout out, of course, a little bit to the Baltics GG there. They was their first point for Team Latvia, so bringing in finally some points
Wave
here.
that little flag.
Yeah, it's like we're in here.
But the chat surely is here, so it's about time, chat, that you need to show that Latvia is here. I'm hearing that the chat is going mad, and I know that you can even take it a step further. Let's see, everything is on the line here as always, and it is the kickoff in play.
Now, Hola, the boost here, nearly using all of it here just to control the ball. Now, KK, Again, without the boost, that's why the boost management's really important, especially that in the early start where you just try to get as much boost as you can, maybe to find that little hole between some kind of defense
just
here.
Misses it.
That was a good opportunity, but now Flake with the good ball control tries to get the rebound, but the angle was just not quite correct. And now KK tries to edit the mistake, and it's again not quite there with the angles. It's well, a little bit unlucky, maybe positioning here by Baltics, but a good offense. It might. Ooh, that's a great defense play, though.
Yeah, I really love the approach here. Oh my God, that is another dangerous shot on goal. Now the Baltic GG squad are scrambling to return back into their defensive zone as Chuvas is very close to the net. Mimfipai as well as he's looking for that pass. Is that going to be Holla? No, nobody's going for it. It is the Latvian squad yet again overtaking the play, and Holla Foil, in the right-hand side corner is struggling to clear the ball right now. Mimfipai will come in with the help from his side. Chuvas as well playing against Flake, and KK needs to save the day here. It is going to be Garsha to try and deflect the ball away, but Holla Foil, great job on regaining possession of the ball in favor of WeEye.
Yeah, they had their cold shower at the very first couple of seconds into this game, and now they have a... Well, they came back a little bit, some offense from WeEye players here as well. Mimfipai tries to control the ball there. They are close to the goal there, but they definitely need to get those angles right.
Holla, oh, that was dangerously close. Chivas didn't have enough boost to make a sudden twist and go for the net there.
Now Holla with a good touch, but the good defense again by Baltics. And oh, there it is. That could be goal, and it is Mimfipai going in. It is the 1-0, and it's WeEye finally opening their points, so to say, in this one.
Holla did an amazing job at changing the direction there, and Mimfipai just with the final just to solidify things. So it is 1-0. WeEye currently up by 1 goal. We still have 3 full minutes to play here in the second game in the 5-game series between these two, and KK now on the offensive. It is going to be Holla Foil that goes for a steal, but Flake takes it back instantly. Doesn't get the second touch there, though. Garsho keeps possession of the ball for the Baltic GG squad.
Yeah, Mimfipai on your screen now again. Show us. Again here, KK. Well, all 3 players basically in their defensive zone from Baltics, and now Holla tries to get the control of the ball. He does it pretty decently. Kicks it out so it doesn't go into the net. Again, Holla now without the boost, though, feels a little bit useless, and KK tries to use that in his advantage, but hits that post. Does not really go in. Now Garsho in front of your screens. Tries to hide, as you can see. Well, the different style, different color of the car, obviously maybe making that blend in. You don't really see him that much in that color, I suppose. But now Chuvas. And with that side, Holla in the control.
Yeah, Chuvas even gets that defensive full boost to himself, so steals it away for the Baltic GG squad. That might present a few troubles, but it doesn't look like to be the case. Like going for the ball. Will have to win this duel with Chuvas. He does it so, able to clear it. Shot towards the goal from KK, and Flake there with the redirect. Close enough, but not good enough for Mimfipai. He is right on track with the ball control, really.
Mimfipai now again, 1 minute 23 seconds left, and again it's 1-0. And now Baltics GG are on the other end, trying to, well, equalize the score just so to send it in overtime if they possibly can, but nothing is over yet because Holla with the good attempts, with the good defense again by Baltics.
Yeah, KK, beautiful save from him, even manages to get the ball even further away, tries to follow up, beautiful air dribble, very close to the bottom right-hand side corner there. Flake couldn't really follow through just off the back of how the ball bounced, but Garsho tries to clear it if he can. Flake picks up the boost, looking for that play.
Now again, ball is just bouncing between one side and the other. It's like a volleyball match over here now, but again, Holla in the control, 35 seconds again. All the players are looking at the time, especially Baltics GG. They have to score the goal. They don't have much time to play around, while WeEye definitely playing the clock game, as the 1-0 will give them that 1 point. But I might have spoken too soon. No, maybe not.
There we go.
Yes.
KK with 20 seconds to spare finds a very much needed goal. And now the pressure is on either side. WeEye want to finish this in regulation time. They probably don't want to take this to overtime if they can, but at this point, it is for both teams the same story. Memphipai is going to lose the 50 here to the Baltic GG squad. Garsho tries to follow up, 10 seconds on the clock. Chuvas, misses that crucial flight. And now the ball is up in the air. It is still up for grabs to anyone. One more bounce might just do it. Can Garsho finish the job here? And the ball touches the ground. It is the second overtime of the day for us, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who scores here will seal the deal for their team.
Now again, that is the golden goal rule here. 1 goal, 1 point. And Garsho, it was just simple as that. It's unexpected here, I believe. Okay.
As far as I've seen overtime games in general, it does tend to be these unexpected quick goals that really find their way somehow through. You know, everyone's sort of expecting for a complicated play to happen, and instead it's these simple plays that just go through, somehow slip through the cracks of the defense. And there we go. The Baltic GG squad put up a second point for the nation, for themselves as well in this second game series, and so far looking pretty solid. Now, looking at what we are doing, they definitely, I feel like, have amped up the pace slightly, so they do tend to play a slightly faster play, but a lot of their offensive players are being disrupted by these defensive demos from the Baltic GG squad. So it's like they're continuously, as soon as they find themselves in the offensive zone, not all the time, but most of the time, they're going to be demoed against, and that sort of ruins the play because you sort of have to choose between either you risk it all on this offensive play and don't have enough time to return back to your defense, or you just play the safe game, go back to defense, reset, and go for another approach.
Yeah, if it works, it works, right? Using demos in your favor obviously is a part of the strategy, and it is in the game, so you are going to use it, of course, in your favor in some way or another. And definitely, but these kind of games for WeEye, definitely, it's kind of painful to lose because it is that you were
so close.
Yeah, it's like you were in the lead, and just those 20 seconds you kind of slip through, and boom, it's 1-1. In case you go into overtime, and couple seconds after, and it's 2-1, and it's not the same.
But it's not like there weren't many goaling opportunities for WeEye. There were plenty of opportunities. It's more like the defensive work from Baltic GG. They're playing as such a close and unified squad. It's really hard to find ways for the ball to go through between them, because as soon as one is not there, the other is quick to follow up. And when you have these short rotations, so really well done as it is currently being done by the Baltic GG squad, then obviously you're going to have trouble on fighting these opportunities. So yeah, perhaps a bit more uncharacteristic goals or angles, to be more precise, is what's needed here from the WeEye squad. But at the same time, you know, it does demand a lot of control from your part, a lot of mechanical skill, of all mechanical capabilities that these players definitely have. But the question is, how much can they realistically execute on this high pressure situation?
Yeah, when you have like already 2 games played, then you at least scored a goal, right, in this game, so they have like a little bit improvement in the offense over here. But like you mentioned, they had some scoring opportunities, so definitely it's been working out a lot better than in the first game. But then again, you know, those type of games, it's always kind of hard to really talk about them because it is that high-pressure moment, and the offenses always go forward. But they have to find some kind of way maybe to take a part of the Baltic GG sort of strategy. What about those demos again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why you know, they could really use in their favor, maybe try to talk it out, see if they can maybe do some kind of combination where, you know, maybe they could get the control basically over the ball in some sort of way. I would say
ideally, like WeEye would want to get the ball into Baltic GG defensive zone with a follow-up instant demo, so the 2 players that from WeEye squad would remain behind and can play between themselves and really see what would be the golden approach. Perhaps then you can get this sort of 1, 2, and 3 golden standard combo in and really get the involvement of all 3 players in terms of scoring a goal. Now, it's obviously a lot easier for us to theory craft here than to actually execute these things, because it requires a lot of timing, a lot of coordination, a lot of individual skill, and you know, the stars really need to align in the right place. What feels like for certain goals to even take place, but at the same time, miracles do tend to happen. We have another game on our hands, game number 3 in the 5-game series between WeEye and Baltic GG. So let's see, can Lithuanians turn this around, take it back home with them, or will it be the Latvian squad to put up a very, very strong performance even further on?
So, well, already Baltic's GG with 2 points in the pockets. So they have 2 games, 2 points, and now that was a close attempt already for OLED to score the first one. Just an early poke towards Baltic's GG defense, and it just ends up happening about the demo in front of you. We can take a look at the replay, and Flake again. Perfect timing for him just to... that was the demo.
Flake saved the day there with his demo. Really, like, he cleared the way for KK to make sure that he's able to see through that goal. And as well, now this is the earliest lead that the Baltic GG squad has had. In time-wise, purely, it's still 4.5 minutes on the clock. But as well, it's not the worst news for OLED. They have plenty of time to come back into this.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about the mental state as well. Obviously, starting off every game with basically being behind is not really good, although in the second game they had that lead, but it slipped at the very end towards it. But, you know, it's just better feeling when you have the control, when you have the lead, rather than being behind, right? So, because we already seen 1-0 games where it just ends like that. So definitely feeling better when you have at least couple goals here.
What? Yeah, you could see there as well from Flake by his reaction. It was just a matter of how did that not go in. And speaking about going in, Mimphapie is able to put up a goal on his own there as well, with just to, you know, add insult to injury there for the Baltic GG squad. Wide open net, nobody there to cover it. And very quickly, it is an even affair between these two in game number 3.
We've seen games where we had 11 goals in one game, and we had also games where we only had 1 goal. So I'm all about those goals, so definitely like to see a lot more. But then again, we all know how high level these players are. Of course, how high level they're playing. They're focusing hard not to allow, and the defense must be on a high level. So is the offense, and Mimphapie shows exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is really becoming on fire right now. 2 back-to-back goals from him in a very slim time frame for OLED. That's definitely great news for Baltic GG. They're probably now starting to scratch the backs of their heads and thinking like, look, listen, where did we really fall short with this play? Because, okay, we understand the first goal, but the second, that should have been there. Flake, though, with the offensive demo there, couldn't really see through the ball. His momentum was changed in an unfavorable angle for him. Garsho comes back into his defensive zone. Let's see if Flake can pick off of this. Here we go. The ball is cleared towards the net of OLED. Dangerous position for the ball to be in. KK tries to stop the play here. Can't. He's an absolute thorn in the side of OLED right now.
Yeah, he's barely on any boost, but still managing to beat that annoying defenseman there. And, well, definitely interrupted any of the offense that's possible for the team. And now, again, 2.5 minutes left, and KK with a good clearance here, but Holla with the control again. Ball's dancing between one side and the other.
Oh, Mimphapie again is in a position to score, but the ball flew too high towards the left-hand side for him. Chuvas, though, still regains control and position of the ball in holofoil. They're able to follow up. Beautiful execution. You sort of could have felt that one coming from OLED squad, because the initial setup was just so good. It really felt like they do have a backup plan, and they did.
Yeah, even our cameraman already knew on who to look at, so instantly you could already see that one like almost flying in before it went in. You already could predict on what's going to happen here. Holofoil definitely not going to miss an opportunity like that.
2 more minutes to play, and Baltic GG now on the back foot. 2 goals down. KK trying to change something about it. Flake goes up in the air. Garsho can't really go up. He has to return back to his defensive zone as KK is going to miss the ball. Is it going to be Holla there to score again? No, it's KK to clear the ball away. Oh, but Chuvas comes back into it.
Now Flake again trying to get the control of the ball, but well, his team has got his back. Oh, Mimphapie says no, that's not the truth. All right, 1 minute 29 left here, 3-1 the score. It's still the third game here, and Garsho with the control, good control here. It might be
oh,
and
he gets
in.
it.
Wow, even big smiles and big laughs from the Latvian cameras here, but Garsho, beautiful, beautiful control.
Yeah, look, this aerial is a freestyle and a half as well. The second one of the day that we're seeing the likes of this, and you really love to see how much control over the ball these players can have given the right circumstances.
Yeah, Chuvas, even Chuvas was in front of him, but Garsho didn't really care. He's like, okay, I have a bulldozer, I'll just, go in anyway.
Yeah, well, Garsho there did lose the 50 over to the WeEye team, so Chuvas now together with midfield looking to see if they can do something with this full boost for Holofoil. And he's on the offensive. The redirect is good. It was so close towards the right-hand side corner. Mimfy couldn't follow up himself. Instead, it is Chuvas. Gets the second touch. The angle is off a bit. Oh, but what a demo comes through. And can they finish things off here off the back of it? They can't, and it's Garsho now on the offensive.
Yeah, it looked like Chuvas wanted to do the bicycle kick, almost, so to say, there, but they quite missed that opportunity there. And again, 27 seconds on the clock. It's WeEye 3-2. Will they get their first point out of this game? And it could be, because Chuvas making that fourth goal. And now it's -2 for Baltic's GG, only 22 seconds left.
4-2 with 22 seconds to spare. I really feel like it's done and dusted here for the Baltic's GG squad, but they might just prove me wrong. Now, we've seen goals in this time span of 3 seconds, so technically speaking, anything can happen, but not unless you are in possession of the ball, and Baltic's GG need to clear this one desperately. Nice demo and a score from Flake. What a beautiful, beautiful set of circumstances. Gets demoed against, but not unless he gets that touch first, and the trajectory was there, and that's why it is important to know your trajectories, knowing how to get the ball in the right movement. 9 seconds to spare. An air ball might take place. Is it going to be the case? Holofoil slams it towards the ground in hopes of getting a touch just to close this match out. It is Chuvas. And there we go. 4 against 3 in favor of WeEye, and they do pick up their first game in this series. Now, we spoke about those demos. Definitely those are more present here, but I really like the change in the overall approach from WeEye. It seems like they play with a bit of a reserve and really feeling out their opponent in those first 2 games, and now that they have the feel for it, they're like, okay, now we're confident with what we can work with.
Yeah, definitely warming up against an opponent you maybe never seen play, or who knows, maybe they have studied some kind of tapes, right? Maybe from those previous tournaments that I mentioned maybe before. But then again, it's a big time, time change. People, improve on their skill, and maybe,
yes.
Of course, that's why those, let's say, older reviews, so to say, maybe not to be that fresh, so to say. But then again, definitely they're improving step by step, right? The first game a little bit shaky, second game a little bit better, already a goal in their pockets, and now a point in the pocket. So definitely what they're looking for.
So you're saying we are going to see a full-on conversion here, and do you think the remaining 2 games are going to go the way of WeEye, or the Baltic GG squad will be able to still shine?
Well, it depends now on them, really, because, again, the momentum, really, maybe going back to that WeEye team, because, again, they got their win right now, so definitely feeling a little bit more confident that they can play against Baltic's GG, that they have the level, and they definitely played a really good game here, and pretty confident, I would say.
Yeah, well, for sure, I love the shots I'm seeing from Flake.
Yeah.
But Garsho as well defensively is just an absolute unit. So, yeah, you can see why WeEye have their work cut out for them. They really need to first really struggle to get the possession of the ball. But once they do, though, it is a different story from that point on. So more positions for them probably are going to convert more towards successful plays in their department. But with 2 still games remaining here, I really just want to see how many points can the Latvian squad rack up for their nation overall. Because, we started this without any points for the Latvian country. And now they do have 2 guaranteed, potentially 2 more up for grabs.
Yeah, like you mentioned before about the possession, though, right? There's this interesting saying, basically, if you don't have the ball, you can't score, right? So it's pretty simple, but pretty true as well at the same time. And definitely have the possession and control of the ball, then the opponent can't really do anything. You know, they have to get that one in the first place. So obviously, if you have that control and if you have the possession, then you have better chances. And I'm hearing that we have the game, so let's jump right into it. The fourth game against WeEye and Baltic's GG. We're back in it
with the kickoff there, but it is going to be Mimfify with the conversion on the offensive play. Garsho looking to clear, goes supersonic, isn't fast enough because it was Holofoil had a step in front of him. KK goes flying. Oh my god, what a redirect. It felt like it's going to go towards the goal. Flake as well tries to do something to change the direction, but can't really do it. Mimfify off the backboard, can't follow up himself. Holofoil will try to keep the play dangerous, and speaking about dangerous, that was a solid attempt.
Now again, ball back to Chuvas. Good pass to Holofoil, and tries to get that redirect, but not quite there. A good rebound from the side, and I'll try to get the control, but the angle was not quite there again. And now KK on the side, we can see. Oh, that's a demo. Good demo there.
Yeah, it didn't allow for Baltic's GG to trickle into the defensive zone of WeEye so quickly, so it allowed for WeEye to set up a play here for them, and it looks like it to be a very good play. Mimfify, a dangerous shot towards the goal there. Chuvas now off the backboard. Can he go for this play? Gets the second touch. Not good, but Mimfify is there to follow up, and another first goal for the WeEye squad. And this seems to be exactly what they were looking for, because they were having trouble of getting those early openings in their favor, but now they do, and the conversion seemed to be there as well. Let's see, can the Baltic GG squad respond quickly here, or will it be a follow-up play from WeEye? So far seems to be the latter one.
Okay, Ken Garsho had a good opportunity there to play the goalie there, but then again, a little miscommunication led to that, and now KK, we just mentioned about him, and he scores a goal now again. Garsho with the assist as well. As you can see, good pass, and then KK with a nice, just single touch. It's all it's needed, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, I feel like it is. This is one of the, well, for me personally, worst ways how to lose a goal. As soon as you get one, you instantly lose a goal within the next 30 seconds, right? And it feels like that all that heavy effort that you put in previously was just wiped off the board. So it's back to the drawing board for WeEye in terms of how they want to approach this. It seems to be a solid idea in their mind, because Baltic GG slightly struggling defensively here.
Definitely not the best feeling when you score one and you allow one right back in. And now again, it's basically again all even, like you mentioned before. It's 3 minutes left. Now Flake with the control. Holla wants to join in as well. The party is on. The game is on. It's 2:50, and Garsho.
Good steal.
Control. And again, Chuvas.
Flake drives it away from the net. That was a dangerously centered ball for a moment. Garsho now with the head, hard clear, even a shot on goal. Chuvas in the nick of time able to save them, as Garsho with the offensive. KK comes in as well. Garsho positions himself for that centered ball. Cannot really follow up. Two defensive players don't allow them to go through. But Flake comes in with a huge hit towards goal. And can KK follow here?
Now that's Flake in front of your screens here. But again, the ball is towards that Baltic's GG zone. KK gets the boost. Now has to do something with that. Now Holofoil definitely doesn't want to kick the ball towards his goal. Tries to kick it to the other side. Again, less than 2 minutes left, and it's 1-1 in this fourth game. Mimfify with the Chuvas here. And again, Flake with the control, and good. It's Flake with the control, and Flake with the goal.
Yeah, I mean, the shot was just slightly too fast for Holofoil to do anything about it. He got the touch there, but angled it in a way where the ball didn't fully clear the net. And it is 2-1. A minute and 45 seconds is definitely still enough time for WeEye to come up with a game plan here. Clearing the ball away from their zone. Chuvas there with the throwing, tries to see if he can get the ball closer to the net. Can't really do so. Mimfify forced to use all of his boost to catch up with the ball and not allow for the Latvian squad to follow through there with the play.
Again, You can see 3 players from Baltic's GG around their goal. Now Flake with the control, and the ball is just rolling in close to it almost went in here, but not quite again. And then, well, again, with the 1 minute and 7 seconds left on the clock, it's 2-1. The time is ticking, and it's WeEye. They definitely following it as well.
The time is now. It looks like the Baltic GG are really amping up on the pressure to see if they can score and really close this one out. 2-1 affair. They don't want to allow WeEye to have the ball in their hands for too long of a time. They don't want to allow them to set up a play. Great dribble coming out from Flake off the sidewall there as well. But Memphipai, we have been calling out his aim time and time again, converts this to an offensive play. Garsha now looking to get that clear in, but Holofoil mid-air with the 50 will steal that one away, and it is a shot on goal. That was a defensive goal, I believe. Let's have a look at the replay there, but yeah, the laughs across everyone's faces. That's just play.
That's just play. That's quite unfortunate there, obviously.
I mean, you're in no man's land. You can't go left. You can't go right. You are where you are, and the result, it is what it is. But considering that this evens out the playing grounds, you know, is it really what you want? You want to take this to overtime, probably, if you can, for the Baltic GG squad. They want to reset this. They want to give themselves a bit more breathing room. This is a dangerous affair. Chuvas able to save this one. The ball is in the air. Memphipai does get the directional change, and KK can even follow through. Oh, it touched the ground. It would have bounced in.
It could have bounced in. It did look maybe to hit the post, but could have bounced in, could have not. You know, we will never know at this point, but all we know, it is the overtime. And as we saw the previous overtime, it only took a couple seconds to score the goal. But there it is. Is it in? No, it's not. It almost went in, and it does go in now. And Holofoil just to end it all. And that is WeEye with the 3-2 victory, scoring their second point here, making it, well, 2-2 now. And, well, it is 2 points for each of the teams here. And another overtime. It's great to see.
I love the fact that both of these teams are having such a close affair. It really forces for both of the teams to look for creative ways as well, how they can utilize each other on the fly, essentially, and play off the back of certain situations that do occur. So that's where we do get to see these mid-air plays, where we get to see these offensive scrambles backwards and forwards, and really both teams trying to use every single opportunity that is presented to them. You know, it was slightly comical, I would say, in the way how Flake was almost sort of forced to score into his own goal. It's unfortunate that that was also the reason why this did go into overtime and why they did lose to WeEye in this game, in this series. So the final game is going to have a lot of say, and as always, might have devastating consequences in the long run if we are looking at the overall standings. And that is something that to keep in mind for the Baltic GG squad. Now is no time to rest. Now is no time to think of what is still yet in front. All of your focus should be just simply on this game.
Yeah, it's, you know, you have to take game by game. Obviously, everything starts from the zero, so nobody starts with like a 2-goal lead at the very beginning. So it's all 0-0. You have to work your way for that 1 point, and you grab those points one by one, like cherries from the tree. And, you know, the more cherries, the better, basically, right? So the more apples, the cherries, whatever you're picking there, right? In this sense,
as long as it's your tree, yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's your tree, right? But then again, I think Baltic's GG definitely want to get, you know, a couple cherries from the WeEye tree there, you know, so to say. So
for sure,
definitely, you know, the Baltic's love, of course, and maybe Flake giving them a little there, of course, a little high five, you know. But then again, you know, we are not here to make friends here, right? We're here to get the.
Hey, we need a winner.
Yeah, we need a winner here. We're looking for the big TV win, right? We definitely looking for it. And Baltic's GG have the opportunity to win it, well, as well for WeEye or any other team, of course, in the tournament here. And it's beautiful to see those all teams play, of course. And now it is the 2-2. It's the final game between these two. and whoever wins it, well, wins it all, so to say, on this little mini battle.
In the series, in the
Yeah.
series. Because this is still the group stage taking place over this first day. Tomorrow we're going to have the second part of the group games, and of course those juicy playoffs, and also inevitably where we get to crown the winners and to present them with their very valuable prizes, and it is going to be an absolute game changer. So let's see which out of two teams is going to have the one-up advantage points-wise over the other here, as the kickoff falls in favor of Baltic's GG, but very quickly we are able to clear it.
And that's instantly a demo there. The insurance companies are not going to be happy about it, but then again, Flake here with the control. And now, again, Chivas here trying to get the control. I guess he was just trying to get a little bit of boost here. Oh, that's a good control over the ball. Oh, another one.
That's almost like faking out both of the offensive plays. You can see a few laughs there as well. Just it kind of makes you feel like a fool that you cannot hit a ball that seems to be in a very open and a simple position to touch, but at the same time shows great mechanical skill on the individual part. And speaking about great individual skin, look at that play from Garsho. He was able to take it from the midfield line, fake out Memphipai, and there we go. Beautiful score without any boost remaining. No boost really needed in that situation as well. It's a wide open net. You just need to make sure that you don't fall and trip over your own shoelaces.
Yeah, it's basically, if you can do it, I can do it even better. This time scoring a goal, getting that 1-0 here for Baltic's GG. And it's only 60 seconds gone into this fifth game of the 5-game series between the two. Obviously, both teams scoring 2 points for each here. And Holofoil now with the good bounce, finds his way here, even though he got demoed right after, but it was right after. He can do it. Who cares now? It's 1-1. But a beautiful attempt here. Flake, well, not quite in the position, though. Not quite in the position to make that save for Flake. And it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's an even game yet again. Almost 4 minutes to play, though, so again, plenty of times for teams to come up with answers here for whatever is not working on their department. It's better known for them, because on the side here we can only speculate, but it truly seems to... I love how much of a team effort it is on both sides here. Truly everyone is stepping up to the occasion, and specifically I want to mention probably Miphipai out of everyone on WeEye's squad currently, just because his offensive plays are really one of the reasons why we are still with the score of what it is in the series.
That's how it is now, but again, in the control is 3 minutes left. Quite a lot of time, of course, to play. And now Flake tries to get the control. Ball's basically bouncing literally in the middle. Going from one way to another again. It's like one little push from one side and to another, and KK with the good control. Outplaying 2 players from WeEye there, but still doesn't get the ball inside of a net. And then again we see Chuvas in front of the camera here again. The Memphipai just to get that pass to him, but not quite enough of the positioning there, so to say.
Chuvas tries to get it out of his zone, tries to clear it, but Garsho even manages to steal that defensive full boost from WeEye, and that's going to be a problem because they can't follow up with this offensive play entirely. They're trying to do it without boost available, and that is Memphipai to do it. Oh my god, gets a few of those small pads in just to have enough inertia and to get that redirect as needed. Beautiful score between 2 defensive players. Very, very calculated on his part. 2 against 1, 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining, and WeEye in the lead. Memphipai yet again shining for his team, the 20-year-old player from Vilnius.
Yeah, well, definitely want to give a shout out to Holofoil with the great pass back to Memphipai to even make that goal happen. So definitely some great teamwork between the two. Made it really happen, so they have the lead now. They have the control, and they definitely can feel it. And also Baltic GG can feel it, because now the pressure is on them.
Yeah, it could be a reverse sweep here from WeEye in the series. 2 against 1. A minute and 40 seconds on the clock. They've won 2 games in a row now, looking to see if they can close it out with the third as well. so far, holding on to the ball defensively. Mifpy now off the opposing side's backboard, tries to make a play happen. Chuva's there to pick it up, and let's see, can Mifpy do anything about it? Holofoil will have to save the day for the team now as Chuva's looking to follow up. Mifpy, does he manage to return in time? Garsho nearly gets the shot of a lifetime, but cannot make it, cannot see it through as off the back of those two defensive players that were just absolutely ruining his day.
Now Garsho again back in the defense and a good save. Managed to not let that ball go through. Because, you know, one more goal from WeEye and it might be it. There's not a lot of time left, 47 seconds. But then again, as you mentioned before, anything could really happen because when the clock runs down, the game finishes only when the ball touches the ground. So obviously, if you keep it in there and the time goes on out, it's still game on.
Yeah, I want to see a This is Rocket League moment here happening today or tomorrow. It doesn't matter which day, but I want to see one of those incredibly insane air balls. Ooh, that was a dangerous pinch happening, but the Latvian squad do manage to clear the ball away now with 16 seconds remaining. Flake, he cannot really set up the goal for his team, is in the other side of the corner to pick it up. Holofoil manages to find himself almost to an open net. Chuvas has to fly sky high, and now KK off the back of it. Flake with the redirect, they get the goal and they take it to overtime. This is Rocket League. This is the moment I was waiting for.
You called it, you nailed it, and Flake nails it, and even all the players just jump, well, either enjoy or, well, not quite in tears, but then laughs a little bit that happened and sends it to overtime, baby. Here we go, 2-2, and still another overtime. I do believe that's the third one in this series alone.
Yeah, incredibly close affair between these two, and now Baltic GG squad has to be fired up. They have to be feeling it. They're in the offensive. They're looking for that closing goal, that third point that is so much needed for them, for their country as well. And such a close affair. Garsho now needs to be mindful of the fact that he's the closest and furthest defensive linesman, and turning that over onto an offensive play. Can he follow up? Mifpy now on the offensive, potentially could clear this one out. Garsho tries to do everything he can. Flake now with this play off the backboard, gets the double touch. KK doesn't manage to see it through. It's such a close affair between these two, and Chuvas now over on the offensive.
The blood in their veins, the petrol in their cars, and it's still 2-2 in the overtime. In anyone's game here, KK with the fake. Oh, that was a slow move there, but then again, we've seen those slow can sometimes be even good, and not this time around. Now Garsho with the boost, tries to get the control of the ball, careful with it.
Yeah, this is mind games now between these two. Everyone wants to fake everyone out. Flake here to pick up the ball. Can he get the clear in as well? It is Mifpy to pick it up, and Holofoil not really enough boost to follow through strongly enough, and Chuvas now in his own defensive zone needs to be mindful of the fact that KK is very close by. Garsho as well. Flake manages to steal the ball but loses the 50 here, and Mifpy is there to pick up the slack. Someone got demoed as well. That is a dangerous situation for whoever who it was, but it's KK to come through with a fast steal. Garsho as well tries to get the follow-up through, gets it into the corner of a WeEye, and now they're looking to see if they can set up an offensive play.
Everybody's playing chess over here with the minds of their own, trying to figure out the next move and the next potential offense or defense play at the same time. No one's playing checkers here at the moment.
Oh, this might just be it. Garsho with the follow-up, gets the touch, but Mifpy is so good on the defensive.
Way too good. And now again, Garsho with the control, good control, and almost great there. But then again, a fantastic defensive play from WeEye. And now again, Flake with the ball here.
Drives up the wall, good job from him. Holofoil, though, able to disrupt that play, and they regain position, but no, it is KK comes in, flying right now. So close with the follow-up, but Mifpy just seems to be so faster. Chuvas, though, with the demo, will present its team with an opportunity to Hopefully clear this one. That got slightly dicey for a moment. Flake comes in now as well to see if he can do something about it. Mephi with the full boost is ready to pick up the ball in a favorable angle. It is all full 3 minutes in overtime. This is a super close affair between these two. Neither of the team is willing to give in, and rightly so. You need to give it all, and Chuvas is doing exactly that as he closes out the series here for the WeEye squad in their favor. Beautiful individual performance out of him. As soon as we call it, it is super close. Instead, it is Chuvas to shine there at the very end. So congratulations to the WeEye squad. They are able to put up 3 points to their name. Baltic's GG definitely made it a crazy affair with that airball.
Yeah, it was really interesting game. It was the longest overtime we had so far today, I believe. And the 25-year-old just putting it in, make it a 3-2. And, well, Lithuanians definitely quite happy with those points.
Yeah, well, so far, so good for them. So now we need to have a look at the group stage standings just to have a bit of a more understanding, right, how this picture is going to pan out. And also for anyone tuning in just now, so you know what really went down here. And I'm really keen to see how the point differential has divided between these teams now. Latvia has been able to put up 2 points to their name on the Big Nord. So finally, Latvian flag has a few points in their pocket already. But they have a few more games upcoming, so hopefully they can double up on that. Let's have a look at the group standings here. So as you can see, the Estonians are currently in the first position with 12 wins overall to their name, 7 wins for the GOAT squad. Bad Dudes currently holding 5. The second position currently being held by Lithuanians with 6 wins. WeEye has all of those. GDL are yet to show up with a performance of their own in terms of actually scoring the points, but they have showed up on the playing field eventually. So hopefully it is going to be slightly better days as we transition into the next games here. And for the Baltic's GG squad, as we just saw, they were able to put up 2 points, so 2 wins in the series against the WeEye squad, and that is all she wrote so far in terms of those points. So looking into the future now, right, the next game is going to be Moonshiners playing against the Bad Dudes, and in their first game of the day against the Goats, Moonshiners weren't able to score a single goal. Now admittedly, the Goats might have been the strongest team for the Moonshiners to go up against here. And then the question now holds is probably Moonshiners did have a chance to see how the Bad Dudes play, so perhaps they're going to have an idea in their mind how they want to approach this up-and-coming game.
Yeah, well, I do have written down that also the Bad Dudes, when they played against GDL, they went 5-0, and in the first game, they were completely smashing their opponents, but then again, it's not the only game, actually, we've seen also that towards the end, maybe they start off with the big scores like 10-1, 5-1, 6-1, right? One of those big kind of scoring goals, but then again, when we go closer to that ending the 5th game, for example, then the scores get so much smaller. It's like 1-2, 2-1, 1-0. Everyone's feeling each other already more and more the more they play, and definitely the teams kind of adapt to each other and see and feel the team, and they maybe planning on any of the plans, how to score the goals or how to get the offense or defensive play going.
Yeah, I think it's something also that makes it very interesting just from a viewer's perspective. Obviously, if you have a single goal game on your hand, that means that, you know, a lot is going on offensively and defensively. We also had, again, that highlight moment from the Baltic GG squad being able to take the game into overtime. Admittedly, they weren't able to convert fully, but still, that is no small feat to achieve, especially on the big stage. You know, you've gone through the qualifiers, a few stages of those. You have come out on top. You have made it to the group stage of this LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltics Cup, and now you're looking to try and see if you can solidify your position in the playoffs that are going to be taking place tomorrow. So let's have a look at these lineups between Moonshiners and the Bad Dudes, because the game is soon to begin. So on the side of Moonshiners, Leonard,
we have Arch, FM, and Max from the Moonshiners, while in the Bad Dudes
we have Dr. Azul, Hollum, and Prime A. Now again, not sure, Leonard, if you heard me beforehand when Bad Dudes were playing, but Dr. Azul and Hollum are brothers, and they've been playing since the first day they came out together. So Their overall understanding and capabilities of playing off of each other should probably be to the highest level that potentially is there possible, if indeed is the case. Now, the question is, of course, perhaps, if Moonshiners are lucky, they can get the brothers to bicker a bit amongst themselves and disrupt the plays of the bad dudes. But again, that's a lot of behind-the-scenes theory crafting here. For Moonshiners, you know, we saw them once today, and the performance was not there. So let's see if it is going to be when the second time comes around. It's the flying M on your screens there, but it is Dr. Zool to win the kickoff, and he has been an incredible scorer for the bad dudes, and I'm expecting nothing less of him here coming into this first game of the 5-game series between these two.
Yeah, and the Moonshiners also, when they played against the Goats, you know, they had a really tough start. You know, losing 10 goals in the first game, and then the second one they lost also 6. But then closer to that 5th game, you know, despite they losing all the games that they had so far, they still managed to lose only by 1 goal, so 1-2 in that final game against the Goats. So definitely improving. So let's see if they start the same way, or maybe, you know, already warmed up and ready to actually perform and, you know, score some points for Team Latvia as well.
Dr. Zool together with Hollum, looking to set up that play. Doctor still keeps it in the offensive for the bad dudes. And Prime A now with a beautiful aerial. Oh my god, I really felt like that's going to go through, but the Moonshiners are able to clear that one. Nonetheless, though, Hollum, the brother of Dr. Zool, comes in and nails this one home.
And guess who's the assist of the here? Dr. Zool. Who else? And, well, a good play here. And, well, of course, we all love balloons here, and definitely bad dudes will love to see it more and more and more. But then again, it's 1-0, and Estonians are in.
Yeah, everyone loves balloons. Nobody likes to blow them up. That's what's the case in my experience. But anyways, less about balloons, more about football. Bad dudes being 1 up, 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining for Moonshiners to come up with an answer. And let's see what is the play here for the bad dudes. Prime A priming a shot towards the defensive zone of Moonshiners. FM does manage to intercept for a brief moment. Dr. Zool doesn't really get the redirect. I believe he did get the touch. It's Prime A to shoot on score for the bad dudes. That is very early on. 2-0 lead for the bad dudes. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining for the Latvian team to come up with an answer.
The 19-year-old here from Tallinn showing how it's done. And Estonia with a 2-0, 3 minutes 18 seconds left. And now you see Max without the boost, trying to find a couple of those boost chargers here. But now again, the ball is basically in the corner.
I think we need a few moon emojis in the chat, because the Moonshiners don't seem to be feeling it till the very end right now. Dr. Zool, together with Hollum, are going to clear the ball away. It was actually Prime A to clear it, and Dr. Zool tries to go with the follow-up. Was in prime position, but the ball with the dribble off of that defensive player from Moonshiners kind of changed its direction. Archie there to change its trajectory, and FM close by, looking to see if he can follow up with a shot attempt.
And now again we see Prime A full boost, ready to protect, ready to go in the offense if he needs to. And now again, Arch is the one without any type of boost. FM as well run out of it. So boost control definitely important when it comes down to those moments when you see the ball just being alone in the corner and no one's there. You have to be there to just kick it in, maybe make a goal or just make that offensive play. And if you just don't have the boost and you don't have the speed, a lot harder to do.
Yeah, I really feel like pressure might be getting to Moonshiners. We saw their Max as well previously, just missing a flick wide open. Nobody was in his way. So, you know, you might be thinking it's just too many steps ahead of you at this stage. And hopefully that's not the case, of course, because if it is going to be a very one-sided affair. Max now with the shot on goal. Cannot pick up the rebound himself, but it is going to be FM to try and see if he can finish the deal here for the Moonshiners. Archie comes in as well. Mex now doesn't get the second touch though, but Archie there to save the day. FM, ooh, the ball just directs into the corner instead of the goal actually, and now Dr. Zool is surely going to be able to get this clear. No, it's Mex mid-air with the steal, and Hollum to clear it away from his own goal.
Well, Moonshiners at least doing something right there, trying to push the ball outside of, not even close to their goal, but they spent a good amount of time there at Bad Dude's side of the goal, but it just doesn't go in really, so they have to work on that one because still zeros on their score line, and it's only 60 seconds left until the end of this first game out of the 5-game series. Of course, all 5 games being played out just to score those points, and 1 game equals 1 point, and definitely Latvia is the one that is just thirsty for the points, while Estonia has plenty of them already, but why not just get more?
Yeah, Arch with an attempt on shot on goal didn't really manage to get the momentum he was going for in that attempt. Hullum now on the offensive. Arch left alone in the defensive. Has to clear this ball away from the net. Is able to do so. Gets it across the midfield line barely, but FM there to follow up. And now on the offensive, Moonshiners again are looking to see if they can set up some sort of a play between themselves. It seems to be the opportunity seems to evade them a lot of the times, and now perhaps might be the case they were looking for. But Arch, he has no boost.
Oh, that's good.
And wait, hello? That's Bad Dudes.
Wait a minute.
Look at this. So watch. So Arch has no boost. He uses all the momentum he could possibly have, and boop, that is off the defense.
Yeah, well, a little smiles and giggles around, but still, I mean, it's only 1 second left, and it's an air ball now, so whenever it touches the ground, it's over. And will it be over? It officially is, and Bad Dudes, well, 2-1 this time around, so Moonshiners again scoring a goal, though, at least, but then again, it's still no points for them, so still a little struggling there. But then again, it's a little closer game than what they had maybe a little bit before.
Yeah, and look, it's hard to play against Bad Dudes because we saw there as well in the post-game statistic that Prime A has been able to center 8 balls during this game, right?
Yeah.
So that's 8 opportunities for the brothers to take advantage of and make the play happen off of that, and that already brings a lot of success naturally to your team, because if you are able to center 8 plays, 8 games, 8 balls, there we go, found the word, that means that also your team has had 8 opportunities to follow up on that. I cannot really say that has been the case for Moonshiners here. So yes, they are going to be forced to bow down here in that first point loss to their name, but hopefully they can get more points on the board here, because so far points have evaded them. I'll be blunt as it is, a 0 is still a 0 after in the second half of the day, and we really want to see a bit more of that. So we need those moons in the chat. We need the support to be there. We need the team to hear you guys. Make sure you give our mods a hard time, and I hear we are ready to jump straight into the next game between these two, and you can see Dr. Zul looking terrifying.
Well, and Bad Dudes also looking terrifying. 6 games, 6 points, 6 wins. While the Moonshiners are still in those baby shoes. 6 games and not a single W there on their name. Not a single point, so definitely hoping to do their first steps here. Well, Bad Dudes are already in the college, so to say. Getting those points already with the control again. Now Max tries to maybe get those baby steps going, and Archie tries to help as well, but not quite there. And again, they have to go back to the defense here.
All right, great job from Mix overall, returning back defensively. Hullum, though, has a chance to score here, and of course he's going to use that opportunity. Wide open net, nobody there to defend, and a beautiful play off the back of that demo that came in from FM, I believe, but it wasn't just good enough.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes, 20 seconds only left there. Quite a lot of time. Of course, only 40 seconds gone into this. And still here. Arch with the control. But then Halu says, you know what? That's not exactly where we wanted the ball to be. We wanted to push to your side. And now Prime A with a good touch and with the smiley face here, as you can see next to his name.
I'm telling you, that smiley would always get me every single time.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those smiley faces where you just only put it just to trigger the opponents.
Yeah, you can see that FM as well in the left-hand side in the middle cam is not really happy about the whole situation. Just, rest his head in the back of his seat, just being like, come on, man, like, we need this.
We need those points. That's what is in mind. But then again, you have to show it as well. on stage now, and you have to like show and play it, because when its score is 0-2, you have to get those big shoes and step in. But now Doctor in control. But again, Mex now. Ooh, but a good play against Holum here. Wins that little tiny battle between the two, but then again, ball in the corner now. It's Doctor with the control again, pushing it to the corner. The ball always bounces to those corners, but now Arch, sadly, he ran out of the boost. If he had a little bit more boost, then maybe he could have actually just pushed the ball right into the net there. Nobody was on the defense then. But sadly, the boost ran out, so no more speed, no more momentum. But Prime A says that's how you do it. And a 3-0 here for Bad Dudes here. Good touch. Good pass there for Holum as well. Making that 86 kilometers per hour here. Even the speed cameras can't quite catch him.
Now, there's a little fun fact I can tell you about Holum, though. You can see in the right-hand side, in the middle camera, that's Holum. And he has a map behind him. Do you know why the map is there?
Well, that's a geography map.
Well, he ain't no geography teacher. He's actually managed to visit over 50 countries in the young age of 19 that he is, from Venezuela to Japan. As, well, Bad Dudes also take a visit towards the goal of the Moonshiners as they yet again score 4-0 so far. But yeah, what an impressive list of countries to go through. And, you know, 5-0, 50 countries, almost 1/4 of the world. Only 19? That's a lot of countries to pin on your map, and that's probably why he has that behind him.
Yeah, I believe you just have to get the map where you have to like color the, you know, the countries that you've been to, or like a check mark on them, you know, so you can check mark them, be like, been there, done that. And now as well here,
just another check mark for Holum as he's looking to make that beautiful offensive play. Prime A is forced to come in and help out. Dr. Zul already there defensively to pick up the ball and see if they can start another offensive play. FM cannot pick the pass off of Archie, so Archie will need to see if he can rotate back quickly. And because nobody was there in time, Prime A able to put up, I believe, his second goal now.
Now, good Dr. Zul. Again, as you see, 3 players there, not a single player from Moonshiners on the defensive here. Definitely not in the mood. As you can see, very straight faces from Moonshiners.
Well, what can you say? When you're down 0-5, and this is only the second game in the series, you already lost that first one as well. What can you do?
Yeah, well,
it's a matter of really digging deep and really about, at this point in time, you just should try and see if you can make small successful plays happen, and by that I mean just a small aggressive short rotations close to each other, see if they can get the ball around the defensive plays of Bad Dudes. Also see if they can perhaps fake someone out. That's something that we don't see a lot coming out from Moonshiners in their approach. The Bad Dudes do tend to hit the brakes suddenly and abruptly just to, you know, get that player really out of position. Archie, though, looking to get that clear through. FM now comes in and almost gets it, but Holum close to the mid-line is able to change the tides here almost.
Definitely.
Oh, no way Prime A just scored that. Look, listen.
That's the 4th goal in his name already here. And Prime A just beautifully, just one touch, one simple move, and it's 7-0 over here. And at this point, Moonshiners, you know, at this point you want to try to maybe practice something maybe for the upcoming next game. Try to figure out some kind of strategy, see if it works, see if they can actually manage to do it. Whatever works, whatever makes it. But that's an 8-0 there already, and the Estonians, they're just running away with the bulldozer all over here. 2 players, Mex and FM. Even the Wizard hat is not helping.
Yeah, it really seems that the Bad Dudes have found the answer, and the answer is just in a fast, controlled play and just picking up these rebounds. What another goal comes through. 9-0, 1 minute and 31 seconds. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the second double digits of the day soon here. And, well, funny or no, enough against the Moonshiners.
Yeah, and, well, Moonshiners grabbing those anti-records over here. But don't really know if that's the name you really want yourself to have. But then again, well, it's one of those games where just nothing really goes your way. And it's just all about
at
the
this point, I
momentum.
really feel like they just need that pause in between games. They need to have that breather to reset themselves, to reset the mindset as well, because it can very quickly feel like the game is running away from you, especially if Prime A is able to put up continuous shots like this. He has 7 shots to his name. Definitely 3 have converted as goals as well. So, you know, it's a difficult tale to experience right now if you are Moonshiners being down 0-10.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of one of my Rocket League games here.
Same.
So, yeah,
It's that one time I tried online, right?
yeah, the first experience, so to say, here. But then again, well, Moonshiner is definitely not the first one here. They already were in that 110 before, so not their first rodeo here. But definitely, if they want to repeat that, they have to score at least 1. So to lift up that Latvian flag, just to show that they are still here and they're still alive. But then again, Bad Dudes basically beating a dead horse right now.
Half a minute remaining. Can anyone score on top? Of course he can. That's Prime A. Excuse me, I was downplaying him. The man has 6 goals.
Yeah, 6 goals, 11 in total. Prime A definitely looking for that most goals scored, so to say. Well, not quite maybe the MVP, but the most goals scored for sure. Maybe in the statistics department, maybe can get that one up there. But definitely his name would be there.
Oh, for sure. He has such an immensely good game, this one. And you can see as well, defensively, not a sign of stress on the side of Bad Dudes, just off the back of that score line. It is 10 seconds remaining, 11-point lead for Bad Dudes. And of course, this is going to solidify them in the series, even get the 12th there with 4 seconds to spare. And yeah, Moonshiners are writing off this game. They still have 3 games in front of them in this series between themselves and the Bad Dudes. And no mercy from the Bad Dudes. They really are giving it all. And if you have the chance to warm up for your upcoming games as well, why not take as many goals as you can. See if you can finish the series here and now, because also the Moonshiners need to be mindful of the fact that this is not the last game. It might feel like it mentally for them right now, but they still have 3 games in front of them, and they still need to face the Bad Dudes 3 more times before we will conclude this game series. So overall, a whopping performance out of Prime A, able to put up 6 goals on his own, so many assists as well on his department, a few more shots above the goal count that he had, around 8-9 shots on goal from him. So a huge performance. Obviously defensively, it seems to be that the Bad Dudes definitely have the right idea and the right timing in mind that seems to work for them, especially against the Moonshiner squad here. In terms of what Moonshiners should do here, Linus, do you have any idea that the guys should try?
Well, at this point, I do believe after the 4th goal or so, the mental fortitude was already down to 0, basically, and they were just kind of, playing a little bit for fun, so to say, and not really focusing anymore. We had some of those goals where literally there was nobody in the defense, just like no one there, even in the halfway. No one was even trying at that, I feel. So now they're starting again, everything from the 0. Yes. So you have to definitely remember, this is not best of 5. This is 5-game series where every game counts, and you have to grab those points. And, now you're starting from 0. You let them have some fun a little bit, but now you have to kick it in the 2nd gear if you have that, because it's time to do it.
Yeah, well, starting from 0, it's about time to find out if they can be the hero for themselves as we transition into the 3rd game of 5 minutes on the clock yet again. And the kickoff is there. Dr. Zool on the offensive, Hollum following close by. And just off the tempo itself, you can see that the Bad Dudes are very eager to keep up the same pressure that they were able to put up beforehand. Archdale, beautiful attempt with the aerial on his department. Mex now needs to be careful with the timing, needs to be able to come back as soon as possible if he can. FM on the offensive as well. Is there anyone to follow up with this? It is Mex close by, but Dr. Zool with the pass over to Prime A now. Hollum there as well to perhaps make a play happen off the backboard. They missed the shot.
Now Dr. Zool with the control again. FM meets FM right in the middle there. And again, FM with the magical hats, trying to find some magic for the team as well. That's what they really need. Because now with the, well, they have at least lasted now nearly a minute, and it's still 0-0. I think this is the closest game we've seen so far between the two. But then again, it's all up for grabs. A lot of time still left, and now again, it's Max with a control. Good pass over here on that side, and now good defense again from, well, bad dudes. Right there was Doctor, who played a little goalie there for a minute.
Yeah, Doctor able to really solidly able to predict the trajectory of the ball and the way where he should be basically within the next 2 seconds, and that is a key to a lot of the success here in Rocket League. Being able to predict how the ball will move within the nearest second or two can be everything really in terms of being the difference maker of you scoring a goal or not. Prime A now looking to see if he can clear defensively, but FN comes in flying, doesn't get the second touch though to perhaps go for a shot on goal, but regardless though, good attempt from him. Arch now needs to clear this one away. It's FM yet again to touch the ball, but not enough so that it would clear out.
Everybody's trying to get that control of the ball. It just went past the bad dude's goal there. Almost went in. Not quite again. Now Halum to maybe find someone here. And Doctor, well, good positioning, but the angle is not quite there again.
The hitbox didn't really favor him in that situation for the car itself as well. You know, it was an awkward angle already from the get-go. The momentum as well was not really going his way to convert that into a clean shot. But regardless, bad dudes so far doing a solid job of trying to keep up with the previous pace that they were doing, but it seems like the Moonshiners, have really turned up the pace on their own, and now looking to see if they can clear this one away. Hopefully they can, because only one player has full boost, and that is Archie. He's already used half of it, and he needs to save this other half to get the clear. Oh, this is a dangerous bounce. Hullum comes in with the shot on goal, is going to be deflected, and now Dr. Zul looking to see if he can follow up with an attempt of his own.
Now Halum again, 1 minute 40 seconds. It's still 0-0. Big difference from between the last game here, where at this point the score was about 7-0, and now not even one goal. It's literally feels like this one of those games where one mistake leads to that 1 point. And now Halum again with a good attempt, and well, either that was a save.
That was a save. That was a save, and a clean one as well. I really feel like that would have been a goal in this instance.
Felt like going in over here, but now Max, with the boom in front of you again. That's a demo, and Halum tries to calm down the ball here, tries to get the control again. It's only 1 minute left. Remember, if the score is tied, we go into the OT, and we've seen it so many times today already. We're not afraid to see another one, but now Doctor. None of the teams really want to go in that OT, in that high-pressure moment, just score a goal and be done with the game. It's not that easy again, right? 40 seconds left. If that would have been that easy, we'd have a lot.
We had a lot shorter games, that's for
we've
sure.
had a lot of one. But then again,
yeah, half a minute, and it is a scrappy affair between these two so far. It's a lot of backwards and forwards, not so many clear shots on goal. Good overall defensive work on either side, I would say, if we're not comparing to any previous games that we have seen. I do feel like offensively, Moonshiners are slightly lacking precision-wise, and just really getting that timing perfectly and down to a T. Where they feel like they could really go for those sort of sharp offensive plays. Now that is a beautiful demo from Dr. Zul. That's a 2-3 man advantage that they're currently trying to take advantage of. And there we go. That's overtime between these two. Now it is a single goal between these two. Whoever scores win this game. And for Moonshiners, it also could be the easiest point they can try and secure. Prime A with a dangerous offensive play. 3 shots on goal for him. So far, no result in one.
We already had an overtime who lasted more than 3 minutes. Just to score that one goes the golden goal rule. 1 goal and it's done. So the defense and the offense is on a high level now. Again, Halum, good play here again. And that's another one. Max with a good defense here.
Yeah, look, it's almost a full minute now with either side scoring. Another demo comes through. Let's see if that brings any opportunities for the Moonshiners. Mech's way short on that approach. And there we go. That is Prime A to seal the deal for Bad Dudes. Yet again, the third point in the series goes the Bad Dudes' way, and they seem to be in complete control of what's happening here. Admittedly, though, this third game was as close to a change of pace as any other has been for the Moonshiners. So I really feel like they are onto something here, and it's more about disrupting the plays of Bad Dudes. And it's really important to go for those steals. You know, so a lot of the people tend to see that going for a steal is too high of a risk off the back of which you can't play. But the more you go for these steals, the more you disrupt the offensive plays of the Bad Dudes, and the more the opportunities will present themselves for you as the Moonshiners to try and take advantage of and really try to convert those plays afterwards into an offensive one. The one thing that I was specifically not mentioning and trying to keep quiet about it, and really just wanted to see if that is the case, Moonshiners tend to have a bit of a problem on managing their boost defensively. Yeah. Like, even if they manage to gain possession of the ball, because they lack boost, they can't convert it into a fast offensive play. And obviously that gives enough time for the Bad Dudes to rotate back defensively and really position themselves and just take on the full approach of whatever offensive play is coming their way.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that statement because, well, this would felt like Bad Dudes were always on the offense and Moonshiners were just like stuck in the defense there because just they couldn't get the ball out and couldn't get their offense going at all. So definitely they played really, really good of those first 5 minutes, right, to make it into the overtime. But it was basically they were like not in the driver's seat, they were like in the passenger seat there, right, just like driving along, so to say.
It's more like that you're always on the receiving end of things, and not so much actually planning on or actually making those plays. There were moments of brilliance, but still not good enough here to overthrow the momentum of what the Bad Dudes have been able to pick up. I'm sure the Bad Dudes as well during this third game felt slightly nervous. You know, it did go into overtime. As I said, it could have been the easiest point for Moonshiners. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if that's going to be the case in game number 4.
Yeah, I felt like Batman and Robin, one of those cases, right? The Bad Dudes were the Batman and Robin. It's like, it's Robin, yeah, we know who you are, but then again, it's the Batman, right? It's the Batman. So it's like the Bad Dudes were the Batman there, and the Moonshiners were... They were there. They were there, but it's like everyone's still kind of looking at the Bad Dudes and be like, you know what, you are the guys to look at. And then again, Moonshiners have to show up, and they did on that third game, I feel. Well, defensive side, but the offense still lacking.
I have historically always believed in a very good and solid underdog story. So let's see if that's going to be the case, because we have game number 4 on our hands. Moonshiners will have another chance to reply to Bad Dudes, and Bad Dudes start things off with a strong kickoff, and Dr. Zool almost scores off the back of that. I really feel like I saw a few extra drops of sweat show up on the foreheads of Moonshiners there.
Yeah, that was already could have been the 4th second goal already. And I wonder if that would have been the fastest goal we had today so far in Prime A. But who else, of course, other than Prime A? Already 2 shots in near 21 seconds, and already here 103 kilometers an hour here. What's a big goal for Prime A, big goal for Bad Dudes, and definitely early goal helps them out just to hold the control of the game.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, again, where you're able to score very early on. That alleviates some of the pressure, allows you to play more freely, and you get better conversions in. So that's really, I think, the reason why it is so important to score early here in Rocket League, and then really play off the back of the fact that, you know, you put your opponent already in a position where they're thinking on a different plane at that point in time, if that makes kind of sense. Perhaps I'm theory crafting this too deep, but feel free to stop me.
But now Prime A will not stop there. It's second goal. And a good Doctor, well, not even from Doctor, it was from Arch right there. Tries to clear it out, but didn't quite get the correct angle there. And Prime A with the perfect positioning and scores the second one already. And Prime A definitely putting his whole team on the back.
Yeah, look, Prime A has been incredible in this series. Seriously, this is like the 9th goal he's been able to put up, if my memory doesn't deceive me. And speaking of the devil, he was nearly there to get his 10th. FM, though, forced to see if he can get the ball cleared out, is able to do so. So now they just need to fill up on boost and need to see if they can follow this one through. They just need a quick steal here from Dr. Zul. Easier said than done because it's Prime A with another goal. 3 minutes, 33 seconds, and 3 goals on the board for the Bad Dudes.
Yeah, Prime A is serious in these series. And third goal here. Fantastic job. Again, another hat trick on his name. And now FM, Max, and, well, not even a third play here for Moonshiner showing up there. But either way, it's 3-0 Estonia. Again, with a, with a tractor at the moment.
Yeah, that's
over.
A bit of a one-sided affair so far. The problem is that, you know, we talked about this in the beginning, that you not being able to score as a team at all also brings consequences to the nation itself. So this really also puts a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Baltic GG, because, like, so far they have been the only points for Latvia that they've been able to put up. So it is a bit of a struggle right now, and Estonia definitely are looking at all of this and just chilling. Because they have already 12 points to their name, and we can surely say that we're going to see at least one of the teams further on in the playoff stage tomorrow. As I say that, though, Prime A putting up another goal for the Bad Dudes, 4-0 in the fourth game between these two. Still 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in play, and it feels like every half a minute or so, Bad Dudes tend to find an opportunity.
Yeah, Prime A definitely shows up big time here, and it's always the Bad Dudes, of course, working all together. The Prime A positioning is just perfect in these circumstances. And again, 2 minutes, 27 seconds is what's left, and it's 4-0. Bad Dudes with the 3 points already out of the 3 games. They're looking to score their 4th. Definitely maybe looking to get the 5th one, because so far Bad Dudes, well, they still, well, previously they played against GDL there as well, and, well, they won that one with the 5-0, and now they're against the Moonshiners in 4-0. So 9 games, 9 points, 9 wins. Perfect so far. So nothing to take away from the Bad Dudes here. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Moonshiners definitely cold as ice here.
Beautiful dribble comes out from Dr. Zol. Unfortunately for him, was unable to follow up. The ball kind of went away from the hood of the car there. Holm, though, beautiful attempt off the backboard, wasn't able to get the second touch in that situation. Gets the demo, though, and that is a lot. Returning back into your own defensive zone, being able to fully clear 1 player out. That leaves only 2 on the offensive, and that's Mex with the attempted shot, but that's not good enough. Dr. Zul there, and that's Prime A yet again. I feel like we're going to come up with a separate medal for this dude. This is, which goal is this for him? This is definitely now in the double digits for him individually in this series, and this is still yet only the 4th game. 5-0. Bad Dudes up in this affair, and Moonshiners still looking for that opportunity to come back into it. Nearly score in their own goal. Yikes.
Yeah, now Prime A definitely just checked out. Apparently, he started his studies of IT. So if you definitely want to play like Prime A, well, that's gotta go and study IT, because that's what he does. And so far, he's been absolute monster right here. 5 goals, 9 shots, and definitely playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. That's Hallam able to score there previously as well for Prime A. We was in such a good position to score. Just the angle was slightly off, but Hallam present as always. Surely Dr. Zul was calling for him to come in and pick up that centered ball mid-air. So less than a minute remaining, 6-0 so far. Hallam goes straight for a play and straight into the goal. The ball goes 7-0. Can we see a Brazil? No, it is going to be 8. Oh no, sorry, that's a replay. Oh my god, I really thought it is actually playing an identical play. Jesus. That's the heat.
That's the heat, but then...
That's the heat talking, excuse me.
Now, again, well, Bad Dudes so far literally been on fire, so don't blame you. We are in the front seats, close to the arena, but then again, here, Moonshiners trying to at least play as defensive as they can, but now 7 goals already scored here. Doesn't show big of a defense here anyhow. 25 seconds left. until this nightmare for Moonshiners will end. But guess what? There's another game in front of them. And so far, this whole, well, basically the series has been a disaster for Moonshiners, except the last game, though.
Yeah.
Except the last game. That felt like the best, well, they've shown so far. They had an opportunity to at least grab one type of cookie here. But so far, all they got is just the hot air.
Just the hot air. Bad Dudes taking it 7-0 in the fourth game. 10 shots on goal from Prime A. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, just psychologically, what would it feel like to be in the shoes of Moonshiners? And I found the perfect example. You know, when you see sometimes these videos of people in supermarkets trying to walk up an escalator that's going down.
Oh yeah,
that's what it feels like probably right now. Like you're on the stairs, you're doing the thing that you've been told to do, but you're getting nowhere really, and that seems to be the case. They need to have a bigger look from above, a different point of perspective. I feel like is evading them right now in terms of how to deal with the situation that at hand. Of course, we cannot disregard the individual skill that the Bad Dudes are able to put up, the individual mechanical skill, I mean. Prime A, just an unstoppable force right now with scoring, and the fact that you have Dr. Zul and Hallam that are so good with playing off of each other, and even to score on their own, as well as follow-ups from centered balls, from mid-air, and so on. It's a problem on Moonshiner's hands, and right now they are just hoping to get that one goal. And again, I really feel like a lot of success is also hiding in getting that first initial goal quickly, right? The longer the series goes without scoring, the bigger the problems start to show for Moonshiners. So let's see if that's going to be the case in game number 5, as well as the kickoff already has happened, and it is FM trying to get that air dribble across. He is going to be unsuccessful in doing so, and it's Dr. Zul yet again to open things up. Only 10 seconds passed. 11 if you want to be super precise, but doesn't change the fact that the Bad Dudes are one goal up, excuse me.
Yeah, they're already with 4 points,
they're up 4
1
games.
goal. They're up in everything, really, with goals, with points, and Moonshiners. They are definitely trying to, you know, maybe they should play during the night when the moon shines, because right now it's not quite the time, but the Bad Dudes don't really care about that. They're here to play, and they're definitely showing up big time. Of course, Doctor, without the syringe, but with the car driving around here.
Got the second touch there as well. Unfortunately, it was unable to convert. Now, another attempt from him off the back of the pass from Hallam. Prime A joins the fight, as from the right-hand side corner is going to try and center the ball towards Hallam, unable to do so. Hallam on the fast rotation backwards already, tries to steal the ball away from Mex, but that's a pass over to Arch, and an Arch shot on goal is not going to be good enough this time around. Too many defensive players across the board, and it is a 2-against-1 situation. Can Prime A change the trajectory of the ball? Was unsuccessful there. Dr. Zul still holding the ball on the offensive. FM having problems of stealing the ball away. It is a shot on goal, but it's Mex who emerges from the depths of the net as he gets the ball out of the way, and Prime A still cannot get the ball through. Look at this defensive play from Moonshiners. That's what we want to see every single time. It seems like it to be a goal. The ball just simply gets diverted away from the net, but unfortunately they can't get that hard clear in.
Yeah, I felt like we did need that VAR over here, because that felt like in, but the game says, you know what, it's not a good goal. And now, again, Arch with the control. It's 0-1, so the game is not doing that bad compared to all the others that we've seen, the 0-13, right? And all the other games we've seen. It's been a hard and tough time for Moonshiner fans and for Moonshiners themselves, of course, trying to do literally anything in this game, and it feels like they're just not, it's not working out for them at all. But then again, Bad Dudes showing up big time here. Now Hallam with a good touch and a good defense play. But it might still go in. Almost it went in. From this sort of angle, did look like it was about to go in, but now Mex, without the boost, just tries to push the ball further away from their defensive zone. Hallam with a good attempt, but now Arch playing the defensive game pretty well, and Doctor, perfect play, perfect heal from the Doctor just to get another goal in for the team. And now Hallam with the good pass as well here.
Look at that ball speed, 139. I think that's the highest we've seen today.
Yeah, well, Police would definitely stop that one here. don't think we have roads that's allowed to drive that car in over 139. Not over here, though. But in this game, we do have it, of course. And now Max, no speed limits here in the arena. Definitely, you can see it. But then again, 2 minutes, 23 seconds left.
That's one thing you don't want to see if you're a Rocket League player, that little packet loss icon. That means someone is struggling with their internet connection right now. And if it is on the side of bad dudes, that might be the answer that Moonshiners were looking for. You know, you don't really wish anything upon your opponent like this, because if you are in their shoes, you might know what it feels like. At the same time, you know, take every opportunity that you get. Unfortunately for the Moonshiners, though, the problem has disappeared, and another problem has appeared, and that's Prime A. He's back again. He's scored again, and he is eager to finish this thing off as soon as possible. 3-0 so far, minute and 51 on the clock. Moonshiners looking just at a big 0 right now.
Yeah,
and thinking to themselves, what can they do?
Well, bad dude's definitely a big problem here. Now again, Prime A. Some fireworks already in the background. Then again, now Doctor trying to get some of the touches here again to the ball. Now Arch and Max tries to push the ball here in Prime A. Again in a good position. Maybe to do that one touch, one goal move. Not quite in position though. A little bit missed on that opportunity. But again, Max gets the ball out of their zone. At least one goal for Moonshiners would definitely be somewhat a little price there, but in terms of points, it would not give them anything really, because they have to score at least 3 to get it to OT, and it's only 67 seconds left.
Well, look, if anything, they have experienced today a lot of things they can learn. The fact alone that you are losing in a certain manner does mean that you have certain things that you can improve quickly, because it shows that, you know, you have a certain thing that is your weakness, and weakness is always something that should be prioritized when trying to improve your own gameplay. Instead of trying to, you know, overcomplicate, for example, on the offensive, just fix your defensive first, right? Yeah. Because that's really something that they're lacking right now. Arch, though, with the pass into the corner. Let's see if Mex doesn't get to reach it in time, and that is going to be Hullum. Prime A is close by as well. Dr. Zul with the centered ball. He even gets the goal himself. No need to come in and help out from Prime A. 21 seconds remaining. It looks like as though this is going to be an absolutely done deal here between these two. That is, the bad dudes are going to be securing a flat-out wipe against Moonshiners, not unless something absolutely miraculous happens in the next 15 seconds or so, which doesn't seem to be the case, because Prime A is in possession of the ball. Hullum almost gets it through there. Dr. Zul as well is still in possession now. Finally, the clear almost comes through, but it's Prime A with another attempt. They really want to get this final 5th goal in, as the ball has yet to touch the ground, and this now might just be it. They are looking for that finisher, but it's evading them. 4-0 and 5-0 in the series, as the bad dudes are able to rack up a lot of points here. The series overall did seem to be a slightly one-sided affair. It started close. A few games in the middle as well were close overall, I would say, especially, what was that, the second or the third game?
Third game, I believe, yeah. That was the only, basically, point that, you know, we can kind of, like, for Moonshiners to say that was a good game there, while the other hand, all other the 4 games that we've seen, they were, well, let's say just one-sided.
Yeah. But I must say, though, if not at least points, it is experience that has been gained here on the side of Moonshiners. Incredible experience on that fact as well, because there's no other way to obtain things like this. You know, you have to fight your way through the qualifiers. You have to get to that position where you are already in the group stage for an event. And in the group stage, that's really where you are going to be tested. And that's simply what it is right now. The better team won, and that is the bad dudes in this instance, scoring securing those 5 points for themselves. So for the Moonshiners, better luck next time, I'm going to say. But definitely replays that I would go through if I would be on the side of Moonshiners is just start writing things down. Every single time something didn't work out, write everything down and then see which are the things that repeat the most and start fixing those.
Yeah, let's not forget this is only the first day. They have games tomorrow as well, so it's not like the end of the tournament for them yet. So definitely they have to take this, this tough experience, so to say.
They have time to prepare.
They have time to prepare as well, and they have to just go for the through information and have to see what they can improve on, like you mentioned before.
Yeah, so let's see after this 5-game series how the group stage standings has changed in the bigger scheme of things. So with those 5 points, the Bad Dudes are taking the lead right now with 10 wins to their name overall, leaving the Goats close by in the second position with 7 wins. And overall, Estonia looking incredibly strong, 17 wins. To their name. I'm just absolutely stomped right now. I really didn't feel like this is going to be such a one-sided affair if you are looking, in between countries. Second place currently held by third place with 6 wins to their name. Second place for the Lithuanian squad overall. And GDL are going to be the team that's going to be playing the next game. They're going to go up against Baltic's GG. They were able to score 2 wins previously, and they're probably going to be looking to see if they can perhaps get a solid streak of victories in here and see if we can change things around in this group stage standings here. Because so far, it has been slightly, as we said beforehand, one-sided affair. So look at this. I mean, first double digits on the board are from the Bad Dudes. I would have expected the Goats actually to be, first to score double digits, but regardless, it is what it is right now. And looking at that next game of GDL coming up against Baltic's GG, GDL in their first game against the Bad Dudes were unable to put up a single point. So Baltic's GG probably are going to be happy about that fact. You're coming in against the game against the definitely the stronger team out of the 2 Latvian squads represented here. So and you heard from the Baltic's GG as well. It was Fake saying that he's not really afraid of GDL. He thinks that this squad should be an easy and done deal, and it's a matter of GDL trying to prove him wrong.
Yeah, it's basically the battle between Latvians and Lithuanians over here, because Estonians already been, already flying sky high. They already built the rocket. They're on their way to the moon. But, so far, Latvians and Lithuanians still building the rocket, so they're still in that kind of part, so to say. So it's battle between the two who'll make the rocket first now.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really a matter of finding out who has the most grit and being able to cling on to every single point that they can in this matchup. And speaking about matchups in general, I would like to see the lineups as well as soon as possible before for these two, because again, we have to give a huge shout out for the players really going on a limb here. It is a huge task to take upon yourself to step over that line, to take that flag up on your shoulders, to be able to represent your country on a national and international level for that matter, being a fight in the Baltics here between these 3 countries. Historically, incredibly competitive between all of them. And looking at these two, that's really I just want to see right now, is see these faces that are going to be representing their national pride on the line. Of course, the chat is probably going to go wild soon here as well. So on the side of GDL, you're going to see yet again Crowned, Ragis, and Skiff.
While on the Baltics GG, it's Flake, Garsho, and KK again. No changes there, of course, for all the players, keeping the same faces here and ready to, bring it on to the field here. So we'll see who will bring out those points to who, whether or not Baltics GG or GDL, because, GDL still on those zeros. Baltics GG grabbed a couple already. So
yeah,
definitely trying to score some points for not only their national team, but well, for their own name as well.
I want to see if Skiff previously, he did put up a very, very solid fight in that previous game series that the GDL had. So definitely seemed very hopeful at times. And we'd like to see a bit more out of Ragis as well. He was able to tune in a few of those games, but I would say not to the fullest of his extent that he is capable of doing. So hopefully that is going to be a slightly closer affair here as well. And again, on the Baltic's GG side, I really want to commend that Garsho, you know, he's defensively has been an absolute beast, especially being in the net and being able to get those hard clears in, and then afterwards Flake and KK can work off of those. So yeah, really, really solid squad, I would say. Overall, definitely can go up and fight with the best, as we saw in their game previously. And we do have the game on our hands, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. This is the last 5-game series of the day for the LG OLED evo Rocket League Baltics Cup, and it is going to be GDL in possession here and looking to see if they can convert that into a goal.
Now again, Crowns and KK in the corner here, but Garsho says, I'm here as well, using all his boost, all his might. Kick the ball away from his side, and now OG again tries to hold that ball here, and well, he's close to the net, but the good play by Flake here.
Ragis into the corner. Crown couldn't really pick it up there, and he had no boost as well. Had to go to that middle full boost available on the left-hand side. Ragis now looking, it looks like he tries to get the ball back into the air, centers it on the ground instead, and this could just fall apart for them as Flake scores it in defense straight into the goal of GDL. And yeah, look at that. Skip was unable to get there at the right time, and very quickly Baltic's GG opening things up for themselves within the first minute.
Yeah, Crown, we saw Crown's little awkward defensive play there, a little misplay by him, and that cost the team also this first goal. Messed up a little bit there as well. Now Crown, we just mentioned him, he's now right there at the bottom. Now Skiff again tries to push the ball away. Now Flake with the control, and that's a demo right there, the first one of this match, I believe. And now Garsho in the control, tries to get the ball there. Oh, that was a good attempt there. That was a good attempt. KK was already in the position, but a good defensive play by GDL.
Really saves the day for themselves, as KK was definitely on a mission. Skip now gets demoed again, so can't really follow through with the play. Flake touches the ball, almost gets the clear, but it is Skip to pick things up, and Crown comes in. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the angle he was hoping to get there, but Skip defensively is there to pick up the ball. Garsho does manage to steal one defensive full boost in their favor, and Ragis now looking to see if he can close things down.
Tries to get a little bit boost here now, Skiff. Pass to OG, now Garsho again. With the control, all three players in defensive here for Baltics. Oh, that might have been a little miscommunication there between what happened. Crown got the ball, and you see, look, Garsho there tried to give pass, I guess, to KK, but then little OG Ragis, good pass to Crown, and Crown just puts it in. Some good offensive play by GDL. While on the other hand,
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It was definitely a defensive mistake on the Baltic's GG side. You don't want to fly up all three cars at the same time for the ball that way. It's just simply pointless, because even if you get the ball, none of you have the momentum to follow up and clear the ball out. And of course, the offensive play is going to be there to get the goal. That's exactly what happened in that situation. So you really want to avoid that if you can. And I really felt like, well, in that situation, two people max, even at that. Rather than just go for a 50-50 in that situation if you can. But now here, KK looking to see if he can clear the way. Skip tries to give it over to Ragis here. Ragis is going to lose that 50, and it is KK to follow through if he can, but he can't. It's Crowned back into the corner. It's a bit of a brawl between these two right now. It's a backwards and forwards game. KK trying to see the ball through, trying to get that center in, and that's Garsho, exactly what he was looking for. The left-hand side bottom corner wide open, and of course he's going to get that shot.
Yeah, cold water here at the GDL's goal. Been splashed, as you see now. Garsho with the 92 kilometers an hour here. Big speed, big momentum. Scored a goal, 2-1 here for Baltics. And it's 2 minutes, 7 seconds left. And we are again here with Flake with the control. Gotta show with the big speed right there. Zooming in. Tries to get the control of the ball, maybe tried to get the bounce, but it didn't quite go through.
Yeah, it looks like they want to pinch it towards the net, but they can't really make it happen. Just that defensive player continuously ruining the day in the plans. Flake now, can they convert this onto an offensive play? KK, oh my god, he was trying to do it again against them. Garsho now stops the ball in midfield. And over to Flake, wide open net for a second. KK tried to bump the defensive player out of the way, but couldn't really do it. The conversions are so close for Baltic's GG, but just evade them in the final milliseconds of a play, I would say.
Now again here, Crowns with the bounce again here. KK with the control, is 2-1 the score. Really close for the first game here between this in these 5-game series. Now OG again with the control, good pass to Skittle. Communication there, I feel, but then again, ball is still in the play, and now it's moving towards the GDL's defensive zone. Baltics now, KK with the control. Good play there, and that's a goal. It's 3-1, and beautiful here as well. And now again, KK with the good control here. Ground with the slide. He was right there, but needed to be a little higher here just to save that one. It's 3-1 Baltics now, 48 seconds.
GDL really has their work cut out for them. 45 seconds to find 2 goals, or 3 if they can. Crown previously looked very good to see if they could finish off the plays that his teammates were setting up for him. KK finds himself in the net of the opposing side, but very quickly gets out of it, gets the full boost on top as well, just to make sure that he can quickly rotate back defensively if the situation requires him to do so. That's an awkward loss off the ball there, but Garsho there to pick it up. And 17 seconds, he even manages to convert this into a goal. You can see the laughs as well on the side of KK. And just, you know, they weren't really expecting for this to go through, but you could see that that was Ragis that didn't manage to touch the ball and change the trajectory. So, unfortunately for JDL, it doesn't look like they will concede this first game in favor of Baltic's GG. That is going to be the first point in this series between these two. The Baltic's GG managed to obtain, and that is that sigh of relief that you are able to put up those points. And for GDL, it's just more of trying to dig deep, and it does seem to be a bit of a, well, not an exact replay of the previous matchup that we saw, but definitely seems to be the same kind of theme going on right now as we are looking at GDL versus Baltic's GG. But what's your perspective on this one?
So far, Baltic's GG definitely been in control over here as well. Again, we have Garsho, who's been definitely, again, performing. He performed the last game, well, defensively really well. This time as well. Of course, the last goal there, well, a little funny one, so to say there, right? Little misplay there from GDL, but then again, it's only the first game.
Well, 3-1, 4-1. It
doesn't really matter at that point. Yeah, seriously, it's you know, one of the first game, so obviously first time these two meet, so they definitely kind of feeling each other out, testing the limits, testing the waters, so to say. But 5-game series, 5 points to grab. Well, Baltic's GG this time with the win.
Yeah, JDL definitely had moments of brilliance there off the back of the crown. Was a few times in a position to score. Unfortunately for him, just the defense was there from the Baltic GG squad, and I feel like more opportunities similar to what we saw previously from JDL will present themselves, because I do feel like they are able to match the speed of Baltic's GG for the most part. Also, boost management doesn't seem to be a huge issue overall. There were a few demos that seemed to be concerning in terms of they could have very quickly turned into converted goals as well. So let's see if that's going to be the case here again as we transition into the next game, the second game out of the 5 between these two. Baltic's GG so far in the lead overall, 1-0 in this series. And previously mentioned Crown very close to the ball as Skiff together with Ragis are going to try to clear this one out. But it's Flake actually coming in with a fast play, and can't really follow through on that. KK together with Garsho are going to return back into their zone. An offensive demo there coming through from the JDL squad. That was Ragis that was able to get that one, but unfortunately the ball was just too far away to make a play out of it.
Now again, Skith tries to get that ball and nearly missed it, but well, thanks to his teammates, they managed to still get it, that one done. And KK with a good, well, that was good attempts. Maybe in case of GDL's mistakes there, we've seen those ones happen, so can manage to slide through.
Yeah, Garsha tried to go for a little cheeky turtle shot there, but they missed the ball. Good intent, definitely attempt, excuse me, as obviously, you know, slightly lacking a few millimeters off from really surprising your opponent is a positive sign. But speaking about surprises, KK comes through yet again for his team off of the back of that play. You can see it bounces off of ground, and he cannot touch the ball hard enough in order for it to change the direction too much. And obviously a centered ball for KK is like, you know, it's really served to him on a plate. Oh my god, off the ceiling, KK almost was able to double up on his own scored goal there. 3 minutes and 35 seconds still remaining, and KK, oh my god, what a save there. That was a line of hope for JDL.
Yeah, I would like to also give a little shout out to Garsha there in the previous play, but meanwhile Skith makes an equalizer there. It's 1-1 of a little bit of a good pass. I mean, Skith did kind of set this play up to himself. He just gave a pass to himself and scored a goal. Whatever works there, and well, managed to score the goal. Now equalized it. It's 3 minutes 25 seconds. It's still 1-1, and now Flake again with the move. And what I wanted to mention before is that the previous play of the first goal was scored by Baltics. Actually, Garsha pushed OG Ragus away from the goal, and only that because of that, Ragus wasn't in position anymore to make the defensive play. And that's, I don't know if that was even his part of the plan, but it worked out anyhow.
It had to be like
either a demo or a push, and it worked out anyhow.
As far as we've seen, if it is a bump, then it is an intended one. Because otherwise there's really no point of for any unneeded bumps into the opposing car. You keep losing momentum that way, and it can cost you a lot, you know. So it had to be of a planned play. But Flake here now looking to see if he can follow up. Skip as well. I want to give a shout out to Skip. Obviously he was able to score, but just you can never disregard a 15-year-old's eagerness to win. And I've seen a lot of youngsters in my day who on paper might lack the experience, but just the amounts of eagerness and the daringness to risk it all is something that pays dividends really in the long run, and it could be the solution that JDL are looking for here. Flake though looking to see if he can shoot this one. Oh, goal! It's off of Flake's shot, and that is a defensive blunder. You can see smiles across the board on both sides because everyone knows, yeah, that's crown their point.
Well, yeah, this one goes into the funny goal montage over here. So hello YouTube, right? We made it, but now it's 2-1 from Baltic's GG anyway, and now all smiles gone for GDL for sure after that little misplay. Little giggles all around, but then again, 1 minute 50 seconds left, and they are fighting for the points because both teams really need it. Both for GDL. They haven't even scored. Well, they haven't gotten a point yet as well to their name. Baltic's GG struggling as well in terms of, you know, qualifying forwards because of the so to say, their little teammates, Moonshiners there. But then again, they're playing their own game right now, and they have to focus on it and try to get as many points and as many wins as they can, just to maybe make those playoffs tomorrow.
Flake, another shot on goal is going to be driven away by Skip, but Flake, another pass over to KK this time around, is not going to be as sharp as he was previously. 2-1, Baltic GG still in the lead, a full minute to play, and GDL have their chances of taking this one back into in their control. Skip with a long shot towards the right-hand side corner, himself to follow up with stealing the boost, but it is KK to try and drive the ball away from their defensive zone. Flake with the aerial dribble. Good enough for Garsha to try and take a shot towards the goal. KK still could try and make a play happen, but the ball takes a turn for a different direction. Ragus fails to clear it completely. Regardless, though, the ball finds KK yet again.
And now 30 seconds left here. 1-2 the score. GDL on the backside here. They have to score a goal just to make it to the overtime. There's not a lot of time left, and of course Baltic's GG definitely looking at the clock and willing to just waste more time as much as they can. And now KK with a good defensive play. And that's exactly what they're looking for Baltic's GG. They don't want another goal here. They just want to play defensive. Well, if they score one, it's over for sure. But the ball has to touch the ground, and it does. And Baltic's GG bringing their second points out of out of the series so far, winning the 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to commend Skiff still on the JDL squad. I think something that JDL should try and play just through Skiff, just in terms of having, well, not entirely dedicated defensive players, because Skiff is going to have trouble of trying to deal with everything on his own. But I really feel like they just should try to center the ball more for Skiff to try just basically take shots at this point in time. You want to take as many shots as possible. You want to bombard the defensive lines of Baltic's GG. You want to force them to use those boosts defensively so they cannot convert so quickly. KK continuously finds himself in a position where he can take those shots on goal from the middle zone, and you know, there is a very clear explanation for that. It means they have the means and the resources to do so, and that means that they're not spending those resources as much defensively.
Yeah, both teams really been having those opportunities, been having those highlight moments where it almost goes into the net, but something is quite missing. Either is the, well, usually it's the offense. If their offense is good, then the opponent's defense is good again. So sometimes, of course, the defenders kind of played really well there, but sometimes it's also down to you and positioning maybe.
Yeah.
You know, the shot calling maybe might be lacking sometimes in maybe call-outs. If you are free, call it out there that you're free. Maybe give the ball pass, but, you know, it's easier said than done.
And one thing as well, I'm going to try and pay slightly more attention to the player cams. I just want to see what the comms are really like, because it is concerning when you see a trio of players not communicating that much, or perhaps they're just doing it in a way where I can't really pick it up, but I haven't seen a lot of communication going across the board. Yes, there's, you know, some words of encouragement going backwards and forwards, and just like a little tap on the virtual shoulder, be like, yeah, good play and nice try and so on. But you really want to see some vocalization coming through at this point from GDL. You want to have at least someone who picks it up and goes with a clear narrative, clear direction in mind, how it should be approached. And it doesn't even have to be necessarily the right call at that point in time. A vocal voice will take you a long way, even at the worst of times, and perhaps that's something that JDL can try then.
Yeah, they have to just make it somehow happen, because so far they've been on the zeros, and you know, if they want to score some points, they have to get some wins, and really they have to just kind of reset their minds as well for a little bit. I mean, it's only 0-2. They have 3 games left. There's plenty of points, you know, to grab, and definitely 3 points for them, for Team Lithuania overall, would definitely push them forwards, you know, coming into tomorrow.
Exactly. So we are preparing for that third game in this series. So still all 5 games need to be played between these two. So far, Baltic's GG seem to be quite confident in terms of taking a victory here and perhaps even getting a clean run in. Not unless, of course, the JDL squad has something to say about it. But as I said, they do need a few crucial changes soon if they want to do that, because so far Baltic's GG have been incredibly good at opening things up, and let's see if that's going to be the case yet again as we jump into game number 3 between JDL and Baltic's GG. The countdown is there and the kickoff as well. KK, well, technically loses that kickoff, and it is going to be Skip on the offensive. Ragis doesn't reach the ball just in time, but still regains possession of it. Maybe perhaps off the backboard. No, it is going to be Skip, and that is a strong hit, but loses its momentum as the ball touches the ground. And so far, so good, I would say, offensively for JDL, as long as they can keep this pressure up. Garsho now on the offensive. No one close by to follow up.
Yeah, that was a little awkwardly aimed from Kith over here. A good positioning. There was a big opportunity scored, but just the aim towards the goal was not quite there. It was more towards the ground, which is quite the opposite what you really wanted at that point. And, well, now again, it's a missed opportunity, so the game is still on. Of course, nothing lost yet. And now Garsho, you see him flying over here. Good touch. And again, Skith, we just mentioned a good defensive play in crowd as well. Make it 2. And GDL not letting it go that easy.
Ragis, though, tries to get the ball back into his team's favor, but it is KK there that, as always, just seemingly shows up from nowhere and flaking out. Even with a shot on goal attempt, it hits the backboard just above the net. And Crown now offensively, let's see if he can do it together with Ragus. Crown did manage to touch the ball, and KK seemed to be even slightly surprised about the fact, as Crown together with Ragus still looking to see if they can make a play happen here.
Now Skith, pass to Ragus. Ragus, well, that's not quite the, that's not your teammate, Ragus. That's Garsho right there. Definitely not part of the GDL there. Garsho again with the good bounce. Wins against the Crown here in that air battle right there. Good pass to KK, but then nicely played by the defense on there for GDL. It's near 2 minutes gone, and it's still all to zeros.
I haven't seen a single word said from JDL. I've been watching them from for like a full minute, and it's just full focus, purely reacting to what is happening on the field.
You know, obviously the distraction, you know, sometimes the voices can be a distraction rather than anything for positive there. So sometimes maybe even the silence can be perfect for any of the players here. Now Garsho with a good defensive play. Whatever works for your team, it's, you know, definitely what you really need to do. If it is silence, let it be that way. Then again, it's 2 minutes 25 seconds here. As long as they're focused on the game, it's all it matters for any of the teams here.
It's just more about me, like, you know, if you're completely silent, you don't even know what the vibe is like for your team, right? You don't know if where everyone is at mentally. Perhaps someone does require that small words, those few words of encouragement. Yes, both teams can have a little laugh here and there whenever a misplay happens and so on, right? So that at least is present. But it really worries me because you can see Garsho definitely is quite vocal as soon as he's in possession of the ball. He's just informing his teammates which direction he's trying to take the ball for, and that you know, gives your team easier time with those long rotations. So you want to set your team up for success, and that's exactly why you want to be vocal. It's not so much about, you know, just making the perfect play happen. It's more about informing what you are trying to achieve, so your team can still play reactively, but just play better reactively off the back of those plays. Now, admittedly, it is still a 0-0 scoreline here, and with a full minute and 10 seconds remaining, hey, maybe silence is the key.
Now, 63 seconds left. As you mentioned, still absolute zeros in front of the screen here. Any of the teams just bouncing the ball around. There were some moments for both the teams, really, but none of the teams scored so far. And Ragus in front of this here is KK. And well, now it's KK and Ragus. Everybody's in there, actually. Everyone's there fighting for the ball. Everyone's fighting for the momentum because it's only 30 seconds left. And literally one goal, I feel like, at this point is a golden goal, I feel, as well, because, you know, one goal can make you a win, and one win equals 1 point, and that's all you really need. We've seen a couple of the games end today with 1-0 score, either in overtime or just in the regular time here. And it's only 10 more seconds.
Great demo goes through. Skiff. Can he get the clear in? It's KK. The ball is in the air now. 2 seconds to go. KK was looking for his teammate, and instead it is going to be Garsho here. The ball almost touches the ground. Is it going to be a 0-second goal? Dare I say it? It does look like it could, but as the ball touches the ground, the overtime is triggered. So far, the closest affair between these two in game number 3. And as we begin our first seconds, quite often those are also the last.
Yeah, we've seen those 0-second goals there to send it to overtime. We've seen it once today already, so there was another opportunity. Well, not to send it to overtime, but to send it into just a W to score the point there. But then again, 21 seconds already passed here. So whichever team scores that one goal wins it, and Garsho goes for it. A good opportunity, but a great defense from GDL. And now Ragus with the ball, but KK doesn't want that action to stop. Flake with the good momentum again. KK, good pass in front, and Garsho is there, but again, the defense of GDL is absolutely phenomenal in making it really happen. perfect play from the defense here.
JDL have definitely turned up defensively. That is a very, very positive sign right now for them. They just need to deflect this offensive play right now. Garsho with the demo as well, but loses the ball in the process. Ragis on the offensive. Can't get the follow-up himself. It is going to be KK who's going to hit the ball into the corner himself as well to follow through and see if he can carry this one home. It is Skip, though, with the intercept. Let's see if he can pass it over to Ragis. Blake off that corner. Ragis gets to touch the ball, but it's KK to keep possession of the ball on the offensive.
Now it's been already 90 seconds into this OT. We already had an overtime that lasted more than 3 minutes. Just to score that one single goal, and we might be here, or maybe those 3 minutes as well, because so far, everybody's playing really carefully. Of course, Flake using this boost to try to get the control of the ball. Garsho as well in the same style, but GDL is not letting it go that easy. And now Skiff, the 16-year-old, the 15-year-old, my bad, here, 15 years old and ready to play, of course. Here's Wab, now Sith again with the touch. And again, the ball is just basically bouncing between one side to the other side. But no moments for now, at least. For a couple of seconds already.
KK together with Garsho. This duo could possibly do it. It's Garsho to send it home. And it is 1-0. Game number 3 also goes Baltic's GG way. Though it is in overtime. So great job defensively from JDL. Really turned it up. Really were very keen on just focusing on getting the ball as far away from the net as possible, trying to evade and not allowing for KK to go for those centered plays anymore as well. We saw that a few times where KK was sort of almost going for it, but a few bumps here and there prevented him from doing so. And overall, I must say, well, JDL are starting to look stronger now. As long as they can keep up with this pressure and add a bit more communication, I think it is going to go a long way. Once this series will end, we're actually going to have a call with JDL as well, so hopefully we'll get to hear a slight behind the scenes in terms of what the whole vibe was like and what sort of conversations are they having in between games like this, like now, because obviously there is some result to this, so it's not all lost for JDL by no means. It's just the fact that Baltic GG are slightly more oppressive on the offensive, in my opinion.
Yeah, this game reminded me of the previous series where Moonshiners were also in that one game where they had that moment where they were that in 0-0 and they were so close, and last game was also the same way, but now they're already in that game for GDL against Baltic's GG. So far, Baltic's GG scored 3 points already to their name. Definitely bringing the red, white, red here rather than the Lithuanian flags here. But then again, spam it in the chat. Support your team, support your nation. As we want to see all those emojis, all the flags, all the colors here.
The players even more, really. I mean, trust me, those players jump into the chat for a lot of times straight as soon as their game finishes. They just want to see the emotions are there. They want to see the fans are there, especially in this online era. Flake, what a beautiful deflect out of really what would have been an absolutely secured goal. So great attempt from GDL so far. KK, though, in a dangerous position to make a play happen here. Garsho cannot get it off the backboard, but KK with the redirect comes in like a rocket indeed. And in such a fast-paced game, you cannot completely disregard that the opponent that you just saw zooming by won't do a quick 180 and won't come back flying into it.
Yeah, don't forget about me, says KK over here. Wonderful, the 20-year-old here, scoring the first goal in the game 4 here between the two, and while opening the scoreline now, it's 1-0 for Baltic's GG. Quite a lot of time still left, of course, to play in this one. So we're not quite done yet again in our crowns. Tries to step by step go in here. Is that a goal? No, what the fantastic.
Rakis, though, he cannot turn around enough time, not enough boost as well to change things here. And look at this. It's Garsho himself to finish things off. Garsho has been crazy good at using his own opportunities.
And basically, big, massive shout out for Flake for that demo right there on the defense, because he demoed one of the GDL players there, so it's just only one left player alone inside of his own goal, so there is no defense left So just simply touch the ball and it goes in regardless. So fantastic play there for both the players here to make that 2-0. So massive shout out there again. But then 3 minutes and 15 seconds, well, left, a little bit less now. Skiff with a good opportunity, but KK says, you know what, I'm going to play defensive now. And played it pretty clean here. Now Garsho again with the clear. Tries to get the ball out of his side. They do that really well. Now ball back to the JDL. That nearly looked like it were about to go in there. Well, sadly for Baltic's GG, it did not. Well, good for GDL. Making it happen now again. Skiff tries to get the control of the ball while his teammates are helping with him as well. Now Flake in the position, but the ball bounced a little bit awkwardly, so he's not able to just do that one tap move.
Yeah, he wanted to get a clear reset there as well, but wasn't able to follow through entirely. Yeah. Just slightly failed on the momentum side of things. It just goes to show how difficult it is sometimes to do these things that you see happen on a high level as it is currently. So, yeah, a lot of timing involved and a lot of ability to predict basically what is going to happen in the near seconds. Speaking about that, Flake almost was able to score, but a beautiful play defensively from JDL yet again prevents from the third goal of happening.
Now OG with the control, a couple touches here. Now Flake as well joins in. So is KK. They just clear the ball out here. 1 minute 50 seconds. 2-0 the score. And well, so far, and that's Raggis scores a goal. So that is.
I really was just kind of looking to see if the momentum was enough. You could see he gets the touch here, but it felt like Flake was going also slightly too fast to change his own trajectory, so he couldn't really intercept this one. Good news so far, GDL have been able to score at 1-2, a full minute and 45 seconds still remaining. The pressure seems to be on from them as well towards the Baltic GG side, so definitely not a one-sided affair anymore between these two. Garshoa having a slightly hard time of trying to see if he can find a follow-up there. Skith with a full boost looking for a Raggis, and perhaps that is intended towards Crown, but Flake now together with Garshoa. Ooh, that's a dangerous redirect.
Now as you can see, KK without the boost, nothing to really pick up as well, so he's just left there with the dry mouth. And now Garshoa uses his boost, uses his all the skill and all the might he has just to control the ball, and now tries to find some boost here as well. Meanwhile, GDL on the offensive zone, but as we speak again, now the picture has changed, really fast-paced here. Now KK with the good opportunity, just a little too short just to reach the ball there. Good position, good good plan. It was there, just the execution was a little lacking here, but now Flake, good try for that. And again, defensive play by GDL, and it almost went in again. If Baltics would have scored that, I think that was, this is game over for GDL. Then again, it's game on still. It's 25 seconds left, and JDL just has, well, they have to score just one goal, send it to OT. And we've seen so many overtimes. We've seen it in these series as well. We literally had it in the last game. Can it happen again? It's down to them again. It's 13 seconds.
Oh, and Crown with the perfect redirect of the ball towards the net. Skiff close by. Flake surely is going to be looking to get the clear and the demo off of it. Can they get it? No, Skiff, his angle is wrong and he can't touch the ball. Raggis keeps it in the air. Is this going to be another 0-second goal? No, the defensive steal is taking place. The Crown goes for the play, and it is going to be taken away by Flake. Almost the follow-up there from the Baltic GG squad, but the ball does touch the ground, and it is 2-1 in this series. In this game, in this series, it is 4-0 so far in the favor of Baltic GG.
Yeah, well, 2-1, 3-1. I feel like it would have bounced in if we had like a one more second there, right?
Really.
Yeah, like a second or half a second, yeah. But it's still a Baltic GG victory here for this one. I mean, it could have been JDL's game as well, but then again, well, good defensive plays by Baltics, of course, to hold on to the lead there, to not allow more than one goal, right? So definitely playing their defensive rights. They were a little bit greedy there towards the end, of course. Well, the air ball was there. He could have aimed it towards the air, you know, just to bounce it out, and that's it. But, you know, they went for the offensive play. Could have scored again, but it is what it is. We're jumping into the final game of the day. GDL, Baltics GG. And here we go again.
Yeah, look, this is the final chance for JDL to at least put up a single point for themselves, and that's definitely not something out of the realm of impossible for them. They can definitely do it. Crown now off together with both Ragus and Skiff go for it, but that leaves the defense completely open. Can Fake even follow through here? Crown was able to turn around and return in the nick of time. Garsho is close by, though off the backboard. KK cannot really finish things off here, and it is going to be back in favor of JDL. That is the ball, but Blake has something to say about it.
Well, now Garsho with the ball back to Ragus. Go with the fly here, KK. Slight touch shift to Flake. Good pass. A good opportunity. Flake with it. Well, tried to bounce it and still didn't quite aim it correctly there. So, ball does not really go in. Garsho. Good touch there. But again, it's been stopped. And now again, KK tries to come up the ball. Good play there. Little mind games between the two.
Yeah, I want to see perhaps also a few more fakes, but it's kind of difficult to do. It really has to do a lot with the current momentum of the ball, as well as what the opponent's positioning is like. So it's more of an opportunistic thing, I would say, not something that you can really plan for, unless you have just the most insanest dribble skills on the ground out of them all.
Yeah, but now again, Garsho, a good bounce again. Tries to find any of his teammates around. Crown, as you can see again, with the full boost, gets another pack of boost and goes forward again. Controlling the boost is real important over here as well. But now again, Ragus gets that ball, goes into the corner, sends it to the corner. 3 minutes left, and still scoreless.
Yeah, it's been quiet on both departments, but definitely not for lack of trying. KK, a player I definitely want to give a shout out to. He seems to be the answer in these quiet moments. He comes in out of nowhere and scores. Garsho is more like a clutch player. He can convert from very difficult defensive plays. He can definitely save a goal. He can definitely convert on an offensive difficult angle. But KK is the one that really comes out of nowhere and surprises the opponent. So that's really something that I'm looking for. I really feel like KK is going to come in soon. Garsho, a very, very good shot on goal. KK now tries to play off the back of the backboard. Can't really do it. And, oh, well, Flake is able to pick it up in the corner, looking for his teammate. Cannot fight it. There we go. The man of the hour appears out of nowhere as Flake in possession of the ball. Back over to Crown now. And it's a backwards and forwards affair again. It is really hard for JDL to clear the ball fully out of their defensive zone. And KK with the adjustment. Flake tries to get out of the ball's way for a second there. It seems like he's playing goalie for JDL.
Yeah, basically turned into a 4 against 2, so to say, here in terms of players there. But then again, Ragus, again, with the full boost here. As you can see, 1 save to his name in this game. With only 1 minute, 30 seconds left, and yet another save comes through, this time for Flake. And Garsho, 1 shot, 1 save. But yet to score a goal, any of the players so far. So looking for that one and only that could potentially finish off and be 1 point worth.
And what it feels like was just a single blink from the start of this game. 4 minutes already have passed. No goals scored so far. Ragus looking to see if he can start something here. Crown, can he get the follow-up? He doesn't get the second touch there. And now Garsho on the offensive. Flake wide open net. And Skiff comes in flying, saves the day for JDL from a surely lost goal.
That was a big defensive play that could have, if they score now, GDL, because they're still winless in this tournament so far, so definitely would like to score at least 1 goal, at least get that 1 point for their name. And that is what they do, and Skiff is the 15-year-old. Scores the goal and could potentially bring their team's first point here. Now again, 30 seconds left. JDL against Baltic's GG. Baltics has to score a goal now if they want to send it to overtime. Otherwise, JDL scores. And exactly what I just said, Flake does exactly that. I'm not too sure if they're listening to the stream or not, but that sounds like it because Flake does exactly that. And good pass for KK there.
Look, this is actually a more important match that you can think of. It's a 1-1, 24 seconds remaining, and whoever wins this one, you know, if Latvia manages to win here, they're going to get 7 points overall, and if Lithuania wins this one, they are also going to get 7 points overall. So this is actually truly a fight for the second place, and Garsho gets the second goal for his team. 11 seconds remaining in the final game series here for JDL to come back into this and to hold on to Lithuania's second position in the overall standings nation-wise.
The dreams get crushed in front of everyone's eyes of the JDL. They did so well until that moment. So the Latvians bringing their red, white, red flags, and they're winning their 5th game, making it 5-0. But that was JDL's, I would say, best performance so far. And, you know, the game after game, they are kind of studying their opponents, studying themselves even. And they were so close of scoring the first point. But, again, it's just the dreams are crushed.
Little too late. Little too late. You know, I am very pleased to see that there are attempts like this being made, that there is this gradual improvement. It's just the fact that it's coming in slightly too late to change the course of the game here. It was an incredibly close affair. You're right on that, definitely. The last match really seemed to just zoom past me. As I said, the blink of an eye, you have a minute remaining. The score is still even between these two. Both teams somehow managed to find 3 goals in total, 2 in favor for Baltic's GG in that last one. And in the series, they are finishing with a 5-0 lead here. So, you know, the thing that's left to do here, we're going to try and see if we can get JDL representatives on the line. We want to hear just a few words from them from behind the scenes and really understand what the vibe is like, how what the whole process of getting through 114 teams signing up from Lithuania to getting to play here in the group stage. And there are still games remaining in tomorrow as well. So I do hear we have an interview on our hands. So let's see if we can speak to Crown. Crown, hello, and can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, hi.
Hey guys, so listen, first of all, definitely a close match despite the scoreline between yourselves and Baltic's GG. And just off the back of that, as well as for you guys yourselves, what does it feel like for you guys to represent Lithuania here on the big stage?
I don't know, we're just having fun, to be honest. We didn't have any expectations.
Yeah.
And we just came here to play the game and have fun, not like win. And I mean, yeah, winning is nice, but first of all, we want to have fun.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, you had quite a wide qualifying stage. Obviously, you had a lot of teams signing up from Lithuania. You guys were able to get through. What was the preparation process like preparing for this group stage now? Was there anything special that you guys were trying out?
No, not really. We just played together for a bit, and we like do things on the way and not try to like prepare and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you're saying that there hasn't been any preparation, you know, towards like, let's say, scouting the opponent. So you're just like focusing on yourselves more, like, right?
Yes, none of the scouting. We just played and tried to improve by ourselves.
You know, yeah, I mean, playing tournaments is also important, and having some fun is also, you know, one of the important parts, just so you can enjoy yourselves here. But do you have also any messages maybe towards any of the Lithuanian fans holding their flags in the chat, or any of the, you know, upcoming, maybe your friends or some kind of stars coming out there from Lithuania for your team?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you have any like shout-outs to the fans, maybe towards, you know, in the chat?
Yeah, shout out to my uncle. He's watching now from Forest, I think. And shout out to my girlfriend and friends that are watching together. I don't know how they knew about the stream, but they're watching right now, so shout out to them. And of course to Bilva's Bouncy Castle Discord. Yeah.
There we go. Fantastic shout-outs to the family and friends, right?
Exactly. Well, look, listen, guys, it has been an action-packed day for you, so we're going to let you go now, allow you to rest, allow you to gather your thoughts. Have a look at the replays as well, because you're going to find clues how to find more success in your upcoming games, and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, well, you heard it from himself. The team is here to have fun, and they are here to show up for every single match. They are not looking into scouting their opponents, or really going in on the deep end of in terms of difficulty level that you could set for yourself. But at the time as well, if you do want to truly find out what you are capable of, and if you want to truly see the baseline where your team is at, that's one way how to do it. So let's have a look at the overall standings, though, and see what are we finishing off with today. So far, starting from the very top, Estonia in the lead overall on the nation's spectrum of things with 17 wins to their name. Bad Dudes have brought 10 out of those, and the Goats have been able to put up 7.
Well, Baltic's GG holding the red, white flag, 7 wins for them overall for Team Latvia, also 7, while Moonshiners, well, holding that called a 0 so far. But then again, on the 3rd place, we have the Lithuania with WeAI with the 6 wins, and a JDL also on the, well, so far with 0 points for themselves, or the Team Lithuania. Although, of course, Moonshiners and JDL, they both had an opportunity to score at least 1. And, well, Moonshiners, well, technically had only 1 close game, while GDL had a couple more.
Yeah.
We just saw Baltic's GG. It wasn't like super convincing. Some of the games were convincing towards the end, but JDL definitely had an opportunity to maybe get a couple points, but, you know, definitely maybe not so happy with the performances themselves. But then again, as you said, they are having, you know, they're playing
as
for
long
fun.
as you're having fun, I'm okay with it. If you are having fun with what it is, then I am all for it, man. Just keep on doing what you're doing there. So yeah, in the overall standings, Latvia has been able to bump up to 2nd place. Now, obviously, a lot still is going to ride on those games tomorrow. As you can see, looking at this table, Baltic's GG definitely will have their work cut out for them tomorrow, because you know, they're going to have those few big matches in front of them for JDL and for Moonshiners. In the grand scheme of things, the only thing they can influence, of course, is the overall standings for the nations, right? So in terms of how many wins are available to either of the countries here. And for Estonia, I mean, it looks like they're in a very good place right now.
Yeah, they're definitely very sitting comfy over here, right? 10 wins for, well, for bad guys there as well. And it's, you know, it's just like perfect place for them to be so far. They definitely showed up today on the first day. Tomorrow is another day, of course. We have action-packed games then. And so far, they've been riding the boat perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have said it better myself. A few clean swipes on the board for both of the Estonian lineups. That's definitely a confidence booster for them as well. Obviously, they had the chance of looking a few matches here live as well, just to feel out what their opponents are like. Probably scouting out Baltic's GG just to seeing what sort of approach they're playing with. And obviously, they're going to be mindful of the fact that they need to be careful going up against Garsho and KK. But a skip there as well. Excuse me. Fake is not far off in terms of impact for the Latvian squad. Now, I would like to remind you guys that it's not only national pride on the line here for these teams, right? Everyone is here to fight for those grand prizes of the LG C1 OLED TVs, specially made for gaming optimized to be more precise. Up to 120 frames per second, up to 4K resolution, 120 hertz, and most importantly, 1 millisecond response time gives you that true image when it comes to high, fast-paced games. And of course, those 2nd and 3rd places are not going to leave empty-handed. They have the PL7 and PL5 Bluetooth speakers available for them, so that is definitely something that these players are looking towards. And it's not a single speaker, all right? Everyone gets to have a speaker once they get that appropriate position. But ladies and gentlemen, this has been a sweaty day in terms of the games, in terms of the weather as well. And tomorrow is going to be no difference, because we are going to be back tomorrow with the 2nd part of the group stage games and, of course, the playoffs, right, Littards?
Yeah, the playoffs are exactly played tomorrow, so I cannot wait to see, you know, who will be lifting the cup, who will be lifting the TV, you know, and who will
if
be
they
at.
can lift it alone.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
big.
big. It's pretty big. Yeah, it's 121 centimeters, 48 inches. You know, you definitely need someone like a brother or like, I don't know, some friend or something, you know, to help you lift that one. And definitely have to find a space also where to put it, actually. You know, it's not like a small one where you can just like sit, you know, put it in the bedroom.
Well, that's the parents' problem already.
Yeah, that's not their problem.
For those who are still living with them. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been an incredibly huge pleasure to host here today. The stream starts tomorrow at 12 o'clock, so make sure that you tune in for the remaining action. My name's Renars. Alongside with me was Leonards, and for now, we're going to tell you goodbye and see you tomorrow.